Reincarnation Paradise, Chapter 351. The corners of Su Xiao's mouth twitched. He really experienced new things every day in the Reincarnation Paradise. As Su Xiao reloaded his sniper rifle, he looked back only to find two figures rushing into the bridge, and one of them was the cowboy. Mad Milk and the cowboy quickly moved across the bridge to enter the Tower of Justice. Su Xiao directly aimed his sniper rifle toward them and directly took a shot. Ding! The gun hit the sickle in Mad Milk's hand as he continued to move toward the tower. There are already 5 people entering the tower, and Su Xiao didn't care. He can't stop all of the contractors from entering the Tower of Justice, he only tried to minimize their number, and furthermore, the Pluton's blueprint is in his hands. Su Xiao quickly fired at the other contractors crossing the bridge. 20 bullets left the muzzle directly emptying the magazine, and as a result, 8 contractors fell, and the others entered the tower. Reloading his sniper rifle, Su Xiao looked back and didn't see Khalifa, which meant that the CP9 were assembled. Su Xiao looked around with the X8 scope, there wasn't any contractor coming toward the island, and other weaker contractors just stayed back without trying to cross the bridge as the benefits there can offset the mission penalty. Ring! 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 Su Xiao heard the ringing of the alarm clock beside him and knew that the use of the sniper's skill is about to end. There are still a few scarlet cards on the bridge, but Su Xiao didn't care about them for the time being. Suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. It seems like someone came all the way here to kill him. In total, there were 7 people, the ones that joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Su Xiao lit his cigarette and sat on the roof while taking out a white cloth and wiping Spider Queen's barrel. He looked around but didn't find Bob anywhere. He was stunned with how Bob could find somewhere to hide every time. To be precise, Bob wasn't hiding. Instead, he was on top of one of the pillars in the Tower of Justice, while standing upright and standing motionless in a roaring position, like a sculpture. Fortunately for it, there was no wind today, or his hair would expose him. Bob's ways of hiding were top-notch. If Su Xiao didn't know him for a long time already, he would have believed that it was a lion's sculpture. Bob didn't make a move an inch. He didn't even blink at all. The footsteps downstairs became faster and faster as the contractors rushed to the top of the tower. They had all kinds of weapons from melee to long-ranged ones, and one of them seemed like a healer. It was a girl that had some blood over her head. The nurse looked at Su Xiao with eyes full of hatred, as he was the one who just headshot her lover. "It's cool to snipe, isn't it? Let's see what you will do now. You bastard." An old man looked at Su Xiao fiercely while holding a bow and an arrow. Before he could shoot the arrow, he was interrupted. "Don't kill him yet, let's capture and torture him and ask him to hand over all of his equipment, especially that one. Yes, first beat him half dead and chop his hands and feet off." The contractors surrounded Su Xiao, making him chuckle lightly. This was a scene he expected. These contractors thought that he was a sniper and took the initiative to come close to him. Putting away Spider Queen, Dragon Flash appeared in Su Xiao's hands instead. Dragon Flash cut through the air with a purple brilliance. Even from a distance, you can feel the sharpness of the sword. After all, it was a +8 purple quality sword. It seems like something is wrong. A contractor took a step back, as he asked himself, how could a sniper have such an aura? The healer was stunned, she was afraid and wanted to rush back and escape. Su Xiao held Dragon Flash directly, making him release a very sharp aura around him while looking at the contractors with interest. The skill, Qing Gang Ying, the Azure Steel Shadow, was directly activated, sending blue electrical energy on the sword's blade. "There aren't many who actually wanted to fight me in close range. Your courage is really commendable." Su Xiao slowly approached the contractors, while the latter felt like the unluckiest dog in existence. Who was it that said snipers are bad at close range? Who said they were dead if someone got close to them? Why did this suddenly become a sniper who is even more fearsome up close? The contractors looked around. There was no one else on the roof except a sculpture that looked like a husky. Didn't you want to fight me in a melee battle? Let's start. Su Xiao stepped forward and rushed toward one of the contractors. The contractor was stunned and directly raised his weapon to block. Su Xiao raised his sword high and directly swung it down, leaving a blue electric after image. Ding! Pucci! The weapon of the contractor broke upon contact, and his blood directly splashed on the ground as his chest was pierced. A few drops flew towards Su Xiao, who directly evaded them along with an arrow at the same time instantly appearing beside another contractor. Pucci! Su Xiao swung his sword beheading the contractor before going toward another one. The contractors were being bullied, and what was more aggravating is that they jumped into this with their own feet. They even rushed up so high that jumping away to escape meant death as well. Dragon Flash continued cutting flesh with a pucci sound, making the remaining contractors turn around to flee. After 3 minutes, the roof was covered in blood as all the contractors facing Su Xiao perished except for the healer whose arm was cut off. Cough. The healer coughed blood as her body shivered. This sniper was a scam, she thought. He was obviously a close combat expert, and they unexpectedly rushed toward him themselves. Can you let me off? Su Xiao came closer to the healer and looked at her. Didn't you want revenge before? And now you're begging for mercy from the one you want to kill. I don't want revenge. I can give you whatever you want, equipment, paradise coins, I can even accompany you to bed. Su Xiao's eyes flashed, making the healer's face turn slightly hopeful before she heard, I refuse. Her hope was dashed as her sword approached her stiffened face. Massacring his last foe, Su Xiao directly waved Dragon Flash, cleaning it from the blood and creating a semicircle in blood on the ground. Su Xiao picked up 2 scarlet cards. Out of the 7, only 2 dropped scarlet cards, which made Su Xiao sigh. When he got Spider Queen, he thought that his luck was finally better. But now, it seems his luck was as bad as before. On the opposite roof, the Straw Hats witnessed the scene of Su Xiao massacring the 7 contractors. Luffy and Zoro were serious, Sanji looked ugly, Usopp hid in fright and Nami gagged from the cruelty. Although they were pirates, they never saw such a cruel scene before. Su Xiao touched Bob's head while looking at the Straw Hats. He was not ready to fight them yet. It wasn't time. Su Xiao sat on the edge of the roof. He was waiting now for an opportunity as all the ordinary contractors were dealt with. He also didn't forget about the offender waiting to be dealt with. He already knew his position, that guy was smart enough to not come to the Justice Tower. Chapter 352. Su Xiao sat on the roof and smoked, while the Straw Hat Pirates were looking at the CP9 and Spondam along with Robin and Frankie. Frankie wasn't cuffed as he didn't have any chance to escape with the CP9 there. With the current situation, the contractors will soon discover that Frankie didn't have the blueprint of Pluton. Frankie was already hesitating, he was imprisoned and didn't have any chance to escape currently. Mr. Tom, please forgive me. Frankie took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the back of his waist, which silently opened, revealing a lock. He quickly entered the password. As soon as his hand moved to grab the blueprint, his expression changed. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Frankie didn't care about being exposed. He directly grabbed whatever there was inside and could only find a book, with an exposed girl on the cover. There must be a mistake, he didn't recognize the words on the book at all, and this wasn't the blueprint of Pluton. This was the magazine obtained by Su Xiao from one of the Scarlet Cards. Su Xiao wanted to put a bomb instead of this book, but if the CP department discovered it before the battle starts, they would know that the blueprint is with him. It didn't matter if they knew after the battle starts, because that is inevitable. Frankie looked at the magazine in his hands blankly before opening it. Inside the magazine, pictures of girls in risque clothes and poses were all of the pages, but Frankie didn't want to look. "This isn't right, where is the blueprint?" Frankie kept repeating the sentence. After all, he guarded the blueprint for many years, but it suddenly disappeared. Thinking quickly, Frankie directly remembered the time when he was unconscious on the C train. He had been under surveillance and couldn't check the blueprint before. Frankie's face was ugly, and his eyes blank. "Hey, what are you holding in your hand?" Spondam directly grabbed the magazine, and as soon as he saw what's inside, he smiled obscenely and narrowed his eyes. He directly hid it and was ready to criticize Frankie, but "The blueprint of Pluton is lost," Frankie murmured, and Lucci frowned. He noticed when Frankie grabbed the magazine, but when he looked inside, he ignored it. "What did you say?" Lucci grabbed Frankie by the shoulder and asked. "I lost Pluton's blueprint," Frankie said. His heart was full of fear. Although it wasn't good for the blueprint to be in the world government's hands, it is worse if it fell into a pirate's hand. Once a pirate has something like Pluton, disaster would be like giving a nuclear bomb to a terrorist organization. Hearing Frankie's words, Lucci's pupil shrunk. "Cutty Flam, do you think we are fools?" Lucci didn't believe Frankie. "I didn't lie, I always carry the blueprint with me, and put it here." Frankie pointed at his waist, and Lucci directly moved to check. Keku, was he lying? Keku watched Frankie's expression before saying, "There is an 80% chance that he is telling the truth." Hearing Keku's words, the CP9's face was not a pretty sight. "After 5 years, you actually lost the blueprint." Chibera opened his mouth directly. This was a deceitful and cunning man. He ate the zoan fruit, dog, model wolf. Chibera's question didn't receive any reply, but Khalifa remembered something suddenly. The blueprint is most likely in that person's hands. In other words, we won't be able to get Pluton's blueprint. Suddenly, Spondam's expression turned grim, as his chance to get promoted slipped away. Susiao, on top of the Tower Justice, saw this and know that it's almost time. He had been exposed unless Khalifa and Lucci were retarded. He looked at Luffy and didn't know whether he would become the Pirate King or not, but he knew that he will be the Scapegoat King right now. Susiao suddenly lifted a hand, and from his wrist, a metal thread sprung forth. The hook was stuck on the opposite roof, and with this, Susiao grabbed Bob and jumped. Flying in mid-air, Susiao was somewhat fearful, because the hook may not be able to bear with both Susiao and Bob's weight. Fortunately, they reached the opposite roof without an accident while the Straw Hats looked at him vigilantly. "Don't worry so much, I won't fight you guys, for now, I will just give you something really good." Susiao pulled out a book and directly threw it at the Straw Hat pirates. As the book fell, the Straw Hat didn't move forward to grab it. Frankie's eyes flashed as he thought, isn't that the blueprint of Pluton? Noticing Frankie's behavior, Lucci directly looked at the book. That must be Pluton's blueprint, it was really with that guy, but why is he giving it to the Straw Hat pirates? Lucci stared at Susiao's back. He still didn't know what Susiao will do now. Susiao picked up a scarlet card from the roof and looked at Luffy and the others. "Don't you want it? That's something the world government wants, you can use it to your advantage." Susiao chuckled again before going down to the bridge because there were scarlet cards scattered there. The Pluton's blueprint he gave them is fake, but not entirely, as he tore the edges from the real blueprint and copied the rest on another paper. As long as you're not a craftsman, you won't be able to tell it was a fake. 60% of the content was real, while the rest is something he made up. Several people of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at this dumbfoundedly. The book in front of them was very important. This could be seen from the CP9's reaction. "Straw Hat Boy, we must keep the blueprint, don't give it to the world government." Frankie yelled and confirmed that it was Pluton's blueprint. Luffy picked the book, and his eyes turned to Robin. "Robin, we are here to save you." Ignoring everything that is currently happening, Su Xiao put away the last scarlet card that was on the bridge and hurried toward the offender's position. The moment Frankie discovered that the blueprint was missing is the moment he gets exposed, because the CP9 weren't retards, and he would be the first suspect in this matter. He can't hide anymore, but he didn't need to, as he made the Straw Hats the scapegoat directly. Chapter 353. Mad Milk, the cowboy, and the three brothers noticed that the blueprint moved away from the Tower of Justice. It's almost impossible for Frankie to be the one moving under the watch of the CP9, which means that someone had the blueprint. A difficult choice was in front of them: leave the Tower of Justice, or stay. The battle between the Straw Hats and the CP9 is about to begin, and the profit they could gain from the fight was immense. If the failure's penalty were stat points deduction, no one would hesitate to chase after the blueprint, but the penalty was a sum of paradise points, which wasn't as precious as the profit they could gain from the fight ahead. While they were hesitating, Su Xiao already left toward the other island. The contractors were puzzled. They still hoped to finish the main quest, but suddenly the blueprint of Pluton started moving away from them. Su Xiao was moving toward the train station without stopping. The station was empty, but the Reincarnation Paradise gave a warning out of nowhere. Warning: contractor number 9740, who violated the rules, is within 100 meters, stay vigilant. Warning: contractor number 9740, who violated the rules, is within 30 meters, stay vigilant. Su Xiao looked around but still didn't see anyone at all. He knew that the Reincarnation Paradise wouldn't deceive him, so he directly shouted, "Come out, there is no point in hiding." Su Xiao stood in place and pretended to know his enemy's location. "Another one is here to die." The dull sound of the contractor echoed from every direction. Warning: contractor number 9740 is within 10 meters from the hunter. The Reincarnation Paradise verified that the offender is 9/10 from an alien species and started deploying the space barrier. A pale golden barrier suddenly appeared and ranged about 200 meters with Su Xiao in the center. "It's that damn barrier again." A figure appeared not far away from Su Xiao. "This person can't be called human anymore. It's more like a humanoid creature." The creature's body was covered with a dark green liquid. As he walked, the liquid dropped on the ground, corroding it. "You're a hunter, Xia." The creature laughed weirdly. Su Xiao didn't speak. He had an ominous feeling about this guy. Even when he fought the cowboy, he didn't feel like this. "I killed many humans like you, and now, you will turn into nutrition for my body." The creature's green vertical pupils flashed with killing intent as his tongue licked his lips. Su Xiao frowned. This creature didn't look like a human, and he didn't feel like a contractor. The only humanoid creature Su Xiao saw before were the Kara natives he met in Parasite's world. "A level 9 contractor like you dare to come after me? You didn't even pass the first order's test yet. Well, your courage is commendable." The creature turned his gaze and looked at Su Xiao like a beast looking at its prey. "Wouch." The creature spat green smoke that filled the place. "You are being eroded by an unknown toxin. 2 damage is taken each second. You are being eroded by an unknown toxin. HP recovery reduced by 50%, this affects natural recovery along with items." Su Xiao held his breath, but his body was still being eroded. Glancing around, Su Xiao couldn't see Bob, which means he found a hiding place. "Let the hunt begins." Su Xiao directly activated the Qing Gang Ying, Azure Steel Shadow, pulled out several top-grades alchemy bombs, spreading them on the ground before attacking. Poison spit. The weird creature suddenly spat a big mouthful of venom at Su Xiao, who dodged readily. Even though he dodged, Su Xiao felt extremely dizzy as he breathed in a fishy smell. He can't be touched by this poison, or else he would definitively die. This enemy was turning to be quite tricky. It was very difficult for Su Xiao to get close enough for a strike. Since his surroundings were in his favor, Su Xiao had an idea. With a thought, Su Xiao changed the alchemy bombs into dozens of toads. As the toads jumped around, Su Xiao moved forward really fast, once again trying to strike the creature. Stupid human, if you want to fight close, then you got what you want. Remember, the one who killed you is Audiobook. Venom surged out of Audiobook's body and rushed towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao held Dragon Flash and slashed at Audiobook without hesitation. Smirking disdainfully, Audiobook didn't care about the attack coming toward him as he stretched his hands full of venom towards Su Xiao's chest. Pucci. The sword stabbed Audiobook, splashing venom around. What? Audiobook screamed loudly. Suddenly sound waves spread all around them, directly cracking any glass window in range. Su Xiao's head buzzed, and his eyes saw everything in double. Su Xiao shook his head and recovered from the headache. He looked at Audiobook to see a blue mark appeared on his neck. Su Xiao didn't feel his sword penetrate a body, instead, he felt it pass through some liquid. The reason for Audiobook's pain was the Qing Yang Ying's effect that burns mana. That pain caused Audiobook's eyes to roll back. Su Xiao wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Pucci. Pucci. Venom splashed around as two slash marks appeared on Audiobook's head and nose. Although it was the same as the previous slashes, Qing Gangying would hurt him immensely. You're dead. How dare you hurt me? Audiobook's body stopped trembling as he looked at Su Xiao murderously. Very poisonous, intangible, and intelligent, what kind of creature is this? Su Xiao was very puzzled now. The reincarnation paradise can add other species other than humans? This means that not all contractors he saw were humans. Su Xiao started thinking about a strategy. His slashes can cause some pain, but it won't kill his opponent. Poison of pain. Audiobook's hand moved to his mouth before he blew on it really hard. Seeing a green glow coming toward him, Su Xiao wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, he was too slow. You are poisoned with the poison of pain. 120 true damage is taken within 3 seconds, with the additional effect pain. Su Xiao looked at his clothing and saw a dark green liquid on his abdomen. Suddenly a severe pain spread all over his body, making him sweat profusely and his HP dropping dangerously. Bob. Hearing Su Xiao's shout, Bob barked and immediately started using his special ability to heal Su Xiao. His bark gave away his location, which is above a steel pole on the street. He wasn't using his mouth or limbs to hang up there, instead, he curled his tail around the pole and hung upside down. Not only was Su Xiao shocked, but even Audiobook was shocked. What kind of weird species is this? Hearing Audiobook calling him weird species, Bob became angry and seemed to say, "You're the weird species, your entire family is weird species." Well, he isn't wrong. Chapter 354. Spider Queen suddenly appeared in Su Xiao's hand while Audiobook was distracted. Su Xiao aimed without the need for the scope and fired. Bang! A large hole appeared on Audiobook's chest while venom splashed around. Su Xiao was confused, he just aimed at the heart, but Audiobook wasn't affected at all, be it from the slashes or the bullets. Audiobook was glaring at Su Xiao right now. Su Xiao directly hid Spider Queen in his inventory and once again held his sword. He rushed forward and slashed Audiobook on the chest again. Audiobook didn't care to dodge. A claw formed on his hand as he attacked Su Xiao's chest. 3 wounds appeared on Su Xiao's chest, and before blood starts gushing out, the injury was sealed by the venom. A large portion of Su Xiao's HP dropped in an instant. Su Xiao felt the pain on his chest, but he didn't stop. His sword moved quickly toward Audiobook's chest. Audiobook just moved slightly, making the sword pierce his throat. Xiaxiaxia, no pain at all. Audiobook smiled widely as venom gathered in his mouth, preparing to spit on Su Xiao. Qing Gangying. Su Xiao shouted angrily, making the mana on his body transform into Qing Gangying energy. As soon as the energy passed from his sword to Audiobook's body, it exploded. Boom. The upper part of Harbika's body exploded, and a large amount of venom splashed Susiao. Susiao's HP dropped down quickly, activating his sword skill. Fight in the blood, passive. When the user's health is lower than 30%, the user gains plus 10 vitality and plus 20% attack speed. This effect lasts for half an hour. As soon as Susiao's vitality increased, his resistance to poison increased, lowering its damage. Dark green venom tickled down Susiao's cheek after being splashed by Harbika's venom due to the explosion. Looking at the rest of Harbika's body, Susiao saw a human head connected to the former's lower body. It was a severed head of a 17 or 18-year-old man. The boy had long black hair and looked quite handsome. Suddenly his eyelids trembled as he opened them. As soon as he opened his eyes, he started to inhale clean air, but he no longer had lungs to breathe, which caused him to shed a few tears. With a tear in his eyes, the body looked at the sunlight outside while Harbika's body was recovering slowly. Susiao was holding a bucket of water to wash the venom on his body. Otherwise, he would die. "Are you a human contractor?" The boy looked at Susiao and asked. Susiao didn't say anything as he wanted to get rid of the venom. "Use salt water, not a clear one." Hearing this, Susiao directly took out a salt bag and poured it inside his bucket of water. Sure enough, as soon as he used that water, the venom melted away. "Kill me. Please kill me. It's too much for me to live like this." The venom was slightly wrapping around the head as it tried to struggle, but he could do nothing. "Are you contractor No 9740? Susiao asked the teenager. "Yes, that's me. Did the Reincarnation Paradise ask you to save me?" The teen had a slight hope. "No, it asked me to kill you." Hearing his answer, the boy smiled nonetheless. "That's fine as well. I can't recover from this anymore, but remember its weakness is the slat, and it will die if you destroy my head." The head was wrapped in venom, as Harbik recovered. "This moron, it's your honor to be my host." Harbik shouted angrily. He didn't think that the teen, with only his head, could wake up and disclose his weakness to his enemy. Susiao put away Dragon Flash and took off his coat to get changed, which puzzled Harbik. "Let's talk about this." Susiao ignored Harbik. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Susiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a muffled noise came from Harbika's body. The latter's expression changed immediately as he looked at his chest. "I'm not interested in talking to a dead man." Previously, when the head was talking, a small toad jumped on his head, which was an alchemy bomb. With a small blast, the venom splashed once again, and this time, the head fell on the ground. The contractor was dead, but his face was full of smiles. "How could this happen? I still haven't evolved to the final form, and I haven't restored my race yet." Before he could finish his words, a transparent chain came out of nowhere and impaled him. No, I hear your explanation, we can cooperate. I won't ignore the quests again, please." The Reincarnation Paradise didn't care about the bull he was spouting. Harbik is an external life form, no Reincarnation Paradise imprint is found on his body. Harbik is to be executed. The chain was destroying Harbika's body, scaring him greatly. "Stop, hey bastard, stop, I said we could cooperate." Harbika's body started breaking apart as he screamed profanities. 10 seconds later, the last drop of venom was decomposed as 3 crystals fell to the floor. Susiao stepped forward and picked up the crystals without hesitation. "You obtained Soul Crystal, Medium, X3. Hunter has successfully killed the offender. Hunter exclusive question is complete." The quest was completed perfectly, the full reward will be given. You obtained Silver Medal of Honor X1. Silver Medal of Honor. Description: this item can be used on the Honor Store, it can be exchanged for other things. The Honor Store is inside the Hunter's exclusive room. Susiao learned his lesson last time. he should do his best to complete the hunter quests. The identity he was given as the judge, arbiter, in the mission to the parasite world was a benefit, but if he failed his hunter quest, he wouldn't have that kind of benefit. The reincarnation paradise won't just let him fail a hunter's quest and then give him such a benefit when he participates in a war. As soon as the barrier disappeared, dozens of contractors walked out. "You are, really a hotshot." A beautiful young woman walked forward. She was wearing a long loose skirt while her legs were partly visible. As soon as his eyes fell on that woman, Su Xiao's had the urge to jump on her. This woman's charm stat was that high, or she had a charm skill. "What's wrong? Do you want to snatch Pluton's blueprint? You can choose if you want one-on-one or you can all come together." The beautiful woman stared at him. "One-on-one. Right, a duel with everyone here." The young beauty revealed a toothy smile and said, "As long as the contractor had a brain in his head, he won't oppose someone like you. We all have seen what you did on the Tower of Justice." The sniper's deception was really terrifying. The young woman arrived beside Su Xiao as if she doesn't fear him at all. She was an intelligent woman. She knew that if Su Xiao wanted to kill her, she would be dead no matter if she was 10 meters away or 1 meter away. She pressed her chest on Su Xiao's arm and said, "Hotshot, can you sell us a small part from the corner of the blueprint of Pluton?" The young woman smiled like a fox. While Su Xiao was thinking about how good this opportunity was to get some paradise coins, the woman once again said, "Although obtaining a small piece of the blueprint won't give us the reward, but it may be able to exempt us from the penalty. Each of us is prepared to give 1,000 paradise coins for a small piece. Moreover, only a few people know about this secret." Su Xiao understood what the reincarnation paradise could gain from. It was a circle, and if the strong always obtain the reward, they would get stronger, while other contractors would just get weaker. Ability and guts determine achievement, which is fair in Su Xiao's opinion. There were about 20 contractors here, which meant 20,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao was losing any money with this. Chapter 355. "What do you think about my proposal?" the beautiful woman asked, full of expectation. 1,500 paradise coins per person. Although 1,000 paradise coins per person was a lot, the blueprint can save them from paying 28,000 paradise coins. Even if Su Xiao said 3,000 per person, they had to buy it. The woman looked at the other contractors to hear what their decision would be. She was only responsible for negotiating, after all. "I agree, 1,500 paradise coins isn't much." "I also agree." Most of the contractors agreed. The few that were dissatisfied didn't dare voice their thoughts. Su Xiao took Pluton's blueprint in front of all of them, which caused their eyes to flash with greed. The reward for getting the blueprint is 5 stat points plus 14,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao tore off small pieces from the blueprint as big as a fingernail. The contractors walked forward quickly to get their piece. Transaction request. You obtained 1,500 paradise coins. You obtained 1,500 paradise coins. You obtained 1,500 paradise coins. The 23 contractors paid 1,500 paradise coins to Su Xiao, so he gained 34,500 paradise coins. The contractors who got their pieces left hurriedly and full of joy. They could now avoid the penalty of the main quest. From the start, the thought of obtaining the blueprint never crossed their minds. In each world, only a few people can compete for the main quest, and here they were: Su Xiao, Mad Milk, Cowboy, and the 3 brothers as well as the offender. As the contractors left, the young woman stayed behind. "Big brother, how about we find a secluded place out of everyone's sight?" the beauty asked Su Xiao as she took his hand and put it into her clothes. This almost made Su Xiao's nose bleed. "Don't think that I'm that kind of woman. I just feel that I like you." The young woman blushed a little as she explained. "For now. I have no time. Withdrawing his hand from her clothes, Su Xiao looked to the distance. The woman was taken aback. She was surprised by Su Xiao's refusal as she had 29 charm points. If I were you, I would escape immediately. Suddenly both of them heard footsteps. Su Xiao directly grabbed the strawberry juice and drank it to restore 21% of his HP. The young woman looked at Su Xiao, kissed on the cheek to mark him as hers, and left. You can look for me if you need any information. My name is Zoe, T/N, her name is Shui Yuan, it will be easier for me to remember her like this. Zoe walked very fast as she was afraid of whoever is coming over. A man suddenly walked slowly and leisurely towards Su Xiao. This was Mad Milk. Although Mad Milk didn't want to leave the Tower of Justice, he had no choice, as he only had 42 paradise coins right now. You think you're great? You cost me about 41 points in my armor's durability. When he said the last part, Mad Milk's face was twisted in anger. He was already so pure, and now he had to use paradise coins to repair his armor. You came alone? Didn't that cowboy come? Looking at the man not far away, Su Xiao could tell that he was very strong. That fellow's goal is Kumadori. The blueprint doesn't concern him much. Mad Milk directly held his scythe without saying any b.s, like asking Su Xiao to hand over the blueprint. Saying anything would be a waste of time, we should directly fight. Mad Milk took a deep breath, and his body started glowing. Take this. Mad Milk shouted, and a golden shockwave spread around him and pushed Su Xiao back. Su Xiao directly thrust his sword onto the ground to stop his body from moving back. Su Xiao concluded that the current Mad Milk couldn't be attacked, so he took the time to take more potions to restore his HP. At this time, Mad Milk started shouting. Words of Down. Angel's Aura. Sacred Revenge. Purification. Cleansing. Guardian's Patch. Call of Honor. Mad Milk used 8 skills, 2 of them were healing spells, another 4 were protection spells, and 2 combined both. As the golden light receded, a black fog suddenly surrounded Mad Milk's body. Mad Milk was a particular priest. He didn't have any skill to heal his allies or strengthen them. At this time, Su Xiao's HP was already back to 80%. Although he wasn't back to full health, he could fight almost full power right now. This fight was unavoidable, as he was sure that Mad Milk wouldn't accept getting a piece of the blueprint, and Su Xiao wasn't going to accept a failure in this quest. Let's fight. The winner takes everything. Soon, Mad Milk took a step forward and rushed towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao held Dragon Flash tightly in his hands, while the alchemy bomb was scattered on the ground. He hesitated a little, but in the end, he chose to use them later. Mad Milk was clearly a close-range fighter, and his stamina is sure to be very high. Su Xiao decided to use the alchemy bombs as a trump card. Su Xiao stood firmly as he prepared to receive Mad Milk's attack. Ding! As their weapon connected, sparks flashed around them while an invisible shockwave spread around them, blowing Su Xiao's hair back. You actually managed to block that? Mad Milk chuckled in surprise. Su Xiao blocked the scythe without any apparent effort, which surprised Mad Milk. Su Xiao changed from a single grip to a double one and pressed hard on Mad Milk. Mad Milk's complexion changed as he used all of his power to resist. Holy! AHH! Mad Milk wanted to use one of his spells but was stopped by a kick from Su Xiao to his lower abdomen. Mad Milk flew away and rolled on the ground before he stopped. At that time, Su Xiao was already headed toward him, preparing to slash down. Mad Milk was a melee fighter, so, even though he was kicked, he recovered right away. Most contractors would focus on their opponent's weapon and forget his other ways of attack, just like what happened with Mad Milk. Crisp sounds of metal collision echoed one after the other as Su Xiao and Mad Milk's fight continued. In this fight, Su Xiao was aggressive. He didn't relent or wait for Mad Milk to attack before he sent his. Mad Milk was constantly resisting Su Xiao's attacks with his scythe, but as soon as he dodged one of them, his face changed. Su Xiao's sword actually cut the concrete wall like it was tofu without any resistance. Mad Milk retreated some more to adjust himself, but suddenly felt something on his leg. Looking down, he saw two small snakes attack to him. Explode. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Mad Milk knew that something bad was about to happen. Boom. A large surge of fire rushed toward Mad Milk, while Su Xiao put his arm in front of him while blocking the flying debris with his sword. Chapter 356. As the fire faded, Mad Milk stood in the same place, but his hair was burned while the black priest robe shone with purple light. Mad Milk's upper body wasn't injured, but his legs were charred black. If not for his protection shields he laid before the fight started, his legs would have been destroyed. Suddenly, a green light flashed from Mad Milk's body as he started healing himself. He didn't actually show great care about his legs. Instead, he looked at his robe in worry. "Don't break, please don't break." Mad Milk was nervous as his robe's durability hit 0, which means that it will likely break. It seems like Mad Milk was fortunate. The robe actually didn't break. Mad Milk quickly stored away from the robe and stayed shirtless. "You almost threw me into poverty." Su Xiao was a little surprised. Did this guy actually care more about money than his life? Without saying anything, Su Xiao rushed forward again, preparing to swing his sword at Mad Milk, who didn't care and swung his scythe back. Puchi. Puchi. Blood spurted out at the same time from two different directions. Su Xiao's sword barely touched Mad Milk's neck before a barrier blocked it, while the latter's scythe cut Su Xiao's shoulder. Mad Milk wanted to trade injuries with Su Xiao. Su Xiao figured this out almost immediately. If it's someone else, Su Xiao wouldn't mind at all, but this is someone who had various abilities to heal himself. However, Su Xiao didn't retreat. Even if his enemy could recover quickly, it is still unknown who will have the last laugh. Isn't it good to be alive? Hearing Su Xiao's voice, Mad Milk was surprised. Su Xiao moved back and concentrated all of his mana, which is 680 mana points, into Qing Gang Ying, Azure Steel Shadow, and filled his body. This made Su Xiao's pupil turn pale blue. Mad Milk's scalp tingled. He wanted to move back, but his legs couldn't move. He could only raise his scythe to resist the next attack. Su Xiao moved the Azure Steel Shadow's energy into Dragon Flash, which in turn shone with blue light, and swung it down toward Mad Milk. "This is my strongest move so far." Mad Milk was speechless. His opponent used his strongest without any warning. He could only prepare to resist this attack. As the sword reached his scythe, Mad Milk's heart ached as he looked at the durability dropping at an insane rate before it broke. Ding! As the scythe broke, Dragon Flash continued forward, directly piercing Mad Milk's chest. Puchi! Blood splashed as the sword pierced all the way to Mad Milk's spine before it stopped. Mad Milk's mouth was filled with blood as he took a step back and looked at his HP, which dropped from 96% to 3%. If he didn't have Angel's aura, he would be on his way to hell. Luckily, he didn't touch my heart. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Mad Milk spat blood as he was really surprised, as this is the first time someone almost killed him with just one attack. I always find strong people, but there are just too many of them today. Mad Milk sighed and grabbed two soul crystal, small, in his hands. Seeing this, Su Xiao's first response was to retreat. He didn't interact much with his opponent, but it was apparent that he won't surrender just like that. Mad Milk forced the two crystals into his mouth and started chewing. Su Xiao had an ominous feeling. Haha, that's the same thing I felt a moment ago. Mad Milk spat the soul crystal back into his hand, and now the soul crystals tuned into an egg-sized light ball. The ball gradually floated before Mad Milk shouted. Venus, Judgment. With his angry roar, the ball of light floated and got bigger. It was the size of a basketball now, and it gave out a dazzling white light. As the light shone on Mad Milk's body, he started recovering, but when it shone on anything else, that thing would start decomposing. Seeing this, Susiao directly started running, which made Mad Milk laugh. Susiao directly equipped Broken Elf and directly started shooting while using its piercing gaze skill. Each time he shot a bullet, Mad Milk would scream. Susiao smiled as the white light wrapped around him before severe pain spread all over his body. OM. After a few seconds, everything in the range of the white light was decomposed and turned to dust. In the distance, Zoe's eyes flashed as she looked at this scene. I didn't lie, did I? He is a hotshot, but he always goes and kills people. A little girl said. He unexpectedly could fight to this degree with Mad Milk, and he even made Mad Milk use Venus. He is really a hotshot. It's a pity I can't hug him anymore. Zoe looked at the little girl before she said, Congratulations, Sulululo, you are promoted from a worker to a contractor. Sulululo smiled widely, hearing this. I know that being a worker isn't a long-term solution, but you should know that being a contractor brings many dangers, and if you lack the power to protect yourself, you will die out there. Zoe looked at Sulululo with interest before she said, How about the two of us forming a group? Sulululo groaned. It's not impossible, but will you be the front fighter? Zoe grasped Sulululo's shoulder and said, Naturally, you're the one who will fight in the front. How could I fight in the front line while I'm so beautiful? You can go ahead and sell your body then, old fart. Sulululo directly struggled out of Zoe's hold and started biting her with her two small canines. Are you dog? After ending their argument, Sulululo pointed at the battlefield and said, Look, the winner is over there. Mad Milk rushed out of the smoke while holding his broken scythe. Don't chase me anymore. The blueprint is yours. Mad Milk ran as fast as he could, but he wasn't that fast due to his leg's injury, while Susiao chased after him with his sword. Susiao chased after this guy just because he was pretending to be dead so he could run afterward. Although I'm uncomfortable with you chasing after me like this, let me ask if you're interested in joining God's Sovereign's GUI. Mad Milk stopped talking as soon as he saw Susiao draw his sniper, and directly jumped into the sea to escape. Chapter 357. Water splashed as Mad Milk started swimming away while Susiao didn't relent as he shot at him with Spider Queen. Bang! 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 Susiao fired shot after shot. While ordinary bullets would lose their kinetic energy in the water, Spider Queen's bullets could travel in the water the same as in the air. Mad Milk didn't stop running. He knew that he didn't have any chance to defeat Susiao. He was just too strong for him. While he was running away earlier, Susiao managed to land quite a few hits, but still, Mad Milk didn't even stop or grunt as he ran faster and faster. Susiao knew that he wouldn't be killing Mad Milk today, so he put away Spider Queen and fell on the ground with a thud. Bob quickly rushed beside him to protect him from any attack. Susiao's injuries were serious. He only had 11% HP and 19 mana points. His state didn't get this bad before. He didn't have many portions left, and the only thing he could use was the Elf Secret Elixir. Elf Secret Elixir. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, Blue. Type, Potion. Effect, Restore 1% of HP every second for 2 minutes, the effect is doubled when taken in the forest. Rate, 70. Susiao hesitated, this thing was really precious, and it was a waste to drink it now. As for mana, he took a bottle of T3 potion, which could refill his mana completely. Although this potion can't be brought out of One Piece's world, it was quite useful here. Susiao looked at the elf secret elixir in his hand and still couldn't make up his mind. This was his life-saving trump card. He wasn't in danger currently, so using it was wasteful. In the distance, Zoe's eyes flashed as she looked at Su Xiao and said, "Time for business." "Hey, are you crazy? That guy is a monster." Hearing Su Luoluo's words, Zoe chuckled. "Who isn't one in the reincarnation paradise?" Su Luoluo took out a computer and started a video and showed it to Zoe. As soon as Zoe saw the scenes in it, she paled. "So cruel. Heh, do you still want to go now?" Su Luoluo took back the computer and said, "The reason why I asked you to take a piece for me from him is that I don't want to get close to him. If I wasn't lucky in the ghouls world, I would have been dead." Zoe breathed out before she moved towards Su Xiao with a chuckle. "You're throwing your life for money, meet me in the same place when you're finished." Before she left, Su Luoluo had many nightmares due to Su Xiao's cruelty in the ghouls world. Su Xiao sat on the shore resting and sheathed dragon flash. Bob stood beside him as the dog part of him disappeared, leaving a wild wolf guarding Su Xiao. The sea breeze blew at the man, dog, and sword, while Zoe was walking toward them. Bob's cold eyes looked at Zoe, rooting her in her place before barking at her. "Don't worry. I'm not a bad person." Zoe pulled out some food from her inventory and wanted to feed Bob. But the latter looked at her as if saying, "Are you mentally ill?" This made Zoe stiffen as she became depressed by the disdain shown by a dog. Bob would never eat anything someone other than his own hunt, or Su Xiao gave it to him. Even before in the restaurant, Bob didn't eat when the waiter put down the tray of food. Instead, he waited for Su Xiao to give to him himself. Su Xiao saw Zoe and directly picked up Dragon Flash and strapped it to his waist before asking, "Are you here for the blueprint?" Su Xiao waited for her response. If she said yes, she would die instantly. "No, no, no, I'm here to do business." Doing business. Su Xiao's first thought that she is here to sell potion to him at a high price. This made Su Xiao directly draw Dragon Flash from the sheath and start walking toward her. "I'm not here to take advantage of you, look at this." Zoe directly showed him the description of a skill. Kiss of Life. Type, active skill. Condition of use, charm point 25, the user must be a female. Effect, a long kiss between the user and a target of the opposite sex can heal 70% of the target's HP, the target's vitality must be under 30 points. After a long kiss, the target would be in a state of love daze. Love daze increases natural HP recovery by 200% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, no cooldown, but this skill is limited to 2 uses per world, 2 halves. Description, an exchange of bodily fluid isn't just a pleasurable experience, but it also heals your injuries. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows seeing this. He saw this skill before. A girl from the Flower Adventurer Guild named Candy had it. 10,000 paradise coins. Zoe smiled slyly, but Su Xiao held his blade and moved toward her, making her afraid. 2 minutes later, Zoe was angrily sitting on the sand as her Kiss of Life's number of uses dropped to 1. Suddenly a sound taunted her, "I have told you that it was a stupid behavior, getting out alive is good." Vu Luoluo teased Zoe and took pleasure in her misfortune. "I was indeed greedy, but how could he not have any pity at all? What angered me is that he walked away after healing himself," he said, "It's nice doing business with you," before leaving. Zoe was depressed as she almost gained nothing. Su Xiao just gave her 3,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao rode on Bob's back as they moved toward the Tower of Justice. At this time, the Tower of Justice was in chaos. When Su Xiao was about to enter the tower, a figure suddenly fell from the building. With a bang, the figure fell not far away from Su Xiao, creating a big hole on the ground. Seeing this, Su Xiao was extremely happy as he saw that figure as treasure chest plus source of the world plus mana points. The one who fell is Fakura of the CP9. If Su Xiao remembers correctly, Frankie was the one who defeated him. "Ah, you're that fellow named Byakuya." Fakura saw Su Xiao, and he seemed desperate. It seems like I'm not that late. Bob ran toward Fakura, who immediately tried to stand up, but he was too late. Susiao's sword flashed as Fakura's throat was slashed. You killed Fakura. Fakura is an important character, giving you 5,3% source of the world. Current source of the world 15,6%. Your talent is activated, your mana increased by 15 points permanently, your current mana is 843 points. You obtained a treasure chest, blue. This a good example of the benefits from the fights in the Tower of Justice. Straw Hat Pirates won't kill CP9 members, they will only defeat them, and this was an opportunity for many to grab source of world and treasure chests. Susiao entered into the Tower of Justice while holding his sword in his hand and getting ready to face the cowboy and the three brothers if he encountered them. Chapter 358. Susiao could hear crashing sounds of the fight from above as he entered the Tower of Justice. The Tower of Justice was very high with dozens of floors, and each floor is the size of dozens of houses. Susiao looked around for the stair before walking up. He reached the third floor when he suddenly heard the sound of gunshots. He stopped in his track as he looked to his left only to find an unusual sight. There were two men and a woman, one of them was lying on the ground. With a closer look, Susiao noticed that this was Kumadori. The other two were Nami and the cowboy, who were conversing normally. That surprised Susiao because the cowboy joined the world government camp like him. Mad Milk was with the Straw Hats, the Guoziu three brothers joined the Galila camp, and Susiao and the cowboy was with the world government. Nami was talking with the cowboy without any fear. The cowboy should have defeated Kumadori. In the cowboy's hand was a purple treasure chest. Since he killed Kumadori alone, then his reward should be good. If you have any problem later, I will help you. The cowboy said, and Nami nodded. The cowboy seemed relaxed, as if his goal was already achieved. Really? Thank you very much. Nami smiled because she just won over a powerful ally. Suddenly, both heard the sound of footsteps approaching and turned around hastily to look at the source. Seeing Susiao, the cowboy instantly grabbed his gun and jumped out of the window to escape. He just fought with Kumadori, and only 20% of his HP remained. If he fought Susiao, he would die. Nami stared at the strong ally she just made escaping as soon as he saw Susiao and cursed him in her mind. Hello. Nami backed away a few steps while forcing herself to smile. Susiao didn't draw his sword because the Straw Hat Pirates were somewhat special. If he killed one of them, the source of the world he would gain would be astronomical, but they are now still too weak without the 2 years of training. Nami now was just stronger than an average person. She mainly used her weather manipulation to fight. She was weak and couldn't compare with strong elite pirates. Seeing Nami's smile, Susiao walked toward her before he stretched his hand to grab Nami's hand. But his hand just passed through Nami before she dissipated. Susiao stared at the illusion and was surprised that his senses couldn't pick this trick. Nami ran away. Mirage. Susiao couldn't sense Nami, which means her mirage can block sensors. On the 5th floor of the Tower of Justice, Nami ran as fast as she could away from Susiao. She was sweating a lot as she panted. I was almost caught, and if I'm caught, I'm dead. Nami was frightened as she looked around and back at the room's entrance to make sure that Susiao wasn't behind her. After several minutes, Nami felt safe. Ding. Nami heard a familiar sound, which made her ears erect. This sound. Nami stood up and wanted to go out, even though danger awaited her outside. But that sound attracted her greatly, and she couldn't control herself. After an internal struggle with her logical side, she peeked out of the door and looked around. A gold coin appeared on the ground not far away. The first thought Nami had was this is a trap, but after carefully analyzing the situation, she convinced herself that this belonged to some people who wanted to flee. Her logical side was screaming at her, but she couldn't control herself as she walked toward the gold coin. She hesitated a bit before picking it up and was filled with happiness because this was a rare gold coin. She wiped it up, making it shiny as if she was taking care of her baby, but she noticed another coin at the entrance of a room. She directly moved toward it, and when she picked it up, she discovered that a man was standing in front of her. This is the gold coin that you dropped. I was going to return it to you. Nami threw the gold coin down and wanted to run, but it was too late. Nami was too close to Susiao, and what happened next is imaginable. 10 seconds later, Nami, with tears in her eyes, struggled inside the room. No, what is this? Don't put in my mouth, ugh. A cry of help sounded from the room as Susiao walked out while ignoring Nami. Ugh. Nami repeatedly retched as she was forced to swallow a white snake. From the start till the end, the man didn't speak, and she didn't know what he wanted to do. And more importantly, he took away her gold coin. Nami was very sad, she was forced to swallow a snake, and her money was stolen. Susiao walked to the upper floors of the Tower of Justice deep in thoughts. His understanding of the Straw Hat Pirates grew by his encounter with Nami. When he baited Nami and stopped Nami's struggle by punching her throat, rose warnings appeared from the Reincarnation Paradise. After seeing these warnings, Susiao understood why the contractors didn't attack the Straw Hat Pirates. Before he arrived, the cowboy and Nami were alone, and the former didn't try to kill Nami at all. If the contractors kill the protagonist or his crew in this case, the Reincarnation Paradise won't punish them, but the world's difficulty would soar to the sky. If Nami dies, the difficulty of the One Piece world will reach LV.36. Susiao won't be able to deal with such a difficulty. The protagonist's partners aren't unkillable, but you need to be strong enough to do it. Susiao even suspected that if he killed Nami, one of the weakest members of the Straw Hat crew, he would receive at least 30% of the world's source. After asking about it, Susiao found out that if Chopper, Nami, and the others died, the world's difficulty would increase between LV.30 and LV.40. If Zoro and Sanji died, the world difficulty would increase between LV.40 and LV.60, and if Luffy died, the difficulty would reach LV.80. How terrifying was that? Susiao's face darkened, not to mention LV.80, he won't even survive in LV.30 difficulty. However, his goal from the start was not killing any of the Straw Hats, since he didn't have the power to face them at all, and killing them won't be seeking riches while facing danger. It was seeking death. After all, their background wasn't something to scoff about. For example, if Luffy died, Garp, the hero of the Marine, one of the Yonko, Shanks, and the Revolutionary Army, Dragon would come after his life. And he wasn't strong to face the Vinsmoke family behind Sanji. Even Usopp had Usopp, the sniper of the red-haired pirates. Chapter 359. Although killing the protagonist and his crew is not easy, Susiao's way was better. He had her swallow an alchemy bomb, which would bring better results than mercilessly killing her. As he moved toward the higher floors of the Tower of Justice, Susiao checked each floor, searching for the three brothers as they were the only threat left in the tower. There were about 40 minutes before the quest come to an end. As long as Susiao finish this quest, the other contractors will fail. Susiao took out a cigarette and leaned on the iron fence before lighting it up. While smoking, Susiao could hear the sound of a sword fight on the upper floor, and he was tempted to go and fight against another swordsman. He wanted to practice his swordsmanship, after all. Even though staying away from danger was the best option currently, Susiao's mind was set on practicing his swordsmanship now. So be it, I will go and see. Susiao threw his cigarette away as he quickly climbed up the stairs. As he reached the 20th floor, Susiao was stunned as he saw a giraffe quarreling with a wolf. Both of these animals were standing upright while having some human characteristics. They were two Zoan fruit users, Keku and Jabra. there were another two people not far away, which after a closer look, Susiao recognized them as Zoro and Usopp, who were strangely handcuffed together. Zoro's face was ugly. He felt fortunate that the one with him was Usopp, as both of them didn't have any devil fruit, or else, they would feel extremely weak right now. Zoro raised the sword in his hand and tried to cut the handcuff. Ding! The handcuff was intact. Let's do rock paper scissors, and whoever loses will cut his hand, Zoro said to Usopp. No. Usopp wailed, while Zoro was deep in thoughts before he said, I have a solution. What is it? Hold this sword close to your chest with both hands. Like this. Usopp held the sword in his hand like he was instructed. Zoro grabbed Usopp's belt, which made the latter's mouth twitch. Is it possible that you want? Listen, Soaking. You're now a sword. Zoro was holding a sword in his left hand, a sword in his mouth, and Usopp on his right hand, while Usopp held a sword in his own hands. I want a lawyer. I want to sue you. Usopp shouted in fright as his body trembled. Whatever you want. I will try this first. Zoro waved the unique sword Usopp to adjust to the added weight. This must be a dream, no, a nightmare. Usopp wailed. Swords don't talk. Zoro rushed forward with Usopp in hand. Bastard. Wait, you really want to fight like this? Stop, you bastard. Usopp was beyond shaken by the current situation. Ha! Zoro jumped, and with a loud shout, he slashed at Keiko. The unique sword named Usopp had a unique way as its own slash sound effect, which was, ah. This made Zoro somewhat speechless. Of course, this strange combination between Zoro and Usopp made it impossible for them to hit Keiko or Jabra. Keiko, while dodging, stuck a hoof at Usopp's nose. Usopp's long nose was bent and twisted while blood flowed out like a fountain. Boom! Suddenly a bullet made its way toward Jabra, who dodged sideways. This guy is... Jabra looked at Susiao and quickly figured out who he was. Jabra, kill him, I will handle these two. Keiko shouted. If he wasn't held here by Zoro, he would have rushed towards Susiao himself. I will suppress these two. You go at him. Jabra rushed towards Zoro, which was the safest course of action he could get. Keiko didn't say anything after Jabra distracted Zoro, he directly rushed towards Susiao. Susiao instantly flashed away from the room and went to another empty one. A lot of equipment was inside the room. They were fitness equipment that a normal human won't ever dream of using. Susiao stood in the center of the room with a green carpet under his feet. Realizing that the battle was about to start, Bob shook his head before running away to hide. 10 seconds later, no trace of Bob could be found. Keiko rushed into the room while holding his two swords. He entered the room using his human form because he just ate the devil fruit, he was not very familiar with using it yet. In the show, Keiko was defeated because he used his devil fruit directly after eating it, while he wasn't familiar with the power it had. Such power needs time and training for the user to grasp. Now, I will give a chance to state your purpose. Otherwise, I have the right as a member of the CP9 to execute you right here, right now. Keiko raised his swords and pointed at Susiao. Keiko, you're not suited to be a spy. Dragon Flash appeared in Susiao's hand while directly activating Azure Steel Shadow. Susiao knew that Keiko was proficient in using Saru, that's why he suppressed his senses to 5 meters around him. Keiko stayed silent. He made a fatal mistake previously. He didn't kill Polly, and because of that, he jeopardized their mission, which is a mistake a spy isn't allowed to make. If you don't want to talk, then I will kill you, then your goal wouldn't matter. Keiko's body bent down a little before he muttered, Saru. Wouch. Keiko disappeared without a trace. Susiao's honed instincts and senses picked on Keiko's location and directly supplied the information to Susiao's brain almost instantly. Left. Ding. Xiao raised his sword just in time for it to meet with Keiku's blade, blocking it efficiently. Unexpectedly, you could see through Saru. Ah, right, you also learned Saru. As his first sword was blocked, Keiku swings his other blade at Xiao's throat. Xiao lifted his left hand, which was equipped with the purple quality arm guard, and stopped the second attack. Xiao didn't waste any time as he grabbed Keiku's blade with the intention of breaking it. This made Keiku's expression change as he didn't have any other weapon now, so he used all of his power to separate the blade from Xiao's hand. As soon as the blade left Xiao's hand, Keiku attacked again. Die! As the sword fell on Xiao's head, the latter didn't even attempt to dodge it. He merely pulled his left arm back. Puchi! A large amount of blood spewed out of Keiku's body as he screamed. Xiao tricked Keiku when he grabbed the sword with his arm guard, and instead of breaking the sword, he used the metal wire of the arm guard to wrap Keiku. And as soon as he tightened his hold on the wire, it directly penetrated Keiku's skin. Tekai! The wire stopped penetrating Keiku's body as Xiao felt the resistance soar up with Keiku using Tekai. Xiao jumped back and grabbed the wire with his left hand, and pulled with all of his power. AHH! The pain made Keiku's eyes red as he swung his sword toward the wire, but to his bewilderment, the wire wasn't cut, except for the pain he felt when he hit the wire. Nothing happened. Xiao suddenly had a bright idea. If I can channel Azure Steel Shadow through Dragon Flash, couldn't I do the same with the metal wire? Chapter 360. Light blue energy spread through the metal wire, which became easy to notice. An even more intense pain assaulted Keiku as his energy dropped at an alarming rate while dealing true damage to Keiku's HP. It was a great idea to channel the Azure Steel Shadow's energy through the wire after trapping someone in it. He can't do this before trapping someone, or else, the metal wire will be in plain sight, and no one would be stupid enough to let it wrap around himself. Keiku could do nothing in his current situation. The metal wire was just too strong for him to break out from. Xiao kept on channeling the Azure Steel Shadow's energy down the metal wire, and after a while, the metal wire sank even further into Keiku's body, almost reaching his bones. Xiao wasn't finished as he took an alchemy bomb and changed it into a snake before making it climb Keiku's body and coil around him. Explode! The top-grade alchemy bomb swelled and turned red before it exploded. Since Xiao was so close to the explosion, he was slightly affected by the shockwave it sent. As the fire of the explosion faded, Keiku's whole body appeared full of burns, his nose was blown away, and charred blood covered the ground around him. Puff! Keiku spat out a mouthful of blood as his body almost lost all its strength. Huh, huh. Keiku gasped violently and raised his head to look at Xiao. He knew that today is the day he dies. His carelessness at the start of the fight cost him his life. Keiku suddenly made an unexpected move. He threw the sword in his left hand onto the ground before holding the other one in his right hand. His left hand trembled as it moved and held the sword in his right hand, and immediately as he saw this, Xiao tried to tighten the metal wire even further. Let's go to hell together. Keiku lifted his left hand and wrapped the metal wire around his forearm. Blood gushed out from his forearm, but Keiku didn't care. He wanted to wrap the metal wire around him so that Xiao wouldn't escape. As long the power gap wasn't big, Xiao wasn't afraid of anyone up close, so he directly held Dragon Flash and rushed forward. The metal wire connected the two, and the outcome should be decided quite fast. Xiao raised Dragon Flash and dropped it down on Keiku's head. Tekai, Steel Head. T/L, normal Tekai, but the author named it cause Keiku used it to strengthen his head. Dragon Flash could only pierce a few centimeters of Keiku's head before it stopped. Keiku's eyes were full of rage as he instantly used his everything to slash at Xiao. Xiao was wounded, but he didn't even take a step back. The close combat between the two was extremely fierce, and after a few attacks from Keiku, the latter started to lose his strength. He lost too much blood, and his body was filled with wounds due to the explosion. Su Xiao took a deep breath as blood dripped down from his chin. He quickly kicked Keiku's abdomen and waved Dragon Flash. Puchi. Keiku's right arm was severed, and fell down while still clutching the sword. He was extremely frustrated. He was proficient in the Roku Shiki, but he couldn't use Saru or Jeppo to get away due to the metal wire. Rankyaku, Amanadachi. Keiku angrily roared as his left hand supported his body and lifted him while his legs rotated quickly, sending out compressed air slashes. Su Xiao knew that the current situation wasn't great for him, but he wasn't flustered. He directly tightened the metal wire even further, stopping Keiku's rotation. Su Xiao didn't stop there. He directly landed a drop kick between Keiku's legs. As soon as the kick landed, Su Xiao imagined two eggs cracking. Keiku's body started spasming. But even though he just had a descendants-ending kick, he still had the ability to fight. Shigen, Chaotic Haze. Although the other attack was stopped, Keiku used another attack that Su Xiao wasn't familiar with. He directly inserted a finger into Su Xiao's chest. Su Xiao's mouth was filled with blood as he looked at the finger in his chest. What is that attack? This attack Keiku used was a combination of Rankyaku and Shigen. His finger could send the same compressed air slashes, and since his finger penetrated Su Xiao, those attacks damaged Su Xiao's lung and liver, and nearly cut his heart. Although I don't how you come to know my combat style, this skill is unique, and I never used it before. As Keiku wanted to bring his finger out of Su Xiao's chest, he felt pain, extreme pain that he never felt before. Looking down, he saw a sword piercing his chest. When did you? Keiku's body became weaker each second, as the sword passed through his heart. When you were relaxed, I took advantage of your satisfaction. Su Xiao twirled Dragon Flash inside Keiku's heart before drawing it out. Keiku kneeled on the ground, and before he could look at Su Xiao, his head flew in the air. You killed Keiku. Keiku is a main plot character. You obtained 7.8% source of the world. You currently have 23.4% source of the world. Your Devourer talent is activated, increasing 10 mana points permanently. Your current mana point is 853. You obtained a treasure chest, purple. Seeing his Devourer talent add only 10 points, Su Xiao looked in doubt, as Keiku was a strong opponent, so his mana should have increased more than 10 points. After looking further into it, Su Xiao finally understood why he only obtained 10 points. It seems like he reached the limit of 100 mana points in this world. Su Xiao was smiling widely as he picked up the purple treasure chest. This treasure chest may even contain Keiku's devil fruit. Even though Keiku's fruit was just a normal Zoan fruit, with a giraffe shape, and may not have strong power, it certainly can be sold at a high price. But now wasn't the time for Su Xiao to think about it. Come out. Su Xiao looked at the door and shouted. While he was fighting Keiku, some people hid outside the room, waiting for a good opportunity to finish whoever emerges victorious. Big brother, what should we do? He discovered us. Do you still need to ask? Of course, we'll fight him, he is seriously injured after all. Big brother is wise. The three Kiwazu brothers entered the room wearing some strange armor. Brothers, attack. The big brother angrily roared as he charged towards Su Xiao. In his hand was a blue-quality baseball bat. The same weapon was being wielded by the other two brothers. Su Xiao knew that fighting those three wasn't good right now, as he was just finishing another fight himself. Su Xiao lifted his sword to stop the bat from hitting him. He was surprised by the lack of power behind the attack and concluded that this guy's strength stat wasn't even above 15 points. A smile suddenly reappeared on Su Xiao's face as he understood these brothers' strategy. They were holy knights, they had an extremely strong defense and had healing skills, but their attacks couldn't overpower a chicken. Su Xiao no longer remained defensive. Instead, he took the initiative to attack, which made the eldest brother really anxious. Dragon Flash was raised up before it fell down on the guy's armor, directly piercing it. With a pitiful shout, the eldest brother started crying. This is good. This fellow's attacks deal true damage. Seeing his big brother wounded, the second brother directly started healing him, and a golden light enveloped the two of them. Suxiao didn't care about them healing his target, instead, he continued to attack. The little brother joined his second brother in healing their eldest brother. The eldest brother was crying. Although he wouldn't die easily, it was just too painful. Please forgive us, we are wrong. The eldest brother begged for mercy, but Suxiao didn't pay attention. After a few dozens of attacks, Suxiao stopped attacking the eldest brother as he shouldn't have any mana left before he went to attack the others. It's true that they had strong defense and vitality and even stronger healing ability, but Suxiao didn't believe that they have unlimited mana, and once they don't have any mana left, they would die. Suxiao was the nemesis of the Guozia brothers. Chapter 361. Seeing Suxiao change target, the eldest brother saw this as an opportunity to stand up. You can only dream of killing me. But that hurts. Although the eldest brother's face frowned slightly due to pain, he still smiled with satisfaction at the display of pure vitality and healing power. The three brothers were famous for these things. They were almost unkillable when they fight, mainly due to their healing and vitality. And now, the eldest brother's HP was up to 50% even with all Suxiao's attacks, while the latter had only 20% of HP remaining. The eldest brother stood up and started healing himself because the three brothers' HP safety margin was 80%. But his expression greatly changed. How come I'm out of mana? Seeing this, the eldest brother spends a few paradise coins to look at the fight log, only for his expression to change to fear. You received 270 damage, 120 base attack plus 103 weapons attack plus 34 TUR damage plus 13 bleeding damage. An unknown energy is burning you mana, 34 mana points are burned. An unknown energy is burning you mana, 34 mana points are burned. You received 283 damage. The data is an estimation and isn't completely accurate. Error margin is 2% to 5%. Seeing the amount of damage each attack from Suxiao deals, the eldest brother trembled. One attack could kill any other contractor instantly. There were even 4 factors to calculate damage. Base damage was the contractor's attack power, and adding it to the weapon's damage and the others, the output was too high for contractors of their level. The situation became instantly unfavorable for the brothers. What's more, Suxiao's attacks can burn mana, which made it impossible for them to heal, and he could guess that Suxiao changed target because his mana was depleted. Brothers, this guy isn't easily provoked, we should retreat. When the 2 remaining brothers heard their eldest brother shout, they noticed the battle log he sent them and instantly noticed the burning mana. The 3 of them were almost unkillable when it comes to HP, but they will die very quickly if they run out of mana. Big brother, we can't run, this guy's agility is higher than 30 points. The little brother was the one being attacked currently and was screaming like a pig. Second brother, hammer tactic. Okay. The eldest brother instantly took a potion, and his mana filled up to 20% before he yelled, Holy Light Hammer! Holy Light Hammer! The second brother followed after him, and the sledgehammer was formed out of light and flew towards Suxiao. Hearing the hammers revolving in the air, Suxiao stopped attacking before waved his sword to clean the bloodstains on it and sidestepped. Taking this opportunity, the youngest brother started running away. But unexpectedly, Suxiao saw that the hammers followed after him as if they had a tracking property. Suxiao directly stopped evading and cut a hammer with his sword. As the sword touched a hammer, golden rays engulfed Suxiao. You are rooted for 2 seconds due to the effect of Holy Light Hammer. Being rooted for 2 seconds wasn't that bad originally, but another hammer reached Suxiao, and unlike the one before it, it hit Susiao's body directly. You are rooted for 5 seconds due to the effect of Holy Light Hammer. It wasn't the end as another one hit Susiao. You are rooted for 5 seconds due to the effect of Holy Light Hammer. You're being affected by 3 different crowd control abilities simultaneously, determining the effect. The 3 crowd control abilities are compatible. You will be rooted for 12 seconds, 2 seconds already passes, 10 seconds remaining. The 3 brothers' ultimate ability is the Holy Light Hammer, and it was just ordinary, but when they raised it to level 30 forcibly, it gained a few extra properties. The first one is the tracking effect. The second one is the ability to superimpose their effects while discarding the judgment between their attributes and any of the target's attributes. At this time, the 3 brothers were satisfied and started escaping. Although Susiao was rooted, they still understood that they couldn't beat Susiao in close combat. They couldn't even hurt him while he ignored their attacks. The brother fixed their clothes and laughed before they prepared to jump from the window. Brothers, are you ready to withdraw? Don't misunderstand. They weren't doing this to anger Susiao. They were just fixing themselves to seem cool when they jump out of the window. When the 3 brothers are still fixing their clothes, they felt something wrong. Silver light flashed around Susiao's body before quickly fading, which meant that he used the ability of the Mithril Ring, purple. Equipment effect, Mithril's Burn, active. Any crowd control ability on the wearer will be released. The caster of the crowd control should have less than 35 points in intelligence. Hint, Mithril's Burn, active, consumes 100 mana points. Hint, cooldown time is 18 hours. Susiao regained his freedom and looked coldly at the 3 brothers. He had a strange feeling that the 3 of them weren't going to kill him even if he lost, but they would try to blackmail him into giving him a few treasures. Susiao shook his head as he couldn't understand how they even survived in the reincarnation paradise. Susiao was spot on this time. These 3 brothers' motto was not to kill at all, be it a plot character or other contractors. Although their acting was strange, they were ones of the few good people in the reincarnation paradise. This is bad, that creep is free. Big brother, we still didn't fix our clothes. The little brother stated. The atmosphere turned strange before the big brother said, clothes, your sister, run away. The eldest brother grabbed the 3rd brother and directly jumped out of the window, and a few seconds later, Susiao heard a loud bang as the 3 brothers landed. Susiao stood by the window as he looked at the 3 brothers limping away. The Guozia brothers. Susiao didn't look at them with contempt as he knew that they were strong. Any guild would be glad to invite them, and they would be very useful tanks and healers, and with their light hammers, their crowd control would be superb. Chapter 362. Sitting on the island was Mad Milk, who held a piece of Pluton's blueprint in his hand. This is the only way. I'm not surprised if the Guozia brothers were killed or forced to retreat. It seems like we lost this time, cowboy. Mad Milk looked at the cowboy, who was smoking a cigar and playing with his revolver. I wasn't defeated, I just weren't in a condition to fight, that's why I retreated. The cowboy was also holding a small piece from the blueprint in his hand. Ha, what about the blasted bladder? Hearing this, the cowboy shook his head. Although he was a bit embarrassed, he won't deny what happened. If I gave it my all, it would have been a 50-50th chance. Mad Milk nodded because he knew that the cowboy was strong. You didn't use that? No. The cowboy smiled slightly. It's not that he didn't want to use that move, but he can't without the mana. But seriously, how come we never heard of that guy before? Mad Milk started chewing on some biscuits as he muttered. The Tower of Justice is his now. The cowboy smiled with satisfaction as he heard some footsteps behind him. As expected, you 3 couldn't deal with him either. Mad Milk and the cowboy weren't about to fight, but they always made others uncomfortable. Please, don't disturb us. The brothers directly went toward another direction as soon as they saw these 2. Their mana was below 10%, and they can't heal each other efficiently like this. Hey! The cowboy shouted at the three brothers, who stopped directly. Taking this thing can exempt you from suffering the penalty. The eldest brother was extremely happy as he looked gratefully at the cowboy. Don't thank me. I'm just repaying Gilo's favor. The cowboy just stayed down and relaxed. He was waiting for the time to come to leave this world. Understood. How is Gilo, by the way? Still the same, killing people, eating sugar, the usual. The eldest brother nodded before sighing and walking away. Suddenly, Fuyuki opened her mouth. How about you two cooperate? Impossible. Impossible. The cowboy and Mad Milk said at the same time, which startled Fuyuki. It seems like these two cooperating is just a dream. That. Did you give up on the Tower of Justice? Fuyuki didn't want to give up, but suddenly the cowboy stood up and said, killing that man is very difficult. He won't kill me easily either, but the price I will have to pay will be greater than whatever I will get in return. Mad Milk continued eating his biscuits, while Fuyuki looked at the Tower of Justice. Inside the Tower of Justice, Susiao directly headed toward where Zoro fought Jabra. Entering the room, Susiao found Jabra unconscious on the floor. Susiao walked toward him in a relaxed manner while gripping Dragon Flash before thrusting it with full power. Dragon Flashes directly penetrated Jabra's throat as the latter opened his eyes in anger. He was pretending that he lost consciousness so he could sneak attack Susiao, but that was a bad idea. You killed Jabra. Jabra is a key character in the plot. You gained 5.7% source of the world. You currently have 21.3% source of the world, T/N, no idea who did the math there. He already has 23.4% after killing Keiku, so he should have 29.1% now, but the author wrote 21.3%. You obtained a treasure chest, blue. Taking away the treasure box, Susiao didn't continue forward. Instead, he quickly ran back down. The quest can be completed in 18 minutes, while the maximum time limit is 23 hours. Susiao wanted to confirm one thing. He wanted to know if the battle came to an end or was it still going, and if he can leave an ice lobby or not. Susiao quickly left the Tower of Justice, without looking at the fight between Luffy and Lucci. It's not good for him to go, and furthermore, if what he is thinking about succeeded, he would gain many more benefits. Susiao didn't leave from the Tower of Justice's main entrance. Instead, he went from behind using the metal wire before stopping on the first island. Bang! 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 Cannons bombarded an ice lobby as Spondam used the Buster Call. Susiao stood beside the coast, waiting silently. Defending Pluton's blueprint is successful. Main quest, the decisive battle, completed. Announcement, the Straw Hat Pirates Camp won the decisive battle. Straw Hat Pirates Camp contractors received 3% source of the world. All the contractors relaxed as the fight came to an end. Mad Milk and the cowboy chose to leave directly and return to the Reincarnation's paradise as they feared the Buster Call's bombing. Some of the contractors were still considering staying here for a while and noticed something strange. One of the quests wasn't completed. The blueprint of Pluton's quest was still not completed. There was still an opportunity to grab Pluton's blueprint. But they knew that someone who can force Mad Milk and the cowboy to abandon the quest wasn't someone they could afford to face. As soon as the Reincarnation Paradise issued the announcement, Susiao knew that he could leave an ice lobby and felt great happiness. He directly went into the boat he arrived in with Bob, who once again put on the sunglasses. Susiao started the boat and headed toward Water 7. After 2 hours, the ship stopped on the shore of Water 7. Susiao directly went to the residence he bought ahead of time. He drank a cup of water before taking his den mushi and made a call. After a few moments, someone picked the call. Hello, this is East Blue's newspaper. I'm Byakuya. Hearing the name Byakuya, the den mushi stayed silent. Call your boss here. I have something to discuss with him. Su Xiao didn't want to discuss things with ordinary spy agents. He directly demanded someone with high authority. You traitor, the world government will chase you till the end of the world. Stop saying nonsense and call your boss. A sneer sounded from the Den Den Mushi. Don't you know? You're already a wanted criminal with 300 million berry on your head. Chapter 363. It wasn't surprising that Su Xiao's bounty was so high, because even though his power wasn't up to the 300 million's bounty, he still had the sun wrath with him that easily could destroy a city. Robin's bounty was for knowing the ancient language and the ability to read the poneglyphs, and Su Xiao could make a bomb used in large-scale war, so his bounty wasn't exaggerated. Is that so? Then I will destroy this Den Den Mushi. By the way, I will inform you that I hold Pluton's blueprint in my hands as well. The agent on the other side of the call suddenly stopped talking, and after a long time, he stuttered. Bia. Mr. Byakuya, can you, wait for a moment? The agent that was so arrogant previously almost lost his ability to speak due to his fear. If Pluton's blueprint is lost because of him, he will not live to see the next day. No, he won't even be alive to see today's sunset. Su Xiao didn't care about the bounty on his head. He wasn't someone from this world, so let alone 300 million berry, he wouldn't even care if it was 3 billion berry. After waiting for some time, no agent spoke again. Pluton's blueprint was of great importance, and no one was close enough to Su Xiao's location to get it from him because currently, an ice lobby was under attack. After another 5 minutes, the call ended, and a few seconds later, the Den Den Mushi rang. This is Sengoku. Hearing his words, Su Xiao was taken aback. How could the person talking to him be Sengoku? The agent was normally stationed in the CP department. Did he use some kind of teleportation? Su Xiao didn't understand the principle of the Den Den Mushi, but negotiating with Sengoku was both good and bad news. Sengoku was smart, maybe the smartest in the marine currently, and he was as strong as an admiral if not stronger. Go ahead, what do you want? Sengoku didn't doubt that Su Xiao indeed had Pluton's blueprint. They already obtained the fake one, and after getting some expert to appraise it, they knew that some of it was true, but it was still a fake, which meant that Su Xiao had the real one. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, my demands aren't that high. I want Logia Devil Fruit, a swordsmanship journal left by a great swordsman, a few branches of the treasure tree atom, and an Owazamano sword. Su Xiao held something that the world government wants at the moment, and he was the one who worked hard to obtain it. Of course, he will be asking such a high price. Sengoku's eyes squinted as he felt that Byakuya wanted to rip him off and that Byakuya was his real name. A Logia Devil Fruit is impossible, along with an Owazamano sword. A swordsmanship journal left by a great swordsman, can be considered. As for the branches of the treasure tree atom, that's absolutely impossible. Sengoku's meaning was very obvious. The journal can be given. They have neither an Owazamano sword nor a Logia Devil Fruit. As for the branches of the treasure tree atom, even if they have it, they won't give it away. Really, then forget it, sorry to disturb you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Su Xiao prepared to hang up. After all, the world government wasn't the only buyer. There are always people who want something like the blueprint of an ancient weapon, such as Doflamingo, the Revolutionary Army, Charlotte Linlin. To be precise, Su Xiao wasn't blackmailing the world government. He was just doing business. Do you think the price is high? Then, don't buy it. I will sell it to someone else. Pluton's blueprint isn't the world government's property. It is the legacy of the previous empire. What do you mean? Sensing that Su Xiao was about to end the conversation and hang up, Sengoku's tone turned cold. What do I mean? Sengoku, does the blueprint of Pluton belongs to you? Hearing Su Xiao's questioning, Sengoku didn't reply because it didn't belong to him or the world government. Let's discard the thought of me blackmailing you. This is just a business deal, a transaction. You give me something that satisfies me, and Pluton's blueprint will belong to you. If you can't, I will look for another buyer. Actually, the Revolutionary Army is a good choice and has a good reputation as well. Far beyond what the Marine and the world government current reputation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku Susiao directly put down the Den Den Mushi about to hang up. Even though time was running against him, he has a way to contact the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army's troops are spread all over the world. Of course, an island like Water 7 would have someone who belongs to them. Hold on. Sengoku shouted loudly. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can still negotiate. Susiao's hand stopped mid-air while holding the Den Den Mushi. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I don't trust anyone in the Marines, so let's forget it. Stop talking nonsense. If you go to the Revolutionary Army, they would only be able to get you one thing. Even if they get Pluton's blueprint, they won't be able to build it. Give me 10 minutes. I will think about it and contact you. Well, I'm waiting for the good news. Both sides hung up at the same time. Susiao took out a fleshy bone and gave it to Bob to devour like always and gnaw on the bone. The world of humans is too complicated, making Bob tired, Bob thought. Susiao took out Pluton's blueprint and copied it. He had to complete the quest afterward and didn't know if the blueprint will disappear or not, but he couldn't risk it. As soon as the 10 minutes were up, Susiao's Den Den Mushi rang once again. The swordsmanship of a great swordsman will be provided by the Marine, the branches of the treasure tree atom is given by the world government, but they had only a few. Those things are in the hands of the nobles and celestial dragons as a symbol of their statue, and it's hard to obtain very much in a short time. If you are still dissatisfied, then you can contact other forces. Sengoku didn't bargain. He just gave Susiao his final offer. I accept. Susiao agreed without hesitation. After all, what he will gain were extra rewards outside of the quest's benefits. Sengoku asked in a deep voice, where will the transaction occur? I'm currently in Water 7. Hearing Susiao uttering his position without care, Sengoku was taken aback, and his expression changed. Stopping Aokiji, who stood up to rush to that location with a look, Sengoku felt that something was wrong. Should I say that you are self-confident or extremely arrogant? Sengoku sat in his office with Aokiji, Akainu, Garp, Tsuru, and an official of the world government. Whatever you say, but Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you have seen the power of Sun Wrath, and I'm an easily frightened person, so if I feel danger. Sengoku shook his head. Impossible, you only got 3 sets of material to make the bomb, no it can't. Let me ask you a question, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Who wrote the materials for the Sun Wrath? Who made said bombs? I said that the world government would provide for the material, but I didn't say I can't make it myself. A blue vein appeared on Sengoku's forehead as the other party was holding a bomb with the potential to destroy a city in the middle of Water 7. If the bomb was to explode, Water 7 would sink without a doubt. You lunatic! Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk, destroying it completely. I will provide the location, and the time limit for the transaction is 4 hours from now. As for who to send, arrange for a captain or below, who is a female, and under 25 years old. Sengoku was speechless as he didn't know why the hell he would ask for someone like that. Wait. Kaka. The call came to an end. Chapter 364. Susiao was deep in thoughts as he ended the call. The Marine won't be honest when the transaction happens. He won't be able to escape Water 7 if he personally went with the trade. Fortunately, there are some people who will make the transaction for me. Susiao didn't even consider for a second that he would go to where the Marines are. He took the swords he received when he was making the bombs to inspect them. The 3 swords were purple in quality, and with each one's rating between 100 and 130. One of them caught his eyes as it had a very good special effect. Blood Dance. Origin, 1 piece. Quality, purple. Durability, 60 seconds. Attack power, 33-64. Requirement, 27 points in strength, 25 points in agility. Equipment special effect, Shadow Dance, passive every slash that connects with the target will reduce their defense by 8%. This effect lasts for 20 seconds and can be stacked 3 times resulting in a 24% defense reduction. Hint, after the Shadow Dance's effect is stacked 3 times, the next attack will apply a bleeding effect. The target will lose 2 HP each second, and his healing will be reduced by 30%. Rate, 129. Description, isn't a bloodbath beautiful? Price, this item can't be sold before obtaining ownership. Reminder, since the item isn't owned by the hunter, Reincarnation Paradise won't bring it out of One Piece's world. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. He finally got a sword with some interesting attributes. This sword will be a good addition to Dragon Flash's penetration and sharpness. Although the effect of Shadow Dance doesn't directly increase sharpness and penetration, the defense reduction is the same as adding penetration, and the healing reduction was a good addition as well. When Su Xiao fought the offender, he realized how disgusting restraining attacks are like healing reduction were. If Su Xiao mastered this ability, his effectiveness in combat would be much stronger, and healers won't be able to save anyone under his attacks. Su Xiao put the 3 swords in front of him and activated Dragon Flash's Supreme Blade skill, which instantly started absorbing the sword. With a metal crashing sound, the 3 swords started glowing pale dark before 3 crystals floated out of their remains and entered Dragon Flash. As Dragon Flash absorbed the 3 crystals, the purple glow around it got stronger, and its blade becomes sturdier. Su Xiao didn't know if he was imagining it or not, but he felt the Dragon Flash become more beautiful, while it didn't change much in appearance. Su Xiao directly checked Dragon Flash's evolution bar and found out that it jumped from 0% to 67%. Su Xiao's brows twitched as he did the math and found out that each sword added 22% average, which meant he needed another 2 purple swords for Dragon Flash to evolve to the next level. Su Xiao almost faces palming when he found out that he needed another 2 purple swords. 3 swords were the Marine's limit. No matter how much they could provide, they wouldn't give him more. The difficulty of making the sword evolve is getting higher and higher, but Su Xiao was also getting stronger, and obtaining higher items and sword won't be much difficult. Su Xiao held Dragon Flash in his hand and inspected its properties. Dragon Flash plus 8, 67% till evolution. Origin, Shadow of the Law. Quality, purple. Durability, 85/85, increased by 5 points. Attack power, 61/107, increased by 710 points. Requirement, the inheritor of the Shadow of the Law. Extreme Edge, first special effect sharpness plus 7. Supreme Blade, second special effect Shadow Dance, passive every slash that connects with the target will reduce their defense by 8%. This effect lasts for 20 seconds and can be stacked 3 times resulting in a 24% defense reduction. Hint, after the Shadow Dance's effect is stacked 3 times, the next attack will apply a bleeding effect. The target will lose 2 HP each second, and his healing will be reduced by 30%. Plus 5 special effect, improved armor penetration. Plus 8 special effect, sharpness plus 2. Rating, 121, increase by 21 points. Introduction, Lost, Encounter, Fight, New Life, Growth, Legend. Price, untradable. The attributes increased slightly, but there was no major change. Every time the quality improves, Dragon Flash will be greatly enhanced. Putting away Dragon Flash, Suxiao got up and left the house. Although he wanted to take a break, he still had things to do. Suxiao was extremely tired. He wanted nothing more than sleep currently. After the fight started, he became a sniper. Then he fought the offender. After that, he didn't even rest at all and directly fought Mad Milk, then he fought Keiku and killed him, and then he fought the three brothers. Sniper-offender-Mad Milk-Keiku-three brothers. Suxiao fought 5 consecutive battles, with 3 being highly intense ones that could have killed him if he was careless. He really wanted to find a comfortable bed and sleep, but unfortunately, he couldn't do that yet. The Marines are about to arrive, he needs to prepare for the transaction. Walking on the streets of Water 7, Suxiao headed toward the center of the city after some inquiries. In a spacious house in the center of Water 7, an old granny's voice said, "Just rest here, this used to be Tom's residence." Granny Kokoro said before she took a mouthful of wine from the bottle in her hand. The Straw Hats were currently resting here, and each one had a sad look on their faces. They just burnt Marigo, the ship that had accompanied them for a long time in their adventure. But, they also did what they went to an ice lobby for. They rescued Robin successfully, which was undoubtedly something to be happy about. Luffy sat at the dining table, and although he was asleep, his hands kept stuffing food in his mouth as if it was his instincts doing the work. His body instinctively consumed the food as it needed energy. Bang! 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 The Straw Hats heard the knocks on the door and thought that Frankie came back. As the door was opened, Suxiao was standing outside. Seeing Suxiao, the Straw Hat pirates who were fine stood up, with Zoro standing in front of Luffy protectively. "This guy." Zoro held a sword in each hand and looked at Suxiao vigilantly. "What are you doing here? We didn't do anything to you for you to come after us." Sanji looked at Suxiao vigilantly. He was standing in front of Nami and Robin. Robin subconsciously stepped back with a flustered face. "I want to make a deal." "Deal?" Sanji was puzzled but shook his head and said, "We are not interested in making a deal with you. We have nothing to do with you." "No, you do." Suxiao walked into the room and found a chair to sit down relaxedly without any intention of starting a fight. "Nico Robin, it seems like you found good comrades." Suxiao looked at Robin, who patted Sanji on the shoulder to let her handle the negotiation. Robin was the most experienced member of the Straw Hats currently, after all. Chapter 365. You won't come to us for no reason. And if you're talking about a deal, you should know that we aren't desperate about money. Robin stopped mid-sentence as she turned to look at Nami. I don't like money either." Nami felt slightly guilty and felt like she betrayed her lover when she said this. Suxiao waved his hand and pointed at Luffy. "Wake him up. It's up to your captain to decide if you want to help or not." "Impossible, Luffy is too tired, so I will speak with you." Sanji obviously disagreed, but Zoro directly pushed Luffy to wake him up. "Murimo, what are you doing?" Dartboard brow, there is something wrong. Sanji thought for a bit before he nodded. In dangerous times, Zoro and Sanji make similar decisions. The wake Luffy up. Zoro shook Luffy a few times, but the latter didn't respond. Sanji stopped Zoro and mentioned for him to come. Sanji picked up pepper and handed it to Luffy. Luffy, with closed eyes, stuffed the pepper into his mouth. 3 seconds later, Luffy's eyes widened. "What?" Luffy almost spits fire, but Sanji already handed him a glass of milk to ease the spiciness of the pepper. After drinking the milk, Luffy was much better. Luffy felt something strange as he looked around, but Zoro and Sanji explained the situation to him, making him become serious. "I know you. You're the guy from the roof of the Tower of Justice." "Yes, I want to talk to you about something." Suxiao took out his pocket watch to check the time before he started speaking. I want you to make a trade with the Marine. I will give you one item. You will be giving that item to the Marine, while the Marine will give you 2 items. When the transaction is complete, contact me with a den den mushi. Susiao took out a den den mushi and placed it on the table. Luffy frowned and understood what Susiao meant. Although I don't know the reason, I refuse. Luffy flatly refused. Remember, you will make the transaction with a female Marine under 25 years old. If you find something wrong, immediately destroy what you have. Susiao continued describing what they had to do as if he didn't hear Luffy. I said, I refuse. Luffy lowered the straw hat. You won't refuse. Trust me. No, I will refuse. Susiao chuckled, it's not dangerous during the transaction, but after it, you should pay attention since Marines could be following you. Luffy stood up and looked directly at Susiao. This doesn't sound like a good thing, so we won't do it? Susiao nodded. It was really dangerous. Let me ask you, does your companion's life matter to you? While talking, Susiao took out a super alchemy bomb that turned into a snake and threw it out of the house. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the windows of the house shattered. With a thud, Nami fell to her knees with a hand on her abdomen and whispered, "How could?" Luffy didn't understand what's going on, but Sanji noticed Nami's abnormality. "Don't come near me!" Nami yelled and quickly moved to the corner of the room as far away from the crew as possible. This is... Sanji looked at Nami with confusion. "That bomb. I swallowed, and it's now in my stomach." Nami's voice trembled, but she was approaching Susiao. It was a clever move since Susiao won't be dumb enough to detonate the bomb when she was beside him. "As you can see, help me complete the transaction, and I will help her take the bomb out." Susiao walked out of the room without even asking if Luffy agreed or not because he would definitively agree. "Wait." Zoro suddenly spoke. "I will do it." "Okay, you're already the one I would choose for this." Zoro nodded, and Luffy clenched his fist. He didn't speak anymore. He wanted to go, but he was too tired currently, and he wouldn't be able to fight in his state. "Come with me," Susiao ordered Nami. Nami hesitated before she walked towards Susiao slowly. There was a bomb in her body, and she couldn't be with her friends for the time being. "Nami! Don't go." Nami paused before turning her head and smiling at them. Although she had a bomb in her body, she had a feeling that nothing will happen to her. "Don't worry. I will be back soon." Nami walked out of the room and followed Susiao. After leaving the house, Susiao looked around. He was looking for a tall building that can help him have a view of the entire place. Nami followed Susiao step by step, and finally, they reached the root of a tall building. Susiao took out a binocular and looked around. The view was good here. Even if there is an emergency, he could just jump down the building and escape. Nami stood silently beside Susiao. She secretly took out her Klimatact and looked at Susiao's head intently. Susiao stiffened before he looked back at Nami. He hated the feeling of someone staring at the back of his head. It reminded him of being teleported by the Reincarnation paradise. "Bob, watch her." Bob rushed to Nami and stared at her. Nami glanced at Bob and then fell down on the rood. "What do you want to do?" Just as Nami spoke, Bob stood up and growled at her. I didn't move." Bob looked at her long legs. He felt that this person was dishonest, which made him upset. Susiao walked to Nami and said, "Our time is running, lie down." "What?" Nami looked surprised as she put her hand on her chest. You don't come over. Stop talking nonsense, and take off your clothes." "Huh." Nami was even more afraid now. Susiao frowned. The last sentence can be easily misunderstood indeed. "Don't get me wrong, I just want to get a feel of your body structure." Nami froze. She never thought that someone could force a woman and still spoke so soberly. I'm not wrong, don't come closer, or I will jump down the building. I will just take the bomb off, lie down. Nami almost forgot about the bomb entirely. After hesitating, she laid down. Susiao stepped forward and tore her clothes open. Nami's eyes widened as she started struggling. Susiao pressed his knees against her white and flat abdomen and pointed his fingers toward her chest. Help. After struggling for a while, Nami realized that nothing else happened. Susiao didn't move any further, but still, her upper body was naked, which made her extremely embarrassed. Stop breathing. It will affect my perception. Nami bit her lips, closed her eyes, and held her breath. A minute later, she could no longer hold her breath. Nami breathed as her flushed face returned to normal. Nami took the initiative to ask, did you take it out? Susiao looked at Nami in surprise as if he found something wrong. What did you eat recently? Did you eat something that resembles jelly? I ate some sticky cakes. Hearing Nami's words, Bob rolled his eyes. T/N, it should have been Susiao. Chapter 366. Susiao angrily laughed. Nami actually ate a sticky cake after swallowing the bomb, and now the two were stuck together. Nami didn't know that she was forced to swallow a bomb, so she wasn't to blame. You can't take the bomb out. Nami was a little desperate. No, I will take it out. Since we made a deal, I will finish my end of the deal. Susiao pondered a little and then took out U-shaped iron bars. Ding. Ding. Susiao stuck the iron bars on the ground, tying Nami down and prevented her from struggling. Nami was completely restrained now. Hey, what are you doing? Nami tried struggling, but it was ineffective. This is a measure to avoid getting you hurt in the process. You won't like what will happen later. Susiao put out several tools from his inventory. What this? Nami looked at the rubber tube in Susiao's hands in amazement. There were some unidentified objects in the rubber tube that were made of metal. Open your mouth. I don't want to. Susiao nodded, put down the rubber tube, and pulled out Dragon Flash. What are you doing? Don't scare me like that. Since you don't want to take the bomb out the gentle way, then I have to change to a more direct method. Nami immediately opened her mouth. After a while, muffled noises could be heard occasionally from the roof and even pained whining. More than an hour later, Nami was squatting on the rooftop with a pale face. She didn't feel too well. Not far away from her, the alchemy bomb was on the ground. Nami wasn't as afraid of Susiao as before. He didn't make any outrageous action. The bomb was taken out, and Susiao was nowhere to be found. Only Nami and the dog were left on the roof, which made Nami want to escape. Suddenly a wire wrapped around Nami's arm and instantly stopped her from moving. Susiao returned to the roof and looked into the distance. A large warship appeared on the coastline. The warship stopped far from Water 7, and a small boat started moving toward the island. Seeing this, Susiao took out his den mushi. The thing is under the trash bin on the 4th Street. Go grab it. Susiao directly hung up and took his Spider Queen. The X8 skill cooldown ended, and he can use it directly now. Through the lens, Susiao saw Zoro walking to the 4th block and quickly picked Pluton's blueprint. Susiao glanced at the remaining time. Half an hour remained. He completed the main quest, and fortunately, Pluton's blueprint didn't disappear, which made the transaction easier. Puru. The den mushi rang, and it was from Zoro. I got the thing. What do I do now? Go to the south coast for the transaction, and I will contact you later. Susiao ended the call, and another one started ringing. Susiao directly took it out. We have arrived. Where are you? It wasn't Sengoku, as he is the field admiral. he is always needed in the Marine headquarters. Susiao recognized the person talking. He was an admiral with a Logia fruit, and he wasn't someone Susiao could fight. Pointing Spider Queen toward the warship, Susiao could see Aokiji on the deck holding the Den Den Mushi. It doesn't matter where I'm now. Give everything to Rorano Zoro. No, you must come in person. Are you dreaming? Aokiji stopped talking. Make the transaction with Rorano Zoro. Susiao pointed Spider Queen at the coast and saw Zoro along with a female marine standing in front of each other. They seemed to know each other already. Susiao called Zoro immediately. Lift the things up. Zoro looked around, as if looking for Susiao's position, and at the same time, he held the things in his hand, which seemed like a scroll and a few branches of wood. Yes, now immediately leave. 5 minutes later, the phone rang once again, and it was Aokiji. Where is the page concerning the power core of Pluto? It seems that the Marines found someone reliable. Looking closely, Susiao saw the familiar figure of Vegapunk. I will tell you about the location in 5 minutes. I need to inspect the goods. Without waiting for Aokiji to speak, Susiao ended the call. The reason why the Marine actually accepted such a transaction is mainly due to Aokiji being there. With him here, there was no way anyone could flee since he could freeze the water, instantly blocking any escaping ship. Nami looked at Susiao blankly. She could only see him as a big villain boss who controlled the whole situation from the shadow. Susiao took out a Den Den Mushi and called Zoro. Come to the roof of the third building in the center. Zoro didn't reply and immediately moved toward him. 3 minutes later, Zoro came to the top of the building where Susiao stood. Hand them over. Zoro hesitated for a second before throwing them at Susiao. You obtained swordsmanship experience of a great swordsman. You obtained branches of the world tree. Swordsmanship experience of a great swordsman. Quality, dark purple. Type, knowledge scroll. Effect, after usage, it will increase the swordsmanship by 5 levels, limited to level 20 or less. Rate, 170, note, dark purple items are rated from 151 to 260. The higher the rating, the more precious it will be. Description, this is coming from the hands of the great pirate, Golden Lion. Branches of the world tree. Quality, white, world class. Type, unknown. Rate. Description, the source of the world is concentrated inside. Price, 20% of the source of the world. This item is unrefined and can't be brought out of the current world. Both of these items were extremely precious, and Susiao just learned a new thing. The next quality after purple is dark purple. He never saw a dark purple item before, or something equivalent to it. This was a rare item. Retracting the metal wires, Susiao set Nami free. After the transaction is finished, you should hide for a while since Admiral Aokiji is here. Zoro and Nami walked away quickly while Susiao sat on the roof and lit a cigarette. Susiao wanted to blackmail the Reincarnation Paradise using the branches of the world tree the same way he did with the ring before, but it seemed that the ring was of a much higher value since it was processed. So, now he could only sell the branches. After his plan was completed, Susiao chose to return to the Reincarnation Paradise. Kaka kaka. The ground started freezing as Aokiji reached the roof where Susiao was, and golden light flashed in the distance, which should be Kizaru that wanted to prevent Susiao from escaping. The admirals are really terrifying. Susiao's body started turning transparent, which made Aokiji's expression change as he moved fast to grab Susiao's neck with his hand. Unfortunately for him, his hand passed through without him grabbing anything as Susiao disappeared. The transmission is complete. The hunter is now in his exclusive room. The exclusive room is absolutely safe. No one can enter it except with the hunter's permission. The hunter is back to the Reincarnation Paradise. Starting evaluation of quest completion. Derivative World, 1 piece. Difficulty, LV.3. Open worlds are different depending on the region. Source of the world obtained, 41.3%. Number of quest completed, 7, main quest times 5. Side quest times 1, hunting quest times 1. Overall evaluation, S. Note, the evaluation start from E to S+. The evaluation is calculated by the sum of the source of the world and the number of completed quests. Collecting the source of the world. Collecting the source of the world is completed, giving the reward to the hunter. Rewards, 20 attribute points, including the ones gained in the derivative world, 26,000 paradise coins. The overall evaluation is S. The hunter is currently LV.9. Hunter level +4. Hunter's current level is 10, hint, the hunter didn't pass the first order trial yet. Hunter can't raise to a level higher than 10 before completing the trial. Hunter's level is 10, inventory's space increased to 10 cubic meters. The hunter is level 10, the trial will be conducted in the next derivative world. Note, hunter obtained 3 S evaluations respectively, S times 2 and S times, special reward, inventory increased to 15 cubic meters. The rewards have been stored in the hunter imprint automatically. Su Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the various items in his inventory. If he uses everything efficiently, his power would increase by half or even more. Chapter 367. Su Xiao didn't want to leave the exclusive room at all. All he wanted was to sleep. Falling down on the bed, he fell asleep in mere seconds, and he didn't even have time to take off his clothes. He was exhausted after 5 intense consecutive fights. After sleeping for a long time, Su Xiao woke up when he heard biting sounds. The sofa was once again sacrificed. "Bob, come here." Bob was gnawing on the sofa vigorously, but when he heard the voice behind him, his body trembled, and stiffly turned to look at Su Xiao. Su Xiao's meaning was apparent in his eyes, "Come here, I promise not to kill you." Woof. Bob barked with his head down and his tail clamped. It was a typical attitude for dog admitting their mistakes. Don't nibble on the sofa in the future. Use dumbbells. The sofa is expensive. Su Xiao got up and showered. He felt refreshing, and all the fatigue was gone. He got out of the room and brought Bob along toward a restaurant to eat. Then he directly went to the Attribute Enhancement Hall. He is used to enhancing his attribute first and then adapts later. Su Xiao directly paid 100 paradise coins to use the hall. Welcome to the Attribute Enhancement Hall. Your row attributes are listed below. Strength, 32. Agility, 32. Vitality, 23. Intelligence, 32. Charm, 3. Available points, 20 points. The main attribute of the hunter are strength, agility, and intelligence. Please give priority to upgrading them. Su Xiao discovered that vitality was as important as strength and agility in a fight. It can stop many abilities and ascertain his survivability and resistance to abnormal status. When Su Xiao fought the offender, his vitality was temporarily increased to 35, the poison was no longer lethal, and the damage he received was greatly reduced. This time, Su Xiao had 20 attribute points. He decided to increase his vitality since he was a loner and a melee specialist. Furthermore, if his vitality was low, his strength, agility won't greatly improve even if he assigned points to them. After some consideration, Su Xiao decided to assign 4 points in strength, 4 points in agility, 4 points in strength, and 8 points in vitality. Su Xiao's vitality instantly reached 31 points, and with his items bonus, it is now at 33 points. Attribute points distribution completed. Enhancement starting. The enhancement process will be accompanied by great pain. Do you want to use anesthesia? Yes, no. Su Xiao never used anesthesia before, and he didn't plan to do so in the future because I can affect the enhancement. As the enhancement started and compared to previous times, it was less painful. His body already carried 3 balanced attributes, so the enhancement of these 3 felt almost natural to him. After that, Susiao moved his shoulders and chose to enhance his vitality. He clenched his fists as energy surged through his body. Susiao took a deep breath, and his lung capacity increased, and various organs become energetic. Not only that, but the muscle in his whole body changed in quality. His body shape didn't change, but his ability to take damage was greatly improved. Susiao estimated that he can hold his breath for 5 to 10 minutes now, maybe longer. Now Susiao's raw attributes, without items, became Strength, 36. Agility, 36. Vitality, 31. Intelligence, 36. Charm, 3. The 3 charms attribute was the most eye-catching for Susiao. He didn't know what it could do, but Marvin Waltz has warned Susiao that he should develop as an all-rounder. Marvin's most likely meant combat-related development, strength, agility, intelligence, and vitality. Susiao's previous properties were low, and most likely, Marvin was talking about his vitality. As for the charm, in Susiao's view, it's an attribute used for summoners and diplomats. For example, the beautiful young woman from before had a charm above 25 points. When Susiao looked at her, he wanted to jump her down. But Susiao didn't want to pay dozens of precious attribute points on such a thing as getting the favor of others. Instead, he hoped to get stronger. Enhancing the charm may help people enjoy themselves as others fawned on them, but Susiao preferred to use power. Susiao used his power to negotiate with plot characters. He decided to abandon charm for the time being. If he needed to, he would improve it in the future. Leaving the enhancement hall, Susiao directly went to the skill upgrade hall. People were coming and going out of the skill upgrade hall. You could even see contractors discussing things about skills and whatnot. Susiao didn't care about which skill he needed to upgrade. After all, he only had a few skills that he needed to upgrade to the top. The skills were only useful in the hands of skillful people. If someone relied only on the skills, he wouldn't last long. The timing, terrain, and advantages one had to consider are what make a skill dangerous or not. If you make a mistake, you die, and relying on skills would just make you easy prey if someone had a way to block them. When Susiao fought with other contractors, he found out that they would pause for 1/10 of a second before deciding which skill to use. In that 10th second, he can easily kill them with a single blow. Susiao entered the skill upgrade hall. Suddenly a bunny girl ran over with small steps. The bunny girl was wearing a low-cut outfit and stocking on her legs. Although she was wearing a revealing dress, she looked cute, not like a prostitute. "Hello, Lord Contractor, I'm Service Stuff 1312 in the skill upgrade hall." The bunny turned sideways and gestured for Susiao to follow. "May I ask what is the service that Lord Contractor needs?" Susiao thought, the staff here are too formal here. "Upgrading active skills." "Lord Contractor, please this way." The bunny girl led the way. Although she seemed enthusiastic, she still had her professional side. Soon, Susiao arrived in front of a hall looking the same as the attribute enhancement hall. Suddenly a prompt popped up in front of him. "Please select the skill you want to upgrade." There was only one skill on the list, and that is Rokushiki Saru. Improving Rokushiki Saru, active, requires 2,000 paradise coins. Susiao's expression darkened, but he still needed to improve Saru. Chapter 368. Upgrade. You chose to upgrade Rokushi Saru LV.3 by spending 2,000 paradise coins. After paying, Susiao's surrounding darkened, and a light figure appeared in front of him. The figure leaned forward, and with a standard Saru, he became translucent in a burst of speed, which made Susiao see exactly how the force was applied in the legs to use Saru. After the demonstration, knowledge started pouring inside Susiao's brain, making his understanding of Saru improve. After 10 minutes, the darkness disappeared. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.4. The increase of one level wouldn't cause any apparent change. Susiao obtained 76,864 paradise coins in One Piece's world. He decided to upgrade Saru as high as he can. The quality should change if he managed to upgrade it to max level. Susiao started paying paradise coins and upgrading Saru. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.5. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.6. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.7. Susiao's paradise coins were rapidly decreasing, which made Susiao's pockets feel the pain, but he needed to increase Saru's level to max to gain the most advantage he can. With such a movement technique, he would be able to reach his targets instantly. 2 hours later, Susiao's face turned green. The number of paradise coins needed for each upgrade increased along with the level. But he needed Saru to reach max level to receive a new ability. 2 hours later, Susiao's face darkened, as the paradise coins needed exceeded his imagination. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.11. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.12. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.13. As the level increased, Susiao's understanding of Saru soared. He felt like he practiced Saru for 10 years already. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to LV.20. Rokuseki Saru has been upgraded to max level. As such, an additional ability can be added. The hunter can choose from the following options. 1. Overload, reduce the interval between each Saru and reduce speed by 40%. 2. Unhindered, use Saru in any terrain without any impact. 3. Speedster, reducing casting time by 50%, increase speed by 300%, and increase the interval between each use by 3,000%. There were 3 options and 3 paths he can develop in. The first option is likely used to escape. The second option lets him use Saru in any terrain such as mountains and forests. The third option had great advantages, but its weakness is also apparent. The increase in speed and reduction of casting time made Saru terrifying, but the increase of the cooldown time made Susiao hesitate. After all, 3000% is like one use in 10 minutes. Susiao was hesitating between the first and third options. After a long time, Susiao chose the third option. You pick Speedster. Rokuseki Saru has changed accordingly. Although the cooldown was increased, in the end, Susiao didn't learn Saru to fight using it. His main purpose is to get close to his enemies as quickly as possible to make close combat easier. Susiao checked the new Saru, which dramatically changed. Rokuseki Saru, LV.20, active. Skill effect, super high speed straight line movement technique. The range is between 2 to 50 meters, at which the speed will reach the maximum speed the body can withstand. Hint, every time you use Saru, 50 stamina points are consumed, and the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Hint, you can correct your position or stop during the movement. When Susiao left the skill upgrade hall, he wanted to test his new Saru and look at the door. Saru. With a swoosh, the contractors could only see a shadow flashing by. Susiao was satisfied as he stood outside of the skill upgrade hall. The casting time is short, and it was extremely fast. His dynamic vision could barely keep up with that kind of speed. If he uses this technique to get close to a mage, the mage would be dead before realizing what happened. So far, Susiao can be called the mage killer. If he encounters a mage in the future, the fight will be his fastest so far. Getting back to the exclusive room, Susiao took out the few soul crystals he had and the great swordsman's swordsmanship journal. First, he wanted to upgrade Azure Steel Shadow, which was at level 9 currently. He previously had a feeling that once Azure Steel Shadow reached level 10, a big change will happen. With soul crystals in his hand, Suxiao spent 1000 paradise coins. Azure Steel Shadow has been upgraded to LV.10. Azure Steel Shadow reached level 10, unlocking new ability, Manipulator. Suxiao didn't check the prompt yet, as he felt the energy of Azure Steel Shadow in his body rapidly changing. After increasing his attributes, his mana reached 893 points. In less than 3 seconds, his entire mana was consumed and converted into Azure Steel Shadow's energy. Azure Steel Shadow's energy circulated in Suxiao's body before it gathered together and compressed. Suxiao felt severe pain in his chest and instantly put a hand over it with a frown. The pain lasted for half an hour before it disappeared. Suxiao was covered in cold sweat. When the pain receded, the Azure Steel Shadow's energy was already reduced by half. To be precise, the Azure Steel Shadow's energy wasn't reduced. Instead, it was compressed. Suxiao immediately checked Azure Steel Shadow's new ability. Azure Steel Shadow, LV.10, active. Condition: after activating Azure Steel Shadow, 1 to 30 mana points are consumed per minute. Mana consumption can be freely controlled. The Azure Steel Shadow will be automatically turned off when mana is lower than 1%. Skill effect: after using Azure Steel Shadow, each attack will burn 5 to 50 mana points of the target and cause some true damage. The target will feel intense pain from the mana burn effect. The mana burn and true damage depend on the amount of mana used by the hunter. Hint: if the hunter manipulates Azure Steel Shadow to consume 30 mana points per minute, the Azure Steel Shadow's energy will reach its peak, and after 10 minutes, a new effect will be added. Mana Combustion: the next attack will cause 60% of the target's mana consumption as true damage. If the target consumed 100 mana points, Mana Combustion would cause 60 true damage to the target. Hint: Mana Combustion's cooldown is 48 hours. Azure Steel Shadow got even stronger. Now Suxiao can freely control his mana consumption when activating it, and if he used it to the max, after 10 minutes, his attack would be terrifying. Basic attack plus sword damage plus Azure Steel Shadow plus Mana Combustion. If a mage was fighting others and Suxiao appears when he already can use the Mana Combustion, it would definitely be a one-shot kill. Feeling his new power, Suxiao was happy, but Azure Steel Shadow wasn't the climax yet. He still had 3 soul crystals, medium, and the Great Swordsman's Journal. Chapter 369. Suxiao picked up 3 soul crystals, medium, and tried to upgrade his swordsmanship, which was LV.10 currently. Upgrading swordsmanship LV.10 requires soul crystal, medium, times 1, 6,000 paradise coins. Although the price wasn't low, it was within Suxiao's budget, and it's undoubtedly the best choice currently. The soul crystal is Suxiao's hand shattered as the paradise coins decreased. Swordsmanship has been upgraded to LV.11. Swordsmanship has been upgraded to LV.12. Swordsmanship has been upgraded to LV.13. Suxiao used 3 soul crystals, medium, and 18,000 paradise coins to upgrade his swordsmanship. These were all Suxiao had, but it was worth it. Half an hour later, Suxiao opened his eyes as he felt different when he held Dragon Flash. But it didn't stop there. Suxiao picked up the Swordsmanship Journal, which can add 5 levels to swordsmanship. Use the Swordsmanship Journal of a Great Swordsman, yes no. As Suxiao replied with a yes, the space around him suddenly flickered. Suxiao was taken aback as he found himself inside a dojo. Looking around, Suxiao felt familiar with this place. This is the trial ground. Suxiao was puzzled. He didn't know he came here with a scroll. My disciple, let's start. Suxiao looked closer to the sound source and found an old man with long fluffy blonde hair and a will stuck to his head. The man is the Golden Lion, Shiki from One Piece, a famous pirate who lost his legs when he escaped Impel Down, which was the first escape in Impel's history. Su Xiao was puzzled. He thought that he would just increase his swordsmanship by 5 levels directly after he uses the journal. But it didn't seem to be the case. The Golden Lion himself was here to guide him in his sword skills until it increased by 5 levels. Although it was different from what he imagined, Su Xiao was overjoyed. This is more reliable than just increasing the level without any experience. If someone from One Piece used this journal, they would have to read it slowly and understand it to improve. Still, since it passed the Reincarnation Paradise inspection and was of dark purple quality, the Reincarnation Paradise omitted the reading process and changed it to summoning Shiki directly. Assisted training mode is turned on. Following this prompt, Su Xiao's mind became clear, and his ability to understand new knowledge improved greatly. The time lock is completed. This scene will disappear after the hunter's swordsmanship increase by 5 levels. If the hunter is found to slack off in this training, the training would end directly. Su Xiao nodded. Don't just stand there. Let's get started. Shiki urged Su Xiao, who pulled his sword instantly. Su Xiao got the feeling that Shiki is only here to teach him swordsmanship. He didn't intend to teach anything else. First of all, you have to understand what a sword is and what it means to swing a sword. Shiki started imparting his knowledge to Su Xiao without reservation. Su Xiao listened carefully and absorbed knowledge like a sponge to water. After Shiki explained everything, he took out his 2 swords, Oto and Kogarashi. After a few minutes of sparring, Su Xiao lost, and Shiki wasn't even using his full power. Your foundation is solid, but something is missing in your swing. Shiki sat down cross-legged. Shiki wrote this journal before he lost his legs. That's why his legs were still intact. In the early stages of swordsmanship, the fights are all about power and skills. But at high levels, it is different. The so-called swordsmanship isn't only about techniques. Still, a process to become stronger, it needs the understanding of one's self, the understanding of one's heart, and the understanding of one's sword, even the understanding of nature. Shiki pulled his Oto, and suddenly, the sword engulfed in flames. Remember, practicing swordsmanship is a process of breaking through yourself and becoming stronger from inside out. At your current level, you don't have to care about the basic movement. Slashing, swinging, and thrusting are already integrated into your blood. You can use standard movements subconsciously. Su Xiao didn't say a word as he didn't want to interrupt Shiki's teaching. This was a precious experience that he can't let go of. Don't get confused, don't doubt yourself. Whether your swordsmanship is used to kill or save people, it's your ability. Recognize it, understand it, and keep getting stronger. Swordsmanship is never perfect. Su Xiao pulled Dragon Flash, and his body relaxed before he slashed out. Under the guidance of Shiki, Su Xiao's swordsmanship soared as his understanding of swords got deeper and deeper. Su Xiao didn't know how long it took, but the Reincarnation Paradise's prompt appeared in front of him. Swordsmanship has been upgraded to LV.18. After this, the scene in front of Su Xiao suddenly changed. Shiki disappeared and the dojo along with him. Su Xiao returned to his exclusive room. Although he was reluctant to give up such an opportunity, he was helpless. His swordsmanship has already reached LV.18. Don't get confused, don't doubt yourself. Understanding of nature? The process of getting stronger inside out. This makes sense. Su Xiao slashed out Dragon Flash through the air making. Su Xiao almost heard a sound of excitement from his sword. Light blue sword energy broke out of Dragon Flash, and as it reached the refrigerator not far away, and left a slash mark on it. Su Xiao was stunned. He lowered his head and glanced at Dragon Flash before looked at the refrigerator, not far away. He just sent a compression air slash. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. Although the power behind the slash was very weak, this was a signal that his swordsmanship already reached a very high level. This is the start of a legend. If you can't use compression air slashes, then you are limited to ordinary attacks, and you will be ordinary your entire life. Su Xiao had a hunch that once his swordsmanship reaches LV.20, his power will be greatly enhanced. A blade of compressed air once again flew out of his sword. After a few tries, Su Xiao put Dragon Flash away and walked out of the exclusive room, going straight to the arena. He was matched against the rank 17th in the arena. 5 minutes later, Su Xiao walked out as he gained a new understanding of his own power. The 17th contractor was a bit unlucky. She was a mage, a delicate blood mage. After being slashed twice by Su Xiao, the mage directly decided to surrender. If Su Xiao's previous combat power is 100, then he was at least 200 points currently. Since his main attack style is his swordsmanship, the increase of 8 levels doubled his combat power. Swordsmanship, LV.18, passive. Skill effect, increase the attack power of swords by 77% and greatly improve swordsmanship. LV.10 additional ability, rhythm of all things, advance. This ability can't be enhanced in the Reincarnation paradise. It can only be trained manually. No matter how he looked at this, his current swordsmanship was scary. Su Xiao was in a good mood as he returned to the exclusive room, and along the way, he bought snacks for Bob with 800 paradise coins, which made Bob really happy. Sitting cross-legged, Su Xiao took out a bunch of scarlet cards and 3 treasure chests. Scarlet cards x10, blue treasure chest x2, and purple treasure chest x1. Su Xiao took out Destiny Redemption as it was time for the Luck King to shine. Chapter 370. Su Xiao took out the scarlet cards and prepared to open them, but scarlet cards took too much time, and he won't waste the Destiny Redeemer, T/N, I forgot that it's named Destiny Redeemer in the previous chapter. He will open 10 scarlet card, that means 30 items can be obtained from them. Su Xiao didn't hold much hope. After all, they belong to not so strong contractors. Use scarlet card. Yes, no. A bloody red vortex opened in front of Su Xiao as he decided to start opening the scarlet cards. Su Xiao had long understood how bad could the items he got from there be. He felt as if he was buying a lottery ticket when he used the scarlet cards. Seeing the vortex, Bob's ears stood up as he leaned close to Su Xiao as if he wanted to say, "Lord, you're too unlucky, let me try instead." Su Xiao understood the meaning behind Bob's gaze, so he said, "I have obtained a purple weapon from one of those, have some confidence in me, will you?" Bob rolled his eyes and sighed. He got a purple ring. Su Xiao stretched his hand into the vortex and felt a smooth and supple object in his hand. His face changed. He was familiar with this thing. It was most likely underwear. Throwing it aside, Su Xiao grabbed another object. This time the item in his hand felt normal, so he took it out. You obtain TMT potion. TMT potion. Origin, a certain magical index. Quality, green. Type, potion. Effect, heal 30% of HP while adding +1 strength, vitality, and charm for 15 minutes. Rate, 26. Description, TMT potion is a product of the fusion between magic and science, with no side effects. His luck was good. The first item was already a potion. Let's continue. Su Xiao once again plunged his hand into the vortex. He could only judge the items by hand without seeing them. Su Xiao caught something and felt a bit strange. He could tell what it was. Su Xiao just pulled it out. Looking at the item in his hand, Su Xiao's expression didn't change. Bob curiously looked at the oval-shaped plastic balls in Su Xiao's hand and out of curiosity but a switch on the wire between the balls. Buzz. The balls started vibrating, making Su Xiao stiffen as he hurriedly turned it off. Su Xiao directly threw them into the trash as he was sure now that this scarlet card belonged to a female contractor. Now, he still had one chance. Su Xiao once again put his hand in and pulled another item. It was lipstick. Su Xiao wasn't disheartened as he pulled the other scarlet cards. You got beef, 1.33 kilograms. You got razor, common item. You got socks, common item. You got Durex, strawberry flavored. Su Xiao clenched his teeth and almost cursed, especially when he got the strawberry flavored Durex. The number of scarlet cards started decreasing, but he got nothing, and after 10 minutes, only 3 cards remained. He got items out of the scarlet cards, such as white quality items which their total price didn't exceed 3,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao finally understood that those contractors were too weak. Although equipment quality wasn't what defined if someone was weak, they still were indispensable auxiliary items that add a great deal of power. Woof! Bob barked and mentioned for Su Xiao to let him try. Su Xiao nodded. Bob directly put his head into the next vortex while wagging his tail. Soon, Bob emerged with an item which stunned Su Xiao. Scepter of the King. Origin, Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress. Quality, green. Attack power, 1329. Type, weapon. Durability, 27/31. Requirement, 12 points or more in intelligence. Effect, crown, passive, reduce casting speed by 30%, and reduce consumption of mana by 3. Rate, 29. Description, the king is no longer here. The only thing left is the scepter. Price, 3,600 paradise coins. Bob actually managed to grab a green scepter. The scepter's value was at least 8,000 paradise coins since it's for mages. But Bob's good fortune ended there. The other 2 scarlet cards only yielded 3 white equipment. After that, Su Xiao directly sorted out the items and stored them. White items x8, green potion x1, green items x1. 10 scarlet cards produced almost 10,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao didn't want to open any more scarlet cards anymore. Now, he brought out the treasure chests. With a cigarette in mouth and Destiny Redeemer in hand, Su Xiao started to smoke. Su Xiao instantly grabbed a treasure chest blue that Jabber dropped. Open treasure chest, blue, yes no. Without hesitation, Su Xiao opened it. You got 3,000 paradise coins. You got rum. You got special rope. Rum. Quality, blue. Type, consumable. Effect, after drinking the whole bottle of rum, movement speed increases by 15%, pain resistance increases by 60%. Plus 3 strength, agility, and vitality. Rate, 60. Description, never provoke a drunk person. This rum has a good effect and was very suitable for combat, especially pain resistance. And the special rope was a green weapon, which didn't have anything special. Su Xiao had a hunch that this thing may prove difficult to sell. After all, he didn't see any contractor fight with a rope before. The first treasure chest was good. Su Xiao still had 1 minute and a half before his luck drops back. The second treasure chest was the one dropped by Fakura, and Su Xiao didn't expect much from it. You got 1,000 paradise coins. You got 2,100 paradise coins. Su Xiao expected this and got excited at the last treasure chest. The purple treasure chest. Open treasure chest, purple, yes no. Open it. Su Xiao said, and suddenly purple rays shone from the treasure chest. The purple treasure chest flashed. Chapter 371. The purple treasure chest flashed, making Su Xiao lean forward in anticipation. BB nearby did the same as he looked at the shiny light. The purple light continued shining for a long time before retreating, revealing 2 items. Seeing the items, Su Xiao's heartbeats accelerated. At this time, A fruit that looked like a banana with strange patterns was on Su Xiao's hands. This is a Zoan devil fruit. You got Zoan type devil fruit. You got Devil's Whisper. Ox fruit, model, giraffe. Origin, One Piece. Quality, dark purple. Type, devil fruit, consumable. Effect, after eating the devil fruit, the user will be able to transform into half a giraffe or a full giraffe and go back to his human shape as he wished. Hint, after eating the devil fruit, the user gains strength +7, agility +8, vitality +10, intelligence +3, charm +5. Hint, devil fruits are weak to sea stone and sea water. If the user responded quickly and got out of the water, he won't be affected, but if 60% of his body was submerged in the water, he would lose his strength. Rate, 259. Note, dark purple items are rated between 151 and 260. Description, the power of a devil? No, this is normal power. Su Xiao looked at the devil fruit and was hesitating. He didn't know if he should eat it or not. After all, the devil fruit added 33 attributes points and is considered a huge sum for Su Xiao. But Su Xiao didn't find anything else useful in this devil fruit except for the attributes. Changing into a giraffe? That wasn't Su Xiao's style at all. After careful consideration, Su Xiao didn't eat the devil fruit. He didn't if this devil fruit conflicted with the shadow of the law or not. If Su Xiao learned a skill that conflicts with shadow of the law, the latter would deconstruct the former directly, but devil fruits are different. Their power isn't law, and the quality was as high, he didn't know if he would survive the shadow of the law chose to deconstruct it. Su Xiao directly decided to sell the devil fruit. The enhancement of the attributes was very attractive. The development of power can't be exploited easily. Eating something like a devil fruit of the Zoan type wasn't the most advantageous. Su Xiao stored the devil fruit and looked at the other item. Devil's Whisper. Origin, unknown. Quality, purple. Type, consumable, 1/1. Effect, after using this item, you will obtain passive skill, Power of the Devil. Power of the Devil, each attack causes 3 true damage. Rate, 150. Description, the power of the devil is formidable. Devil's Whisper was a black wood carving, about 10 centimeters in length, and the carvings on it seemed lifelike. Su Xiao frowned. Even though the power of the devil's damage was very low, it was still true damage. Using Devil's Whisper, a new passive skill was added to Su Xiao's skill list. Power of the Devil, LV.1, Passive Skill. Skill Effect 1, each attack causes 3 true damage. Skill Effect 2, you can offer to increase the level of power of the devil. The higher the quality of the item, the stronger power of the devil will get. The hunter has learned a new ability, Power of the Devil. After checking, the power of the devil and shadow of the law is 89% compatible. Power of the Devil has been added to the list of the shadow of the law's skill. Seeing the new message, Su Xiao was lost in thoughts. It seems that as long as skills compatibility was high with the shadow of the law, it will be integrated with it, or else, it will be directly deconstructed. Su Xiao took up a white quality item and attempted to sacrifice it. Black energy suddenly appeared out from Su Xiao's hand, giving him an ominous feeling. Su Xiao frowned. In the meantime, the azure steel shadow's energy suddenly rushed toward the black energy. Ah! A pitiful ghost shout rang out as the azure steel shadow started devouring the power of the devil's energy. Shadow of the law, you're an inheritor. A loud voice entered Su Xiao's ears, but the latter saw nobody nearby. Good, the shadow of the law has an inheritor. They weren't exterminated. Our demon clan is good friends with the shadow of the law inheritors. An inheritor actually gained our devil powers unexpectedly. This is a miracle. The sound seemed full of excitement and warmth, as if the one behind it saw a family member. This second-rate power of the devil is too degrading to a shadow of the law inheritor. The third generation of the shadow of the law was our demon clan's benefactor. I will give you the purest power of the devil. It doesn't have any disadvantages. The voice beside Su Xiao's ears vanished, and the black energy suddenly became blood red. The azure steel shadow's energy rushed toward the blood red energy, which didn't resist and was gradually pushed out of Su Xiao's body. The blood red energy didn't dissipate, instead, it formed a blood red cross on Su Xiao's hand like a red tattoo. As if feeling that no other energy contended with it, the azure steel energy returned to Su Xiao's body calmly and allowed the devil's power to be stored on Su Xiao's body surface. Your passive skill, the power of the devil, has changed and evolved into Devil's Mark. Devil's Mark, LV.1, Passive Skill. Skill Effect 1, causes 10 true damage with each attack. Skill Effect 2, you can increase the level of the Devil's Mark by sacrificing items. You have reached an equality contract with the higher demons. Su Xiao didn't know what happened, but he knows one thing. The shadow of the law inheritors didn't only have enemies, but allies too. And those allies are extremely generous. Su Xiao attempted to sacrifice a white quality item once again, and it quickly vanished. After the sacrifice, the Devil's Mark increased to level 2 and the true damage increased by 3. Obtaining such a skill made Su Xiao happy and in a good mood. From now on, the equipment that he didn't need and didn't have much value can be fed to the Devil's Mark. And if each level can increase 3 true damage, then the tour damage will be insane at a high level. Chapter 372. Su Xiao sorted out the items in his inventory. He already opened the scarlet cards and treasure chests. Now, he didn't have many things left. Soul Crystal, small, X1. Silver Medal of Honor X1. Devil Fruit, dark purple, X1. Scepter of the King, green. Paradise Coins, 29,900. Su Xiao's power upgrade is finished and now what's left is easy. He needs to sell items and activate the alchemy pharmacy. But before doing these, Su Xiao was going to use the Silver Medal of Honor. The Honor Store is a special store for hunters in the Reincarnation Paradise. To Su Xiao, this was the only benefit he had from being a hunter. The Honor Store is in the corner of the exclusive room, and Bob didn't dare go there. It looked like a vending machine. There are 2 things that Bob didn't dare eat in this room, the first is Su Xiao, and the second is that vending machine. Bob had thought about gnawing that thing, but the consequences would be dire. Hunter is welcome to the Honor Store, please read the following conditions. 1. Items in this store can only be exchanged using the Medal of Honor. 2. The items from this store are locked and can't be traded with other contractors. 3. The hunter is forbidden from mentioning the existence of the Honor Store to anyone, or else he would be executed. 4. There are few commodities in the Honor Store, and they are limited supply. 5. No exchange will be refunded. There are more rules, but Su Xiao had read them already. The Honor Store is indeed a store, but the items inside are from the Reincarnation Paradise. Su Xiao used his hand to open the Honor Store, and it directly changed. Hunter holds a Silver Medal of Honor, which can be exchanged for the following items. Soul Crystal, medium, X1. Price, Silver Medal of Honor. Honor Recovery Medicine X1. Effect, after use, restore full HP and MP in 2 seconds. Price, Silver Medal of Honor. Immunity to main quest failure penalty. Effect, may exempt the user from attribute or paradise coins deduction due to the main quest's failure, can't exempt the user from the Reincarnation Paradise's execution. Body examination and restoration, 1 time only. Effect, may conduct an all-round examination of the hunter's body and fix any internal injury or disease and return the hunter's body to the optimum condition. Hint, this item can't be exchanged in any of the following attributes surpasses 50 points, strength, agility, vitality. Price, Silver Medal of Honor. 4 choices and Susya already removed the first. He had other methods to obtain the soul crystals, he didn't need to waste the Medal of Honor. The other 3 were really tempting, as one can be used to recover from any injury on the battlefield in just 2 seconds, the other can remove the penalty from the quest failure, and the last one can restore the body to the maximum of its ability. The reincarnation paradise already washed Susiao's body from all diseases when he first joined, but this wasn't removing the disease, it's restoring his body to the best shape it had. Susiao's choice was hard, the 3 were good items. He closed his eyes and sensed his body, and to his surprise, he felt pain in his chest. The Shigan, finger gun, chaotic tempest Keiku used and the end of the battle destroyed Susiao's internal organs, and if his body wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have survived. Although returning to the reincarnation paradise healed him completely, but he still felt the pain in his chest. Not only that wound, even the wound he received in the Akame Ga Kill world, Attack on Titan world, and every world he visited and was injured inside left behind some alignments. With a quick thought, Susiao made his choice. I want the body examination and restoration. Susiao knew that without a good body, he wouldn't have an easy road in front of him. Both swordsmanship and shadow of the law inheritance requires a strong body. Examining the hunter's body. Examination complete. Restoring damaged spots, lung, liver, heart, vertebra. Susiao was stunned by the amount of damage his body had. A rib is seriously out of place. Leg bone has 3 fractures not thoroughly healed. Various issues appeared in front of Susiao. His body really endured too much of a burden when he fought. Restoration about to start, asking the hunter to take a break. After the reincarnation paradise's last prompt, Susiao felt drowsy as his body relaxed. The recovery function is activated. 100 L water from the fountain of life has been collected. Susiao heard this and directly went into a deep sleep. Large green water droplets emerged in the air and enveloped Susiao's body. At this time, Susiao was dreaming, he was in a large grassland shining due to the rays of the sun shining in the blue sky. In the exclusive room, water from the fountain of life enveloped Susiao's body as all hidden diseases and wounds started healing quickly. Susiao was immersed in his dream. He suddenly ran into a sheep on the grassland. The sheep didn't know what's going on, so it stuck its tongue and licked Susiao's face. Susiao wanted to drive the sheep away, but for some reason, he couldn't move. The sheep sat on Susiao's face and continued licking his face. Susiao opened his eyes, only to see a dog in front of his face. At this time, Bob was sitting on Susiao's chest and licking his face. I knew it was you. Veins popped out of Susiao's forehead. Bob realized that he did something bad and directly hid under the bed. Susiao stood up and immediately noticed the change in his body. His body seemed like new, it's as if he washed it from inside out. He didn't feel any pain or anything else from his body. Instead, he felt relaxed. Taking a long breath, Susiao did some basic exercises. After an hour, he was sweating all over. He sighed in relief as his body was really healthy. Once he checked his status, he was surprised to see his attributes increased. Strength, 38, increased by 2. Agility, 37, increased by 1. Vitality, 33, increased by 2. Intelligence, 36. Charm, 2. Chapter 373. After taking a cold bath, Susiao brought Bob out of the exclusive room toward the market. He will now sell the items he had, which are, Scepter of the King, green, Scepter of the King, green, and Devil Fruit, dark purple. There weren't many items, but the Devil Fruit alone is enough to stir a storm in the marketplace. Moreover, Devil Fruits were a well-known power system in the Reincarnation Paradise, along with Haki from One Piece's world, Chakra from Naruto's world, and Nen from Hunter x Hunter's world. Those four systems were sought after everywhere in the reincarnation paradise due to the high potential they had. None had medium difficulty, but the full potential of that energy is unknown. Devil Fruit and Haki were very different than ordinary power systems because Devil Fruit is only hard to obtain, while Haki is hard to learn, but their potential was outstanding. Spiritual Pressure, Ryatsu, belongs to the Shinigami from Bleach, could be grouped with the other four power systems, but this one is the hardest to develop. There was a contractor that once learned how to use spiritual pressure. Unfortunately, he died in his third derivative world due to a lack of resources to develop his spiritual pressure. Most people can't decide whether Haki was better or Devil Fruits were better. Devil Fruit was expensive, very expensive, while Haki was hard to learn. The market was filled with contractors, and most of them were strolling around, waiting for an opportunity to make it big. Susiao directly rented a stall and priced each item. Scepter of the King, green, was 8,000 paradise coins, and special rope, green, was 3,000 paradise coins. The special rope can be sold to the reincarnation paradise for 2,300 paradise coins, making it 3,000 for people is reasonable. Even so, Susiao wasn't confident that anyone would purchase that rope. Susiao was having a hard time right now. He doesn't know the asking price for the Devil Fruit. 100,000 paradise coins. Too low, 200,000. Still too low, Susiao shook his head. Suddenly he had an idea. After hesitating a little, he put the Devil Fruit's price as 1 paradise coin. Right, just 1 paradise coin, but it can't be bought directly as the buyers had to bid. As soon as someone bids, a counter will start for the next 10 minutes. If no one else bids, that item belongs to him. If Susiao didn't like the price, he could withdraw the item he put for bidding by paying 500 paradise coins. That was the auction feature, and most people don't use this option because it generally had no use if the item isn't valuable. Susiao changed the stall's name to High Quality Booth, and finally, the stall was open. Bob curled up between Susiao's feet. For some reason, he didn't like crowded places. Susiao did nothing and sat still in the booth. Because this time, he needs to pay attention to the buyers. A weak contractor wearing glasses walked past the booth. He didn't see the Devil Fruit clearly, but soon he stopped and went back. As if he saw something unbelievable, the contractor took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes before looking again, and it was still there. The Devil Fruit was still there, and the price was 1 paradise coin. The contractor was enveloped in ecstasy. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately pressed buy but was surprised that it was a bid as the reincarnation paradise's prompt appeared in front of him. You have successfully made a bid. If no one made another bid in the next 10 minutes, you would receive the item. 9 minutes 59 seconds remaining. The contractor was stunned for a while. It was as if he won the lottery prize, but the money will go to charity. Friend, I bid 80,000 paradise coins for the Devil Fruit. Those are all my assets. Although the Devil Fruit is highly rated, it's a Zoan, it is the weakest Devil Fruit. The contractor tried to bargain with Susiao. I'm more inclined to have it auctioned. This made the contractor speechless. He silently raised his bid to 50,000 paradise coins. Even then, it was still cheap. Bob raised his eyes at the contractor and sighed. Human beings are too greedy and naive. The temptation of a Devil Fruit was unstoppable. 10 seconds later, another contractor was attracted. The contractor stopped in front of the booth and saw a Devil Fruit being sold at 50,000 paradise coins, but he noticed it's a bid as he was about to buy it. The contractor didn't choose to bid. Instead, he prepared to watch from the sideline. Fuck, Devil Fruit bid. The contractor yelled, catching every other contractor's attention. Quickly, many contractors swarmed Susiao's booth. Dark purple quality? What is that? Isn't the highest quality purple? A newcomer looked at the devil fruit stat with surprise as he drooled. Dozens of contractors swarmed the booth as the surrounding became noisy. This is the first time I saw a devil fruit. This thing is powerful. It can add 33 attribute points. It's not something we can buy. Ha, weak ducks, this fruit belongs to me. A contractor pushed the crowd away as he walked toward the booth. He didn't look at the devil fruit. Instead, he looked at Susiao, sizing him up. After observing for some time, the contractor shook his head and raised the bid to 58,000 paradise coins. It noisy at first, but Susiao noticed that some contractors hurriedly left the area. They should be on their way to inform others. More and more contractors arrived, and the price of the devil fruit steadily rose. Chapter 374. The news about the devil fruit traveled across the market, and as Susiao predicted, it became the center of attention of everyone in the market. But he didn't expect the situation to be this exaggerated. Most of the contractors or workers in the market moved their booths beside him, the place became crowded, and shouts of anger echoed from time to time. "It's that bastard who touched my chest. You get up now." A female contractor turned red as she was molested. "Don't step, hey stop, that's my face." A contractor fell to the ground and was stepped on by the others. At this time, Susiao's stall was full of contractors, asking for the devil fruit's price and auctioning their own. From 58,000 paradise coins, to 60,000, then 65,000, 70,000. It didn't take long for the price to reach 123,000 paradise coins, and nobody could increase the price anymore. The devil fruit was worth more than that, obviously, but nobody there had over 123,000 liquid money. Suddenly, a few messages reached Susiao. "We have found your location in the real world, hand over the devil fruit, or you will die." Anonymous contractor. "Our 7-star guild bid 160,000 paradise coins, close the auction and let's trade privately. How about an exchange? I don't have paradise coins in hand right now." There were many threats and others who sincerely wanted to buy the devil fruit, but their price wasn't high enough. Before long, the devil fruit's price reached 150,000 paradise coins, and no one raised the price for 2 minutes. After no one bid for about 5 minutes, a female contractor wearing a wizard robe squeezed into the booth. The female breathed a sigh of relief with a helpless face. It was dangerous for her to squeeze into the crowd like that. Susiao instantly felt the water element around the mage and concluded that she was a water mage. She didn't wear heavy makeup, but she was still beautiful. "I finally got here. Those people are crazy." The female mage picked up the devil fruit and nodded in satisfaction. Susiao's brows rose as he saw this. Being able to pick the devil fruit means that she was the one who bid 150,000 paradise coins. "This thing is very suitable for old Scar. I don't know what will happen to him when he eats it." The water mage smiled sweetly while several contractors were looking at her dumbfoundedly. "Get out of the way, don't squeeze, where are you touching, you stupid big?" A man stepped forward. He was wearing a leather jacket with only 2 buttons fastened, showing his muscled chest. A few contractors followed behind him obediently. The water mage's face changed when she saw this man. Her rival has come. The water mage looked at Susiao and wanted to talk to him, but suddenly her eyes widened, and her body froze. In her perception, Susiao looked like a demon, her natural enemy even. She had to suppress her instinct, or else she would have fled already. "Kui Mo, you're here too," the man said in a frivolous tone as he couldn't hide the desire in his eyes when he looked at the water mage. The water mage Kui Mo chuckled. She can't control people's gaze, but she was still unsatisfied. "Crow, do you want to fight with me?" Kui Mo's voice was gentle, but you could feel her firm attitude. "Of course, let me think about it." "You bid 150,000 paradise coins already?" Crow knelt and nodded at Susiao with a smile before sending a message. Brother, let's cooperate in pitting this woman. She killed a good brother of mine before. It's a win-win situation. After sending this message, Crow remembered a movie he saw before and wanted to imitate that movie's main character. Crow made his bid, which made everyone speechless. Crow bid 150,001 paradise coins. Crow, what is the meaning of this? Kui Mo's smile disappeared. She instantly raised the price to 160,000 paradise coins. Crow smiled in contempt and once again raised the price by 1 paradise coin. Kui Mo made a helpless expression. You win, you can take the devil fruit. Crow didn't care about Kui Mo's compromise. He would be dreaming if he thought that 160,000 paradise coins could get him this devil fruit. Susiao didn't say a thing from beginning to end. He is only watching those two perform. After a few minutes, Kui Mo seemed unable to stay down and bid once again. She raised the price to 170,000 paradise coins. Crow followed suit and added 1 paradise coin again. Kui Mo hesitated for a few minutes this time. The auction will end in 10 minutes, and if she didn't raise the price, Crow would get the devil fruit. After 9 minutes, Kui Mo raised the price to 175,000 paradise coins. Crow smiled triumphantly and once again added 1 paradise coins and left a message to Susiao. Brother, after the transaction is successful, you have to share with me. This woman can pay at least 300,000 paradise coins. I will use 1 paradise coin to drag her down today. Crow, are you looking for a fight? Kui Mo's patience gradually wore down. You killed my brother, so don't even dream about getting the devil fruit. Hearing this, Kui Mo's face became cold. She waited till 9 minutes and 40 seconds before bidding 180,000 paradise coins. Crow once again added 1 paradise coin, which made everyone, including Kui Mo, speechless. Everyone knew that the one who will get it, in the end, is Kui Mo if this continues. Just when Kui Mo was about to raise the price again, someone said, "Your acting is pretty good, you too." A man wearing a full body armor stepped forward. Crow's mouth twitched as he was about to curse that man, but he was stopped by Kui Mo. Crow, it seemed we have been seen through, so our temporary alliance end here. Kui Mo turned around and left, ignoring Crow, who was opening and closing his mouth. We almost succeeded. Crow was upset as he looked at the armored guy. The man raised his chin and said, "You can take a look at the stall owner's expression." Crow turned around and saw Susiao looking at him with, "Please continue your performance." Susiao was oblivious at first, but when Crow sent the message, he felt something wrong. Moreover, the price they put seemed high, but it didn't meet his expectation. The two were taking advantage of people's greed. Crow was responsible for acting as if he wanted Kui Mo to spend more money, and the latter was responsible for raising the price. "Hey you, I will pay 180,000 paradise coins for the devil fruit, whether you want to or not." The "whether you want to or not" was spoken loudly by Crow. He was threatening Susiao. He was a ruffian in real life, and as he gained more power in the reincarnation paradise, his personality became even worse. Chapter 375. Do you accept a fight to the death in the arena? Susiao instantly looked at Crow and asked. You. Crow didn't expect Susiao to be so ruthless and said. You watch out. Crow said this and left directly. I have 50,000 paradise coins, which is somewhat embarrassing, but we can talk about an exchange. The armored man took out 2 weapons and an item. Susiao inspected them, and his pupil shrank. They were 3 dark purple items. Victorious Spear of War. Origin, Full Metal Alchemist. Quality, dark purple. Type, weapon. Durability, 83-83. Attack power, 100-130. Requirements: Strength 30, Intelligence 40. Effect: Eternal Victory. Passive increases the effect of mana attacks by 200%. Rate: 251. Description: Victory belongs to the goddess. Price: 68,000 paradise coins. Vorpal Windbreaker. Origin: Bleach. Quality: Dark Purple. Type: Windproof Coat. Durability: 6767. Requirement: Strength 30, Agility 30. Effect 1, Night Mist. Passive: reduce the probability of being discovered at night, Strength +4, Agility +5. Effect 2, Anti-penetration. Passive: can avoid being penetrated to a certain degree. Effect 3, Self-repair. Passive: after taking damage, consume some mana to repair the windbreaker. Rate: 236. Description: The King of the Night. Price: 61,000 paradise coins. New Life Transmutation Array. Origin: Reincarnation Paradise. Quality: Dark Purple. Type: Consumable. Effect: this item can give an artificial creature, or energy creature, a living body. This item will improve the original ability of the creature using it. Rate: 193. Description: nothing is impossible. If there is something you can't do, then you lack material. Legendary Alchemist Khan. The 3 items quality was the best Susiao saw till now. The first item's attribute seemed simple, but Susiao knew that anyone who uses a spear wouldn't mind going bankrupt to obtain it. The armored man took 3 dark purple items simultaneously, which means he wasn't ordinary. If I'm not mistaken, your dog is a Taigo. It stuck to you even with your cold temperament, which explains everything. The armored man said with confidence in his judgment. Bob laid on the ground without saying anything. Although he didn't show anything, Susiao, who spent all his time with Bob, could tell that he desired that new life item. Bob's wisdom was getting higher and higher, and he understood that he was a Taigo, just a tool. Even when Susiao put him away, he turns into a glass ball, which saddened him. But Bob didn't show it, and now that the opportunity for him to gain flesh and blood arose, it longed to gain them. Although Bob can eat normally, he doesn't have a sharp sense of taste. It was only 1/10 of normal creatures. He didn't even need to sleep, and the reason it did sleep was to pretend it was an ordinary creature. T/N, about to cry for Bob. The new life transmutation array for the devil fruit, how about this? The armored man suggested. The new life transmutation array, along with the windbreaker, and the devil fruit is yours. Susiao touched Bob's head as he said this. 2 pieces for 1, not good. The devil fruit has the potential to grow stronger. Susiao explained. The armored man nodded. Okay, deal. Susiao was taken aback that the other party agreed. This is something he never expected. Although the new life transmutation array price and the windbreaker are similar to the devil fruit, he expected more bargaining. But I have a condition. The armored man said, as Susiao instantly knew that it wasn't that simple after all. In the future, if you meet one of my men, even if you two are hostile, after defeating him or them, please let them live, just one. After this transaction, you owe me one. Susiao frowned as he didn't know who he was talking about. My name is God Sovereign. You fought my subordinate before. Susiao was shocked. This was Mad Milk's boss, the boss of the God Sovereign's Guild. After hesitating for a while, Susiao nodded. I will do it once. If I can defeat them, I will let them go once, but only once. Yes. There is a reason why God's Sovereign Guild could fight with the brigades, and that is because of this person who kept them united. But if the brigades were to unite as well, God's Sovereign Guild would be done for. But an organization like the brigade aren't fated to unite, they have few rules, and some members never met before. After the transaction was completed, Susiao got the new life transmutation array and the Vorpal windbreaker. He instantly equipped the windbreaker, which is the first dark purple item Susiao wore. Susiao directly went back to the exclusive room along with Bob. He sat on the bed and carefully checked the new life transmutation array. This thing will allow Bob to become a high-level creature, far beyond his current rank. Bob will also be able to grow stronger in the future after using this item. Are you sure you want to use it? Susiao placed a new life transmutation array in front of Bob and asked. Bob has accompanied him for a long time, and he was loyal to the end and will be there when he needed him. Woof. Bob barked. He already decided that he didn't want to turn into a glass ball anymore. Only by becoming a living being can he feel the temperature of his owner's body. Well, even if it fails, I will find a way to return to Akame Ga Kill World and repair you. Bob directly bit on the new transmutation array. A circular formation appeared around Bob while Susiao sat on the bed and waited. The formation lasted for 6 hours before it disappeared. A grey cocoon appeared in Bob's place. It was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Ka. Cocoon breaking SFX. Cracks gradually appeared on the cocoon as Bob rushed out of it. Susiao looked at Bob up and down, but he didn't find anything different except his presence. He felt alive. But looking at Bob's eyes, Susiao knew that Bob was still dumb. Meanwhile, Bob was excited. He finally becomes a living being instead of an item. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise echoed through the room. Bob just hit the refrigerator and destroyed it. Susiao's mouth twitched. This was the fridge he bought 3 hours ago. Susiao ignored Bob and instead inspected his property for any change. Bobni, servant. HP, 100%. Mana, 270. Strength, 23. Agility, 27. Vitality, 25. Intelligence, 27. Charm, 43. Skill 1, Full Speed Charge, active using this skill, Bobni's speed increase by 150%. Consume 12 MP per minute. Bob can carry heavy items. Skill 2, Snow Goddess's Blessing, Halo restore 1 HP every second. Doesn't consume mana. The effect of the skill increase based on intelligence. Skill 3, Loyal Protector, active consuming 50% mana, Bobni can heal 60% of his master HP in 3 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Skill 4, High Level Life Form, active Bobni can evolve by eating strong creatures. Skill 5, Loyal, passive Bobni's loyalty is maxed out and locked as such. There is no room for betrayal. Skill 6, You Can't See Me, passive, used by choice Bobni can hide in any terrain. There is always a hiding place for Bobni. Susiao was stunned as he looked at Bob's property. Especially that charm stat. It's 13 times higher than his own. However, Brittany's core skills didn't change, but he was stronger. Bob ran towards Susiao. His gaze seemed to say, Master, I seem to be getting handsome. If Susiao was a mage nemesis, then Bob was the girl's nemesis. Susiao can't be affected by Bob's charm since he was the owner, but others didn't have that privilege. Bob is currently the most handsome dog, probably in the world. Chapter 376. Bob gnawed on a fleshy bone in the exclusive room and enjoyed it greatly as he gained his new body. Susiao sat on the bed with a piece of equipment in his hand. It was the special rope. The scepter of the king has been successfully sold at a price of 8,000 paradise coins. Right now, Susiao had 37,890 paradise coins. The special rope wasn't sold, and now, he had 2 options left. The first is selling it to the Reincarnation paradise, and the second gives it to the Devil's Mark as a sacrifice. In the end, Susiao decided to sacrifice it. The Devil's Mark level didn't change, but it wasn't far from level 3 right now. As the alchemy bomb manufacturing reaching max level, Suxiao wanted to try making Sun God Wrath in the Reincarnation paradise. To his surprise, the materials needed for the bomb cost 80,000 paradise coins plus soul crystal, small, plus 500 MP. Suxiao instantly gave up making Sun God Wrath and tried making a top-grade alchemy bomb. The hunter doesn't have sufficient materials and needs 300 paradise coins to get them. Suxiao sighed in relief as the top-grade alchemy bomb didn't cost much compared to Sun God Wrath. Without making a bomb, Suxiao instantly changed to the alchemy potion manufacturing. Alchemy potion manufacturing is locked. To unlock alchemy potion manufacturing, you need to upgrade alchemy bomb manufacturing to level 10 and pay soul crystal, small, x1 plus 10,000 paradise coins. Suxiao didn't hesitate and unlocked it. You have successfully unlocked alchemy potion manufacturing. Alchemy level 2, alchemy potion manufacturing. 1. Low-level alchemy secret potion, requires 120 MP, green glow glass, life essence, pure spring water, blooming tree fruit, crystal bottle. The cost for the materials of the low-level alchemy secret potion was 800 paradise coins plus 120 MP. The paradise coins were sufficient to create many potions, but he didn't have enough mana. When he got the Devil's Mark, all of his mana turned into a sewer steel shadow's energy. After dealing with everything, Suxiao's mind was relieved. With 27,890 paradise coins in his pocket, inventory, Suxiao left the exclusive room. Before leaving the exclusive room, Suxiao looked at Bob and felt uneasy. He was going to the trial hall, and Bob didn't have to come with him, so he would leave him here alone. It should be. Okay, right. Suxiao left the exclusive room directly after. As his owner left, Suxiao felt like a boss in the exclusive room. He looked at his territory, thinking about what to nibble first. Suxiao fought against metal dummies in the trial hall. With his increased stats, he dealt with 300 dummy before he got used to the change. His vitality increased greatly, as well. He could even punch a dummy and feel nothing in his hand while the dummy would break. After combat training, Suxiao still has 20,000 paradise coins. Suxiao thought for a while before leaving 7,000 paradise coins and used the others. He used the auxiliary mode, and a prompt directly appeared in front of him. You picked auxiliary mode, please choose the mirror image level. Low-level mirror image 100 paradise coins per hour. Intermediate mirror image 1000 paradise coins per hour. Advanced mirror image 10,000 paradise coins per hour. Suxiao hesitated whether to summon an intermediate or an advanced mirror image. After some time, he decided to summon an intermediate mirror image. You picked intermediate mirror image, summoned character, Uchiha Sasuke. Please choose how many hours would you like to use the mirror image. 18 hours. Suxiao summoned Sasuke because the latter can help him with his energy. It seems the Sasuke that was summoned was already abducted by Orochimaru. We meet again. I want to continue where we left last time, attaching energy to weapons. Sasuke nodded as he heard Suxiao's words. It didn't matter to Suxiao if this was just an intermediate mirror image or not because all he cared about is the knowledge he would get. The energy in your body is very strong, but what's more important is that you control it freely, even though you need some more development. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword and added his lightning-attributed chakra into it. As he looked, Suxiao knew that Sasuke was very adaptable in controlling his chakra and adding it to the Kusanagi sword. This is one of your current issues, you wrap your energy around the weapon unevenly, but you can overcome this quickly. Another problem you have is developing the energy in your body. Sasuke started talking about how he developed his lightning chakra while Suxiao listened carefully. After a long time, Suxiao nodded. You have borrowed the sharpness of lightning. Susiao sat on the ground and looked a little hesitant. Right, many had developed lightning attributed chakra in a different direction, I took the path of sharpness. Susiao closed his eyes and started thinking, while Suzuki stood on the side without saying anything else. If I'm not mistaken, the density of Azure Steel Shadow's energy is dozens of times denser than Suzuki's lightning attributed chakra and could decompose other types of energies. This is a bit difficult. The Azure Steel Shadow doesn't have any characteristics toward sharpness, so Susiao could only rely on himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed brightly in Susiao's head. Chapter 377. How about vibrations? Huh? Vibration? Suzuki was puzzled. The density of the Azure Steel Shadow's energy is very high, and I can now control it very well. I'm going to try and vibrate the energy to add a penetrative sharpness to it. Although it was a good idea, it was hard to execute. That's feasible. I happen to know that there is a similar method in using wind chakra. Susiao started practicing according to Suzuki's understanding of wind chakra. Susiao started attaching a small amount of energy to the surface of Dragon Flash and manipulating it. Vibrate. The energy started twisting and, at some point, began drifting away from Dragon Flash. In the end, the energy scattered, and the experiment failed. While Susiao was experimenting, Suzuki was using his Sharinan to help Susiao. The frequency seems wrong, the energy must be kept at the same frequency all the time. To make Azure Steel Shadow vibrate in a constant frequency was harder than Susiao imagined. But even though Susiao failed in his first attempt, he knew that his idea was correct. Although it's challenging to execute, once he succeeds, it will significantly improve his power. Susiao didn't give up. He started trying again and again. Rome wasn't built in a day, and power won't just appear without hard work. 18 hours passed quickly, and the mirror image was about to disappear. Unfortunate, I'm just a mirror image. Susiao was taken aback by Suzuki's words. You know that you're a mirror image. Of course, I do know that I'm Uchiha Suzuki simulated by the Reincarnation Paradise. It's a bit difficult to explain, but if you happen to come to my world, remember to find me, we can cooperate. This made Susiao puzzled. Why? Because we both have the same purpose, revenge. Susiao shook his head, we aren't the same. I don't have a brother as kind as yours. Suzuki frowned. He still didn't understand his brother or what he did for him. His brother was the main reason he is one of the strongest people in Naruto. Although Suzuki was weakened in the following story, there is no doubt that he is one of the three strongest in that world. In Susiao's view, the strongest in Naruto's world were Madara Uchiha, Naruto, and Suzuki in the late stage. As for the cute beautiful woman Kaguya Otsutsuki, she wasn't the strongest. She was just like a contractor gaining an amazing skill but didn't have any fighting experience. After leaving the trial hall, Susiao went back to the exclusive room and was stunned. Bob. Susiao glanced around, looking for Bob. It was because he was hiding using his skill, you can't see me. Susiao looked at the mess in the room and decided to find Bob no matter what. At this time, Bob was hiding in the chandelier. His eyes were flustered. It was exciting to play, but the room was already messed up when he came to his senses. After searching for a whole hour, Susiao still couldn't find Bob. Come out. Bob jumped out of the chandelier. He knew that he did something wrong and acted cutely at Susiao. But his 43 points of charm were ineffective on Susiao. Suddenly, a slipper appeared in Susiao's hand. Bob was frightened as he teared up but didn't say anything. After spending paradise coins to buy new furniture, Susiao purchased some snacks for Bob. Bob was happy about the snacks, but he looked at the dumbbells from time to time. They can't satisfy him anymore. Susiao spent the rest of his time in the arena and making alchemy bombs. He made 6 top-grade alchemy bombs empty his mana. The hunter has reached the time limit of his stay in the reincarnation paradise. The hunter is about to be teleported back to his world. Please keep the reincarnation paradise rules in mind. You're not allowed to reveal anything about the reincarnation paradise in the real world in any form or way. Otherwise, you will be warned, and ignoring the warning will cause immediate execution. Start teleportation, destination, real world. Susiao rubbed his head as he returned to his villa. Since he may enter the reincarnation paradise at any moment, Susiao always kept his distance from other people. When Susiao reached the real world, his eyes became cold. He was ready for his revenge as he was strong enough. At this moment, Susiao felt something was wrong, but couldn't what was wrong. Woof. A dog barked, but Susiao was puzzled. He didn't have a dog. But this dog's bark was familiar. It's impossible. Susiao turned around, and Bob appeared in front of him. Bob was no longer a Taigu. He was a living being now, and when Susiao returns to the real world, as Susiao's servant, Bob will follow him to the real world. This. Susiao looked at Bob with a glow in his eyes. He checked Bob's status and found out that his attributes were the same, and his goddess halo is still working here. His HP is recovering by 1 each second. This was, without a doubt, good news. There are no potions in the real world, and if he gets injured, his only choice would be the hospital. But with Bob here, even if Susiao is severely injured, he can recover gradually without needing the hospital. Good, the plan will be smoother. Susiao picked his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Wei Dong speaking. I'm Susiao. Susiao contacted the scavenger, who were contractors working for the government in the real world. He wanted to go abroad, and for someone like him, doing that wasn't easy. He didn't want to be smuggled abroad. Since the scavenger organization helped him have legal status, it wouldn't do him any good if he leaves without informing them. I want to go abroad. Wei Dong was taken aback, and his attitude changed. He was excited. Where are you going? I will help you arrange the fastest flight. Wei Dong was overjoyed, and he secretly thought, it seems like our previous investigation is correct. I'm going. Chapter 378. The flight will depart in half an hour, but it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and the airport is a bit far. Do you need someone to pick you up? There is no need. I will rush over myself. Then, I wish you a pleasant journey. The passport is already being made, and someone will give it to you later. Susiao nodded. I can do one thing for you after I come back, and we will negotiate the specific at that time. Okay. Mr. Su, you're refreshing. Susiao ended the call. Susiao calling the scavenger was entirely due to the time. If he went by himself, he would need 10 days at least. But since there are people like the scavenger to help him, he will reach it soon. Susiao left the villa riding on Bob's back. He gave direction to Bob and asked him to rush at full speed. Bob ran on the highway at high speed, leaving behind a shadow. As Bob rushed forward, they passed a group of young men and women racing. As they felt the wind, a girl sitting in a sports car was stunned as the cigarette in her mouth fell on her tight. The girl screamed as she felt the heat. She shook her head after and thought she was hallucinating after staying up late. The young people continued racing, while Susiao arrived at a small airport. The people from the scavenger organization were waiting for him. Mr. Su, I've been waiting to meet you for a long time. After greeting them, Susiao boarded the special plane. Susiao underestimated the country because even with contractors, it was still stable, showing how strong it was. Moreover, the country became more and more prosperous in the past few years. When they boarded the plane, Bob became listless as he hated transportation. A day later, the special plane arrived at its destination. When he got off the plane, Susiao felt the heat of this place. Unlike a seashore city, the country where Susiao was in now was hotter. Mr. Su, because of some problems, we can only drop you here. As for the currency issue. The scavenger member was a little embarrassed and pointed at the few big sacks on the plane. This is. Susiao was puzzled. Did the scavenger put money on those bags? Mr. Su, those are 400,000 ZWD each, T/N, Zimbabwe's currency, which is equivalent to 10,000 UN. What? Susiao was stunned. He was now near Zimbabwe. The target for his revenge is in Africa, near Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's currency has half collapsed, and the currency of other countries doesn't flow too smoothly here. You can guess the reason yourself, but don't say it. Susiao had looked at the bags and started country, 1, 2, 10, 100 million. Susiao had about 200 million ZWD. It means that if he gambles, he can spend 100 million easily without worry. Okay, I will go, and if nothing unexpected happens, I will return in a few days. Susiao directly descended from the plane and moved toward a city close by. Here in Africa, the average income of the individuals was too low. To the people from his homeland, eating a meal was expected, but it was a luxury here. T/N, don't believe everything about this. Sure, there are people like that in some nations, but not all of Africa. As Susiao made his way to the city, he saw children begging for money, or so he concluded as he couldn't understand them. T/N, this part may contain some racism. I'm not responsible for it. Those children were black-skinned, and each time they see someone with yellow skin, they would run forward to beg. Susiao didn't give them anything because sometimes, doing good will have bad results. He can't let anyone know that he was rich. Although Susiao was strong, he didn't want a problem for no reason. His destination is Zimbabwe's border region. It was a location controlled by several military forces. Susiao took some effort to find a taxi, and due to the language barrier, Susiao spends a good while to describe where he wanted to go. And in the end, he didn't need to pay with money. Instead, he gave the driver a bag of biscuits. The little black brother smiled as he spoke as if he was rapping. It might be a racial talent. After reaching the border, the driver didn't want to move forward no matter how much Susiao increased the price. The black brother made a gun with his hand and pointed it at his head. He was trying to say that there were many guns there and he wouldn't go there no matter what. He concluded that he was out of Zimbabwe. There is no name for this place, but because diamond is produced here, some people call it Diamond Washing River. Susiao got down the taxi and rode with Bob. After 3 hours, a small town appeared in front of him. Finally, we're here. I still don't know how Africans participated in what happened back then. This was something that Susiao still couldn't understand, but he found his goal. Susiao entered the town into a market. The items here weren't just fruits, clothes, and so on, but also firearms. There are too many automatic rifles, but the AK was the most common. Bullets were all over the place, and even heavy machine guns were sold here. Susiao passed through the market and stopped in front of a yellow clay cake. He studied the clay cake for a while, and when the owner noticed his doubt, he picked it up, took a bite, and started chewing. It turns out the eating dirt exists, it wasn't a joke at all. Susiao urgently needed a guide and a translator, but it wasn't easy to find one. Susiao knew the approximate location of his target, but not the exact one. Chapter 379. In the border of Zimbabwe, Diamond Washing River Town. Inside a small restaurant, Susiao held a knife in his hand as he sat at a table with a greasy lamb leg in front of him. Using the knife, Susiao cut a piece of the mutton leg and handed it to Bob. He had been waiting for half an hour in this place, and after spending 50,000 RMB, he finally hired a guide. Unlike Zimbabwe, Diamond Washing River has two currencies used here, RMB and USD. The cause of that is the purchase of diamond here. A man in a suit suddenly entered the restaurant. The man had a kind smile on his face, but he had a bulge in his waist, which was definitively a pistol. The man looked at Su Xiao and said, "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Xiao Lei." This person spoke in Chinese with Su Xiao. "Hello, there is something I wanted to ask of you." Su Xiao put down the dagger in his hand and looked at Xiao Lei. Suddenly, Xiao Lei felt his body shudder as soon as he saw Su Xiao. Xiao Lei felt that this person was more terrifying than any warlord he knew. Xiao Lei started wondering about Su Xiao's background. He was asking himself if this person was really someone from Huaxia. And since when does Huaxia have such cruel people? "Mr. Su, please say what is it you need?" Although he said this, Xiao Lei was already considering how to get out of this. "I'm looking for a person, his name Samuel. He is my friend, and we haven't seen each other for a long time. I lost my phone in Zimbabwe and couldn't find his number, so I can't contact him." Su Xiao picked a bottle of white wine and filled the glass in front of Xiao Lei. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su. I don't drink." Xiao Lei stepped to the side and started thinking of a plan to get out of here. Of course, he knew who Samuel is. It was a warlord with thousands of soldiers under him and all kinds of weapons. He even had 3 tanks. "Although I really want to help Mr. Su, I have never heard about any Samuel." Xiao Lei got up and wanted to leave without mentioning the previous deposit he received. "Sit down." Su Xiao's voice was high, but Xiao Lei couldn't even take a step forward as he sat back down. "Drink this." Su Xiao pointed at the glass of liquor. Xiao Lei lowered his head in thought. 2 million, and I will drink a glass of wine." Su Xiao smiled upon hearing this. "We didn't meet today, and you have never heard of me. I will give you 3 million, enough for you to be rich when you return." Xiao Lei's breath became heavy, and after hesitated for a while, he picked the glass of wine and drank. "There are 3 million inside this card. The password is 888888. Su Xiao handed out a credit card as Xiao Lei directly took his phone to check the money. "Mr. Su, come with me." Xiao Lei walked out of the restaurant with Su Xiao and arrived in an alley. Samuel, 67 years old, a black-skinned, a local warlord. He is the biggest warlord in this area. His address. Xiao Lei drew a map for Su Xiao, and after he handed it to him, he left directly. He was eager to return to Huaxia. He came here to make money, and since he just made a fortune, he was going back. Su Xiao used the map to head toward his target while riding on Bob. An hour later, Su Xiao laid on a sandy slope with a camouflage suit. Even if someone walked beside him, he wouldn't find out that Su Xiao was hiding there. Su Xiao observed a castle half a kilometer away using a binocular. That's right, a castle. Samuel's house is built like a castle. He was an African tyrant. Su Xiao looked at the patrolling army around the castle before moving toward the courtyard. Thousands of heavily armed troops were patrolling that courtyard. On the tower not far away, Su Xiao saw a few gun barrels sticking out. There were at least 10 snipers and 1,200 soldiers. This isn't even the whole number. Su Xiao observed them for an entire day, waiting for an opportunity to sneak in. He concluded finally that without becoming invisible, he wouldn't be entering that castle. It's also impossible to pretend that he was a soldier, as the language barrier is a problem. Su Xiao picked up an army bag and said, "Bob, go to the other side and attract their attention." Su Xiao took out a bomb from his bag. Buying bombs here was easier than buying food. The red button will detonate it. Immediately run away after biting it. Bob lifted the bomb quickly and ran. 5 minutes later, the bomb exploded. The army beside the castle hurriedly started receiving orders to check out the situation, but most of the soldiers were still on guard. Although Su Xiao knew this would happen, he had a headache. "It seems like I can only break through." A long sword with a sheath appeared in Su Xiao's hand. This was Su Xiao's family sword. Su Xiao put on the backpack and leaned forward. His regular equipment was unusable in the real world. They were all put inside the inventory as soon as he gets here. As for skills, he couldn't only use passive ones. His current attributes were Strength, 38. Agility, 37. Stamina, 33. Intelligence, 36. Passive skills. Sword Mastery, LV.18. Absolute Magic Constitution, LV. Max. Mind Eye, LV.10. Spirit Shadow Physic, LV. Max. Devil's Mark, LV.2. Su Xiao was very strong in the real world, but not strong enough to face an army. Su Xiao rushed forward with great speed toward the courtyard. Boom! A dull gunshot sound echoed, and Su Xiao's pupil shrunk. Su Xiao was familiar with this sound. It was XM109 sniper rifle. The bullet flew by Su Xiao's ear as he dodged, and his black hair fluttered around. Boom! The bullet touched the sand and created a face-sized pit behind him. Chapter 380. Boom! 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 All 10 snipers aimed their muzzles at Su Xiao. Bullets hit the sand, making it fly in the air from time to time. Su Xiao activated a bomb in his bag with the sand cover and threw it toward the tower. Boom! Several tens of meters were caught in the explosion's radius, and a large part of the tower crumbled down. Su Xiao drew a pistol from his waist and aimed at the nearest tower. After a few bullets, one of the snipers was hit, reducing their number from 10 to 9. Just as Su Xiao was about to move forward, a tingling pain appeared on his shoulder. This tingling occurred when someone aimed a gun or a rifle at his body, and the tingling location is where the bullet would hit him. Su Xiao immediately turned to the side, and a bullet whizzed to the side. He quickly rushed toward a low concrete wall and hid. The castle was 10 meters away, but those 10 meters weren't easy to pass. Heavy machine gun roared as the wall where Su Xiao hit crumbled down. Misamoto. Stop the fire. T/N, Shona language. A small leader of the army ordered them to stop the fire, and at this time, a black-skinned man poured water on the machine gun's muzzle. Dangsanian Nuguibnika, Korean. The leader actually spoke in Korean as well. Dare di Suka. Japanese. This time, the language changed to Japanese again, and after finding that Su Xiao still didn't answer, the leader frowned. Who are you, and why did you attack us? Su Xiao understood. Who am I? I'm a lost traveler. The fluent Chinese made the leader stunned. How could people from that place attack them? They cooperated for a long time. The leader stopped talking. He pointed the sniper rifle in his hand toward the concrete wall and fired. Boom! Debris flew as a hole appeared very close to Su Xiao. Su Xiao clearly knew that he wouldn't be able to block a sniper rifle's bullet. If he is shot in the head or heart, he will die. He wasn't strong enough to ignore fire weapons. Su Xiao took out a small mirror to check the situation beyond the wall, and to his surprise, 4 tanks moved out of the castle. The cannons on the tank changed direction towards Su Xiao slowly. Su Xiao directly threw 2 smoke bombs not far away. As soon as the tanks fired, the place was filled with smoke. Su Xiao was grateful for this smoke, or else he would have died. The thick smoke enveloped the tank and the soldiers who directly started shooting in the smoke. Su Xiao pulled his sword from his waist as he blocked the bullets one by one. A sniper bullet grazed Su Xiao's back, but he was lucky that it didn't cause severe damage. Su Xiao didn't care about the pain at all. He could endure this pain without a problem. Su Xiao rushed forward toward the tank with the smoke blocking their vision as it moved back, trying to get out of the smoke screen. Su Xiao reached the tank with his sword in both hands in a few steps before he slashed at the barrel. The steel barrel fell as Su Xiao slashed once again. Su Xiao's sword mastery was level 18, so cutting steel was easy. The driver of the tank was dumbfounded as the power disappeared from the tank. He wasn't familiar with this thing and could only find someone to repair it when it stops working. The driver suddenly felt severed from his neck. Su Xiao stabbed the tank a few times until he saw blood on his sword. The smoke was getting thinner, so Su Xiao rushed toward the castle. As soon as he entered the castle, Su Xiao was greeted by a heavy machine gun. Bullets rained down on Su Xiao as he rushed to the side. As he entered the room on the side, Su Xiao leaned against a wall as several bloody holes appeared on his chest. Su Xiao pulled out an orange bullet stained with blood, putting his finger into one of the holes. He threw the bullet down as the fire stopped outside. In a room on the castle's top floor, a shirtless black old man looked at a large screen not far away, which was divided into 4. It was the monitoring system of the castle. The black old man was Samuel, Su Xiao's target. 2 people were in the same room as Samuel, a white man, and a yellow man. Mr. Samuel, it seems that there is an accident in the transaction, so let's terminate it. The yellow man got up as he didn't want to participate in this mess. He was here only for the diamonds Samuel is selling, after all. Okay, Mr. Wang, sorry. Samuel spoke fluent Chinese as he came in contact with them often here. There will be a chance to cooperate in the future. Although there were explosions outside, the Chinese man's expression was calm. After all, he was here for a transaction, nothing else. Unlike the others, the white man looked at the screen blankly. God, is this really a human? Did he use a cold weapon to smash bullets? I must be dreaming. Samuel glanced at the white man and shook his head. If anyone can save him today, it's the one who left. But their relationship wasn't deep, and he won't participate in this mess. Mr. Statham, you can leave too. Samuel said lightly without any change of expression. No, how can I leave without discussing our transaction? Samuel waved his hand. I don't need the batch of weapons. You can go. Statham's expression changed. Samuel, what are you saying? The weapons are already on their way. Statham was angry. You said the same thing twice before and demanded advance payment. Samuel looked up at the screen, which was now white as the camera was destroyed. Statham no longer maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Boom. Suddenly the door was shattered as Statham shook. The smoke and dust enveloped the place, and when they dissipated, a bloody man with a long sword walked into the room. Many corpses were scattered on the corridor behind him, and the walls were covered in blood. Chapter 381. The sword seemed to awaken when blood covered it and slid down its blade. This. Statham opened his mouth slightly as the cigarette in his fingers dropped down with no sound. Su Xiao looked at the 2 in the room, one black and one white. The black man was Samuel, while the white man should be Samuel's partner. I don't know who you are, but... Statham didn't finish his words, and a bullet pierced his head. Su Xiao didn't want to hear his voice now. Samuel looked at the fallen Statham and sighed. If I guessed correctly, then you are surnamed Su. Samuel's Chinese was standard, 2 people in this whole place can speak Chinese, and Samuel is one of them. Yes, it seems that you do have something to do with what happened that year. Su Xiao dropped the gun from his hand as he walked toward Samuel with his sword. His foe was just an ordinary person. Su Xiao imagined that Samuel would be a contractor since it was so complicated, but it didn't seem to the case. I'm related, but I only had a small role. Samuel sat down without moving. If I remember correctly, your name should be Su Xiao. Yes. With his enemy in front of him, Su Xiao's hand clenched tightly on the sword. If I told you that none of the people you've met killed your parents, would you believe me? What do you mean? Samuel pulled his shirt to reveal a crisscross-shaped scar on his chest. This is a wound your father left on my body, at a distance of half a kilometer. If he wanted, I wouldn't have survived. Su Xiao was stunned seeing the injury on Samuel's body. That's impossible. My father is just an ordinary man. Samuel smiled mockingly. An ordinary man? He is just a good father in your eyes. The Blood Eagle is an ordinary man? This is the funniest joke I heard in a long time. We should have killed you back then, the son of the Blood Eagle and Poison Orchid. It's a pity that you were rescued. But compared to them, you're too weak to be qualified to hear about them. Samuel spat black blood with a smiling face. I'm just a person who had a small part in it. To investigate that accident as you are now would be helpless. You're this weak and dared to go abroad. You're not ready yet. Samuel's body dropped down. He didn't think about escaping at all, because since Su Xiao's could find him, then it means that those people abandoned him. Su Xiao confirmed that Samuel was dead and directly rushed out of the castle. Su Xiao rode on Bob's back toward the airport. He confirmed one thing, his parent may not be ordinary people. He was investigating in the real world for many years without any result. But he wasn't discouraged, at least right now, the cloud that covered this was lifted a bit. The clues he needed should be in the reincarnation paradise. Blood Eagle, Poison Orchid, those kinds of nicknames used in the reincarnation paradise, no one would use aliases like that in the real world. He must get stronger, he wasn't strong enough. Samuel didn't seem to fear death, and since he killed himself, it means that most of his words were true. Su Xiao had to get stronger in the reincarnation paradise and get closer to his parents' killer. He needed to calm down and deal with the situation calmly. Bob dashed, and in a short while, they reached the airport without any accident. Samuel revealed a message for Su Xiao, it was safe at home but dangerous to go abroad. Regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not, Su Xiao didn't ignore his words. After getting on the plane, Su Xiao went back home a day later. Back to the villa, Su Xiao leaned on the sofa. It turned out more complicated than I thought, but the path is clear now. If his enemy is in the reincarnation paradise, no matter how strong he is, Su Xiao will catch up to him, even if he had to work 10 times harder or even 100 times. Compared to finding a wife and living his life, getting old, and have kids, he preferred fighting in the reincarnation paradise. The reason he was given a choice to be a hunter at first is clear. It was because of his special talent, ability, Devourer. As for the origin of that ability, Su Xiao knew it was not inherited from his parents. It's because if his parents had that same ability, he would have noticed it when he was younger. Su Xiao becoming a hunter had nothing to do with his parents, and he believed that his parents wanted to prevent that no matter what because the reincarnation paradise was a place where the strong eats the weak. A few days later, Su Xiao calmed down and got ready for the next world. The next derivative world is critical, it is where he would get his rank up. If he passes the test, Su Xiao will be promoted to the second rank, and he will be able to level up beyond level 10. If he failed the promotion 3 times, he would be changed from hunter to contractor directly. The next derivative world is about to open, the hunter will be teleported to the reincarnation paradise, please make sure there are no witnesses. Teleporting. Teleportation complete. Su Xiao appeared in his exclusive room and immediately opened his alchemy skill. He was ready to manufacture his first potion. After paying 800 paradise coins, Su Xiao's hand flashed, and a bottle appeared in it. Low-level alchemy potion. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, white. Type, potion. Effect, recover 19% HP after drinking. Rate, 9. Description, a product of alchemy. The Reincarnation Paradise checked the quality. After seeing the properties of the potion, Su Xiao nodded. It wasn't that great, but it was just level 1, after all. If he wanted to improve his potion making, he can't just manufacture potion by himself. He needed the backing of a prominent force in the derivative world. The best example was his bomb manufacturing that leveled up in just a day previously. Su Xiao made some alchemy bombs and kept his mana above 60%, which is enough for emergencies. He had 4,000 paradise coins left, so he directly headed toward the market to get some healing potions and products. As soon as he purchased them, the notification of the Reincarnation paradise appeared. 10 minutes before the hunter will enter the derivative world, Full Metal Alchemist. End of One Piece Volume. Chapter 382. Derivative World, Full Metal Alchemist. World coordinates are stable. Energy consumed, 0.021 ounce of space-time energy. According to the energy consumed, the contractor needs to reach rank C in his evaluation to at least or he will fail. The hunter won't have any main task in this world, and no hunting tasks. After finishing the promotion test, hunter will leave the world. Promotion mission left, 2/3, if the hunter fails 3 times in his promotion test, he will become a worker. Su Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and found himself on a bed with loose clothing on his body. He lowered his head to see and found himself shackled. He attempted to free himself, but he wasn't strong enough. He was in a prison cell with a bed and a toilet. On the wall, Su Xiao noticed blood stains, and from the smell, it was fresh. Bob wasn't inside with him. Instead, he was in the nearby prison cell, and his body was also tied with iron chains. Su Xiao noticed a guard wearing a blue military uniform outside his cell with his firearm ready in his hand. "I'm a prisoner? What a special identity," Su Xiao said sarcastically as he stood up and walked toward the iron bars of his cell. The guard was surprised and directly aimed his rifle at Su Xiao. Don't move. Go back and sit down," the guard said sternly with shaking hands. "Come here. The explosive flame is at it again." The guard roared at the guards to come over. Instantly dozens of guards hurried over toward the cell. "Ha ha ha, you're going to kill them again." A chuckle came from the neighboring cell. Su Xiao somehow recognized the voice as Solf. J. Kimley, the Red Lotus alchemist. Su Xiao was at a loss because he was sent into the prison to be a prisoner before he even got here. Su Xiao could tell that there was no other contractor here and immediately concluded that since this was his promotion task, he would be here alone. Suddenly, memories that didn't belong to him appeared in his brain. Byakuya, Explosive Flame Alchemist Master. Ishval Extermination War Participant. An alchemist master that once participated in campaigns several times, causing his mentality to deteriorate and killing soldiers belonging to the same army. After he received those memories, the devil's mark on his hand started changing as it turned into an alchemy circle. The Reincarnation paradise faked his identity as an alchemist master since he can alchemy bombs. Moreover, Su Xiao obtained some information that can help him much in the future. If he obtains a philosopher's stone, he can disregard the alchemy bomb's material, but he still needed a soul crystal to make Sun God Wrath. A philosopher's stone was not as strong as a soul crystal, which is why it can't disregard it. Su Xiao directly inspected his inventory and found 11 alchemy bombs, which was enough for now. "Don't get anxious. I'm just moving around since it's been a while since I walked." After hearing this, the guards relaxed. After a while, some guards entered the cell to clean the blood stains before leaving. After the other guard left, someone said, "Explosive Flame, you used your philosopher's stone, and your opportunity to leave is now gone." "Solf." J. Kimley chuckled, making Su Xiao astonished. It seems his current identity was friends with the Mad Bomber. Who knows? Before being sarcastic, you should think more about what you did. After all, I only killed some nameless soldiers, but you killed some higher UPS. His current identity was a good cover, and his task is still unknown. He can only watch the situation for now. I have a premonition that we are about to go out. The country will need sacrifices for what they are planning, and we will probably make the killing. Well, it is better than rotting in a prison cell. After saying this, Kimberly stopped talking. Susiao laid on the bed as he started thinking about his current situation. He concluded that it is currently the beginning of the show because from what he heard from Kimberly, he has been here for a long time. Since Kimberly was still here and wasn't transported out yet, it means that the plot is still beginning or didn't even start yet. World, Full Metal Alchemist. World difficulty, LV.10 difficult, difficulty is based on the hunter's rank. World source, 0%, the world source is calculated by how many missions and your interaction with plot character and each task's difficulty. Description, Alchemist Master and Homunculus Showdown. Alchemy techniques, alchemy is all about changing the material to another form. This is based on the equivalent exchange rule. The raw materials are exchanged for what you want to make. The transmutation process is divided into 3 steps: comprehension, deconstruction, and reconstruction. Alchemist Master abide by a single rule, which the equivalent exchange, and the only thing that can break this rule is the Philosopher's Stone. Promotion task, steal the power of God, fake. Main task, N/A. Hunting task, N/A. Warning, please don't mention reincarnation paradise in this world. If you ignore this warning, you will be executed. Hint, the hunter doesn't have a good grasp on this world's language. Use 100 paradise coins to grasp the language automatically. The world starts. After looking at the world's description, Susiao hesitated slightly before looking at the promotion task and frowned. Promotion task, steal the power of God, fake. Difficulty, LV.14. Task detail, capture the power of God using the Devil's Crystal Bottle. Task description, power of God, fake, is attached to the dwarf in the flask. Task time limit, 1 month. Completion reward, qualification for the promotion. Failure penalty, all attributes -10. Chapter 383. The dwarf in the flask is the boss in this world. It is named simply Dwarf in the Flask or Homunculus by the people of Xerxes. Van Hohenheim wanted to obtain eternal life, therefore, he created the Dwarf in the Flask. The Dwarf in the Flask is something stronger than a Philosopher's Stone, and it can create Homunculus. So, as long as the Dwarf in the Flask doesn't die, Van Hohenheim can live. After 380 years, Van Hohenheim ran into a woman and thought, why not start a family? That female gave birth to 2 boys, Edward and Alphonse. The mother died afterward due to an illness, and Edward blamed his father for it, so he changed his name to Elric along with his little brother. The 2 brothers started to dabble in alchemy techniques since young and finally committed a taboo. They tried to bring back the dead and resurrect their mother. The brothers couldn't resurrect their mother since she returned as a zombie, while Edward lost a leg and Alphonse lost his entire body. It seems that their little experiment did succeed, but it not on their mother, but on Alphonse. At the time, if Edward doesn't find a body for his brother, the latter will die, so he paid an arm to make his brother's soul enter an armor. The 2 brothers grew up and became the Full Metal Alchemist. Edward replaced his arm and leg with mechanical limbs while looking for a way to make his brother regain his body. In this world, the taboo can't be touched, and anyone who does can only have a bad ending. Opposing the will of the world will result in your death. Human transmutation. Susiao laid on the bed as he inquired from the reincarnation paradise whether it can revive people or not, and the answer he received was it can't because he was a hunter. It seems like I'm still too weak. While deep in thought, Susiao heard a dog's voice from his neighboring cell. Bob barked very angrily as if he was saying, "Give me food." "Bob, calm down." Susiao was waiting for the quest to start in 2 days. Suddenly a series of footsteps echoed from the prison's entrance. Susiao looked up and saw a military officer standing in front of his cell. This aura. Su Xiao looked at the officer and knew that he wasn't human. He can feel that this person wasn't a human being. Open the door. The officer said, and the guards reluctantly opened the door. Explosive Flame Alchemist, we are giving you a new opportunity. Are you willing to join the military again? Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. He felt that because the quest's difficulty was too high, he was given special treatment. It seems that you are going to let me out and provide the stones. He didn't mind joining them, but he wants to use any alchemy bomb unless they give him the Philosopher's Stone. Of course. That's good. Su Xiao sat up, and the guard suddenly walked forward, holding a key in his hand, but he didn't open the shackles. You bastard! The guard gritted his teeth, and his hands trembled. Obey the order. The officer said sternly as he looked coldly at the guard. As soon as the shackles were open, the guard felt guilty because the alchemist before him killed many people before. By the way, that is my dog. Bone eyes were filled with anticipation waiting for his master as if saying, Master must get me out, it not because I'm hungry, okay. Bob was quickly released, and the guards looked at him and couldn't help touching his head. His 43 charm points were working all right. The procedure was smoothly taken care of as Su Xiao changed his clothes to the usual ones. And since it was night, the windbreaker effect increased his attribute and stealth. In an old jeep, Su Xiao sat on the back with Bob while the officer drove. This time, I asked you to come out to deal with someone. We are short on manpower. Although it doesn't matter if some people are dead from the army, please don't kill them too often. The officer's voice and appearance changed rapidly as he changed into a boy with black hair. Chapter 384. The youngster's name is Envy, a homunculus made by the dwarf in the flask. The dwarf in the flask made a few homunculus with various sins. Lust, a pretty young girl that is more than 200 years old. Gluttony, a young fatty that is over 100 years old. Envy, a youngster over 100 years old. Greed, an adult male over 100 years old. Sloth, a robust man over 100 years old. Pride, a child that is 343 years old. Wrath looks like an average human and can change his age at will. He is currently a 60 years old man and current commander-in-chief of Ames Tries. His alias is King Bradley. From the 7 homunculus, Wrath was capable of aging, which allowed him to pass off as an average human. Wrath is a unique creation because the Philosopher's Stone that made him inhuman comprised only one soul, making him very strong and agile, but this didn't give him the ability to be as resilient as his brethren. If Su Xiao fought one-on-one against him, he didn't if he can win or not, but the fight will be interesting. As for the other homunculus, Su Xiao was pretty confident in defeating them. The strongest homunculus is Wrath, then Pride, and Gluttony. As for the others, Su Xiao can kill them if he had a Philosopher's Stone, he can kill them easily. No matter how resilient they were, if you kill them 10 times, 100 times, they will die in the end. Envy stopped the car on the roadside as he heard someone fighting. Your pocket watch. Envy took a silver pocket watch and threw it at Su Xiao. As soon as he touched it, a notification appeared in front of him. You have joined the homunculus camp. Intimacy level, cold, 0/200. After receiving this notification, Su Xiao tried to maintain his composure and plan for the future. Infiltrating their base will be difficult with the current intimacy level. This is the Philosopher's Stone. Envy threw a few Philosopher's Stones towards Su Xiao. The Philosopher's Stones was red, and its surface was smooth. Only a few. Su Xiao examined the property of the Philosopher's Stone directly. Philosopher's Stone. Quality, blue, quality increase with the size of the Philosopher's Stone. Type, consumable. Effect, may replace any kind of material, excess energy, 30/30ths. Rate, 70. Description, created using souls, the efficiency is low and a little unstable. Those are enough for your current mission. After winning, you can look for me and will provide more. Envy turned around to leave. Su Xiao looked at him going away with the car, as he thought about a way to snatch his philosopher's stone. Su Xiao didn't care about the way to make a philosopher's stone, he didn't want to create one. He just wanted to use them. Bang! An ice wall suddenly rose as Su Xiao evaded to the side. It seems like you are the target. Su Xiao saw a tall man with a ponytail and wearing a blue military uniform. His name is Isaac McDougall. His alchemy is all about ice, and he participated in several wars. Explosive flame, the military will stop at nothing to kill you for what you did. Su Xiao took a philosopher's stone in his right hand and consumed 30 mana, directly making a top-grade alchemy bomb. He usually needed 80 mana points to make top-grade alchemy bomb, but it only took 30 points this time. The alchemy bomb suddenly turned into a lance. Su Xiao threw the lance, and Isaac directly jumped down from the ice wall. Bang! The bomb exploded toward the sky in a surge of flames. Not far away, the main character, Edward, Elric, and his younger brother Alphonse witnessed the explosion. Who is this? An alchemist master. Edward and his brother wondered without approaching the explosion site. The flame alchemist Roy Mustang walked forward with a hideous expression. Was he released? Impossible, the military isn't that stupid. Roy sighed. Full metal alchemists, don't go forward. What? Bang! Houses and many buildings were destroyed due to the explosion that started occurring in the city. He was the explosive flame alchemist. Su Xiao stood in the fog as he couldn't see anything. What are you doing in the city? Isaac has discovered the city's secret, but he didn't know who is pulling the string behind the scene. He is here to kill the commander-in-chief, King Bradley, the homunculus of wrath. Well, he is naive. He thought that he could kill him, but he is too weak to do so. At such a close distance, you can't use your explosions, you lunatic. Isaac created a bloody icicle from his blood. Isaac can freeze any liquid. Yes, I can't. The philosopher's stone didn't have enough energy, and Su Xiao didn't want to use it again for now. Suddenly, Dragon Flash appeared in his hand as he stared at Isaac. A sword? You want to fight close and personal, explosive flames, you're looking down on me. Isaac grasped the icicle and rushed towards Su Xiao, but he wasn't an expert. A bright light suddenly flashed, and Isaac fell with his body slashed. I miscalculated. Isaac breathed his last. You killed Isaac. Isaac is an ordinary character, you obtained 1.2% source of the world, you currently have 1.2% source of the world. Your talent is activated, your mana increased by 11 points permanently. Each time Su Xiao increases his mana, his HP will also increase due to Spirit Shadow Constitution. Su Xiao checked if there is a treasure chest, but he didn't find any. Going out of the alley, Su Xiao saw several people watching. They were the main characters of the story. Edward, Alphonse, and Roy Mustang watched Su Xiao intently. Bob, come out. Bob barked as he suddenly appeared from God knows where. Chapter 385. How were you released? Show me proof of that. Colonel Mustang questioned as he stood in front of Su Xiao. I was releasing very strangely, but you seem to forget that we have the same rank and that you can't question me. Su Xiao said as he carried Isaac's corpse. There are many alchemists globally, but those who participated in the Ishval Civil War were few and far between, and Roy Mustang is one of them. The unusual situation is that Roy Mustang was left alone and granted the title of Colonel, which has only one meaning: the dwarf in the flask took a liking to his talent. This wasn't a good thing since the ultimate goal of the dwarf in the flask is the transmutation philosopher's stone. The dwarf in the flask is helping Ames tries expand for that exact purpose. He wanted to use a nationwide alchemy circle to sacrifice the entire country into making the transmutation Philosopher's Stone, and this circle needs 5 sacrifices for it to work. Those 5 can't be chosen casually, as they need to be powerful alchemists who opened the gate of truth before. Those 5 are Edward Elric, Alphonse Elric, Roy Mustang, Izumi Curtis, and von Hohenheim. Edward was a little pitiful, since his brother, father, and master were all chosen as a sacrifice along with him. Roy Mustang must be alive as well. That's why he was granted colonel's title and was left alone after Ishval's civil war. Su Xiao's goal was the dwarf in the flask, but he was very strong. In the original show, it was defeated only by everyone's joint effort, and knowing this, Su Xiao decided not to make a move on those characters. He also decided to weaken the dwarf in the flask. He planned on getting rid of the 6 sins, who were initially 7, but greed betrayed them. The second group is the military leaders who wanted to obtain eternal life by helping the dwarf in the flask. Su Xiao's highest priority was the 6 homunculus. The leaders of the military leaders are easy to solve, and he didn't want their enmity for now. To deal with the homunculus, he needs to infiltrate their lines and find their whereabouts. Otherwise, it will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But for the time being, there was no need for that as he knew the whereabouts of 2 homunculi now. Dealing with the first one is easy, but the other one is a bit troublesome. Su Xiao walked down the street, still carrying the corpse of Isaac. The 2 homunculi he planned to hunt weren't strong, but one of them had a troublesome ability, and if that ability hit him, he will have to pay a hefty price if doesn't die directly. Su Xiao took out a map and walked around searching for the institute. Su Xiao walked toward the institute and was stopped in front of the main entrance by the guards. Code 3T4M, fish, candy, lime. Hearing the strange code, the guard nodded. He didn't know what the institute was doing and was only tasked to let anyone know the code. Su Xiao entered the garden and looked at the abandoned buildings around with shattered windows and cracked walls. Su Xiao walked toward the alchemy base, which floor was stained by the blood that dried a long time ago. Very punctual, is the job done? Envy said after seeing Su Xiao. It is. Su Xiao threw Isaac's corpse at Envy, who kicked the corpse away after seeing the sword wound on his chest and belly, and he wrinkled his brow. Is this a sword wound? Yes. Did you do it? No, when I saw him, he was already wounded. It could be those youngsters. Su Xiao won't acknowledge that he wielded a sword. Youngsters. A blonde one should be in his teen and about 1.6 meters tall. His right hand is mechanical. So it's that fellow. Envy carefully looked at Su Xiao, searching for any deceit. Are you interested in obtaining eternal life? Envy asked. Eternal life? Within the same body? Yes, and no. Not interested then. Envy was shocked by hearing Su Xiao's response. Well, are you interested in obtaining Philosopher's Stone then? I'm naturally. Good, we can cooperate then, you help us, and we pay with Philosopher's Stone. I help you. Right, we have our sources, as I said, you help us with some things, and we pay with Philosopher's Stone. Su Xiao knew that it is his chance. Envy released him from prison exactly to help him join their group. I must see King Bradley then, as he is your leader. Ha, it doesn't matter if you see him. If you are willing to help us, you can even see our true leader, but now isn't a good time. Su Xiao showed intentional hesitation as if he was weighing the advantages and disadvantages, while Envy remained quiet, waiting for Su Xiao's decision. Chapter 386. If you want me to agree, show me your sincerity. Good. Envy pulled out a nail-sized Philosopher's Stone and threw it at Su Xiao. This is an advance payment. Su Xiao caught the Philosopher's Stone and inspected it. You obtained a Philosopher's Stone, purple, 470/470 energy. With this thing, Susiao can now increase his medical alchemy or alchemy potion manufacture's level. However, the energy wasn't endless, like in One Piece. He at least needed 4 of those Philosopher's Stone. Each time you help us, we will provide a Philosopher's Stone as payment. Susiao smiled as he felt that the negotiation couldn't end like this. He is an alchemist master who had a war trauma. If he so willingly accepts, he will be suspected. After all, he attacked an ordinary soldier because of that trauma and ended up in prison. Envy, I want to ask something. What? If I didn't guess wrongly, the energy you consume every day with Philosopher's Stone should be huge. Although Envy seemed like a youngster, this wasn't his true body. And you mean? Envy didn't feel comfortable. Consuming so much energy and being so strong. I even saw you heal yourself before. This is really interesting. Susiao sized Envy up and down as if Envy was a test subject for him to dissect. Envy thought of something, then he happily replied. You try, you die. Susiao hesitated for a few minutes, then turned around and left. After Susiao left, a shadow emerged from the basement. He wanted to dissect you a moment ago. Are you really sure that this person is okay? The shadow asked. It's because he is like that we can cooperate. Do you think a normal alchemist master will cooperate with us? He is one, and Kimberly is another. Because of his unstable mind, he is sometimes very calm, and sometimes he becomes insane. Envy had a headache because they needed help as their human resources are scarce. That's reasonable, it has its weakness and shortcoming as a plan, but he is a good human sacrifice. Yes, and because of this, Father made look for him. It's Father's order? Got it? The shadow vanished. This was Pride, who can integrate with shadows and attack with them. Susiao left the institute and strolled in the central city's streets. According to his memory, Susiao was close to his residence. As he reached the door, he pulled a key and opened the door. His residence was the same he remembered from the memories he received. He went to the bathroom to clean the blood and returned to bed to find Bob already sleeping there. He laid down beside Bob and pulled out his PC to solve puzzles as he was thinking about something else. He was wondering how to leave the city, as it was the domain of homunculi. If he kills homunculus one by one, he would be discovered and hunted down by them. Susiao slept that night without a certain plan. The next morning, he got out of bed, washed up, and started making primary alchemy potions. Because he made them with the Philosopher's Stone, he cannot take them out of the Full Metal Alchemist's world. The alchemy potion is unexpectedly expensive, so if he were to take them with him, he would make a small fortune. Another problem was the Philosopher's Stone. He can't find any in the Reincarnation Paradise, even though it wasn't hard to obtain one in Full Metal Alchemist's world. But even if he obtained many of them, he can't take them out of this world. Quick enough, a potion appeared in Susiao's hand, then the second, third. When Susiao's mana hit 400 points mark, he stopped making the potions, leaving him with 15 bottles. Looking at the primary alchemy potions, Susiao nodded in satisfaction. At least, he won't lack potions in this world. Meanwhile, since he had no hunting quest, he could sell the excess potions to other contractors. However, he needs to confirm that the quest of those contractors has no conflict with his own. His promotion quest probably didn't conflict much with the other contractors, as Susiao guessed that their quest would be defeating the dwarf in the flask or King Bradley. Although the alchemy potions can't leave the Full Metal Alchemist's world, the contractors should have some use to them here. Since the Reincarnation Paradise was being an $a hole about it, he had to find a solution to the excess potions. And since the Full Metal Alchemist's world is level 10, many contractors should be here. If he can mass produce the potions, his income will be phenomenal. Ding 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 dot. The telephone in the room rang. It wasn't strange, for Su Xiao was a national alchemist master who is also a fighting class alchemist, to have a personal telephone line. Answering the call, Su Xiao didn't say a word. "We have a mission for you. You need to suppress a riot in Razembul." Envy's voice transmitted from the other side of the phone. "Razembul? That small town close to Ishval. Right. You must suppress the riot in 3 days. Moreover, you must not kill many people." The call ended, and Su Xiao's index finger tapped on the desk. "Unexpectedly, they want me to suppress a riot in that small town without killing many people. Does it mean that killing many of them will reduce the quality of the Philosopher's Stone?" If anyone was to look closely at the map of Ames Tries, you could see that the whole country seemed circular. It was developed like this for the huge alchemy circle that will sacrifice all of its populace. The chaos caused by war decreased the number of people, and alchemy can't use ghosts as energy. The dwarf in the flask plus massive Philosopher's Stone plus 5 human sacrifices opened a gate of truth plus a countrywide alchemy circle plus the alchemy nodes is all that is needed to activate that circle. Chapter 387. Su Xiao closed his eyes inside the train as it moved toward his destination. He didn't fall asleep but looked at his alchemy potion manufacture experience. It already met the upgrade requirement, 143/10, but there was an issue: he didn't have sufficient paradise coins. Su Xiao anticipated what he would gain in the next upgrade of the potions, but he needed Philosopher's Stones. The train started stopping slowly as it reached a close town to Razembul. Su Xiao exited the train and started taking a stroll around the town. Soon enough, he felt that the atmosphere around him was weird. Su Xiao could tell that this was the effect of the riot in Razembul appearing here. Riding Bob, Su Xiao rushed toward Razembul. After half an hour, Su Xiao arriving in the town and heard war cries all over the place. Entering the small town, Su Xiao saw several corpses on the ground that reeked. The corpses were rotten to some degree due to them staying like that for a long time. Several vultures were roaming around, preparing for their lunch. Su Xiao could hear the sound of a middle-aged woman weeping and wailing, praying for someone to rescue her from the villains holding sharp blades. This small town is about to fall. Even if Su Xiao successfully suppressed the riot, the spark of the rebellion was already ignited. But this riot shouldn't have started like this. There should be a mastermind behind it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this big. Moreover, the military seemed to disappear without a trace, as well. Homunculi wouldn't do this no matter what because this wasn't necessary. Bob started running with Su Xiao leading him to a nearby store. "Die, you Amastrian." The youngster blocked Su Xiao's path, hoping to perish together. "Ishvalan." The hair color and pupil color spoke volumes of the youngster's identity. And although Ishval wasn't far from here, Ishvalan weren't permitted to leave their country. Suddenly an intermediate alchemy bob appeared in Su Xiao's hand. An alchemist. The hatred in the youngster's eyes disappeared, and fear replaced it. "I will allow you to tell me why is there a riot here. The holy war started, only death awaits you." Bang. The intermediate alchemy bomb detonated in the youngster's face, directly killing him. Su Xiao determined that this riot was related to Ishval in some way. Su Xiao started strolling in the small town and could tell that not many people remained, besides the Ishvalan. The Ames Tries military were such worthless fellows indeed. They were pursuing eternal life and abandoned everything else. Su Xiao started making top-grade alchemy bombs and arranged them around the town. He didn't know what the Ishval Holy War was, but he wasn't interested. Su Xiao left the small town and detonated the alchemy bomb. Boom. 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 Explosions transmitted one after the other as flames rose to the sky and buildings fell. Since there were no civilians in the town, Su Xiao chose the quickest method to deal with the situation. Moreover, by doing this, he now had 3 days to do whatever he wanted. Bob rode on Bob and made him activate his charge. Skill 1, Full Speed Charge. Active using this skill, Bob's speed increase by 150%. Consume 12 MP per minute. Bob can carry heavy items. Susiao put out the map in front of him as Bob ran faster than a train. He already determined his next destination, which he was sure had 2 homunculi there. After 4 hours, Bob laid on the ground, exhausted as he consumed too much mana. Let's walk. Susiao started walking toward his destination. Bob looked pitifully at Susiao and seemed to say, if I don't get 10 meaty bones, I won't get up from here today. Bob used his puppy eye skill, which made Susiao's complexion dark, but he didn't stop. He knew Bob too well and knew that in 5 seconds, Bob would follow. Bob looked at Susiao walk away. When there were 10 meters between them, he got up and started running towards Susiao. In front of them appeared a city built in a desert situated in the east of Ames Tries. This city is named Riol, and if they continue walking to the east, they will find a huge and powerful country. Powerful enemies surrounded Ames Tries, but they didn't attack all because of their relation to the dwarf in the flask. They knew that they would win if they attack with their powerhouses, but they will pay a hefty price. Amistre's current power is linked to the dwarf in the flask. The city of Riol has a large-scale alchemy chart. Therefore, a riot will soon appear here, and some people won't try and prevent it. Riol is already in the control of a cult. They have alchemists who pretend to be gods just because they have philosopher's stones and mislead the civilians, and military, with a homunculus's support. Susiao entered Riol as he put on a mask and changed his clothes. He instructed Bob to wait for him outside. Entering the city, Susiao carefully spread his senses looking for the homunculi's aura, which was ominous and felt slightly dark. Susiao breathed in before he started walk toward that aura. Inside a church, a beautiful woman with long black hair and black clothes sat casually. Susiao entered the church and saw the woman. The woman noticed him and smiled at him. This was Lust. How long has it been since someone came here wanting to kill me? Do you have any last words? Lust lazily said from the chair. Pucci. Suddenly, Lust's arm flew in the air. Dragon Flash was already in Susiao's hand as he used Azure Steel Shadow and slashed her arms off. You're indeed resilient, but it doesn't matter, let's experiment how many times I have to kill you before you die. Chapter 388. A small arm fell to the ground as Lust just stayed in her place, stunned. Wire. Lust concentrated and could vaguely see a metal wire in the air. Her forearm that Susiao cut quickly decomposed before it turned to ashes. A red light flashed as her arm was restored in less than 2 seconds. The homunculi were too resilient. As long they had Philosopher's Stone and energy, they can always recover. There are 2 ways to kill them. The first is to destroy the Philosopher's Stone in their bodies, which was difficult. Although the Philosopher's Stone seemed fragile, it was harder than diamond. The other method is damaging their bodies so much that they will use up all of the Philosopher's Stone's energy. Susiao wanted to try destroying the Philosopher's Stone before using the second method if he failed. As he stepped on the ground, it cracked in a spiderweb pattern as he rushed forward with Dragon Flash whizzing in the air. Suddenly, Lust's eyes glazed as she felt her neck turn numb, and her view started to spin. Susiao slashed Lust's head off before stepping forward and thrust his hand into Lust's chest. As Susiao pierced her heart, Lust's head already regenerated. A pitiful yell echoed around the church as Lust felt pain. You bastard! Lust's arms turned into the sharp spear as she thrust it at Susiao. That is the ultimate spear, her ability to turn her arm into a spear that can pierce any material. In an instant, Susiao quickly moved his head to the side, and a wound appeared on his cheek. The moment he was hit, the Reincarnation Paradise gave him a warning in the form of judgment. You were attacked by the ultimate spear, judgment in progress. The attack only grazed your skin, death judgment fails. Those two notifications made Su Xiao determined not to get hit by Lust's attacks. Su Xiao grabbed the Philosopher's Stone from her chest and pulled it out. Suddenly, Lust's body turned to ashes, but flesh started forming and wrapping around Su Xiao's hand. Suddenly grabbing a lady's chest, that not very gentlemanly, now is it? Lust looked at Su Xiao with a smile as her arm turned into a spear once again and thrust towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao leaped backward as he created some distance. Suddenly, Lust found herself being pulled and looked down. You wrapped the wire around the Philosopher's Stone. The metal wire was submerged into Lust's chest as it was wrapped around the Philosopher's Stone. Su Xiao tightened the wires, making Lust stagger. Once again, Su Xiao moved forward and cut Lust's hand, and without stopping, he cut off her other hand. In the end, a head flew into the air. Su Xiao didn't stop there. He cut off her legs as well. The more tissues she needed to restore, the more energy she will consume. Azure Steel Shadow was fully activated, which consumed 30 MP per minute, and he currently had 750 MP, which means he can only keep Azure Steel Shadow for 25 minutes. Each slash would burn 50 mana and apply 50 true damage, which will speed up Lust's death. Lust's body started regenerating, and Su Xiao was not far away waiting for her to regenerate to cut her off again. This was his first time facing such an opponent, so he maintained his vigilance. As soon as Lust's arms regenerated, Su Xiao's sword flashed and cut it off again. Suddenly, Lust stopped recovering. It wasn't that the Philosopher's Stone lost its energy, but she was sure she'd die if this continued. The man in front of her reminded her of someone. Wrath. Su Xiao stood in the same place without moving. Since his enemy wasn't moving, he won't either. He didn't want to risk anything. If Lust regenerated her arms suddenly, he would be hard-pressed to defend against her attacks from a closer distance. Lust's body shivered, and Su Xiao knew he had to retreat. Lust's cut-off limbs were all regenerated in less than a second. 10,000 Spear. The ultimate spear moved forward towards Su Xiao. Even though he already sensed the danger, he can't avoid it now. Su Xiao tried to lean his head back as the ultimate spear was about to pierce his head, but it was too late. Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared in front of Su Xiao, protecting him for a few seconds. But even that shield couldn't hold off the attack for too long, and Su Xiao's temple bled as bones became visible. The protective shield was Mikasa's regard, T/N, previously Mikasa's mind, +5. It granted Su Xiao a shield with 80% of his HP for 30 seconds. With his current vitality, Su Xiao had at least 274 HP, and even then, the spear decimated the shield with 80% of that HP in a second. If Su Xiao received the full attack, he wouldn't have survived. Su Xiao tightened the metal wire around Lust's core. Lust knew that if she wanted to survive, she needed to cut off this metal wire, and so she directly changed her arms and hit the wire. Sparks flew in the air, but the metal wire was damaged. Instead, her chest was full of blood. Lust spat blood as her eyes widened. At this rate, I will die. Is this guy really human? I must escape immediately. Chapter 389. Lust knew that she couldn't cut off the metal wire, but it didn't mean that she can't pierce it. She was called the ultimate spear for a reason. Su Xiao retracted the wire as he also knew that she could pierce it. Lust regained her freedom and proceeded to escape. Su Xiao knew that he couldn't use alchemy bombs here, so he just rushed forward and slashed Lust's back with his sword. Although Lust was a homunculus, her body still responded like a human, and when her spine is hit, she lost her ability to move. She fell and looked at Su Xiao. Your aura is very strange. Have we met before? Su Xiao didn't say a word as he moved forward. Lust's complexion was pale. She lived for more than 100 years, which is the first time she encountered such a terrifying enemy. Cold, fierce, and ruthless, that was the person she was facing. You forced me to do this. Lust pressed her hand on the ground. Stab. Su Xiao heard a faint sound on the ground and felt danger. Boom. A large number of thorns broke the ground and enveloped the whole church. Each thorn was sharp, and if one managed to touch Su Xiao, he would be dead. Lust already escaped, leaving a puddle of blood on the ground. Su Xiao didn't panic. He just launched a hook toward the ceiling and climbed to the roof. He closed his eyes, expended his senses, and opened them when he sensed Lust moving to the west. Su Xiao returned to the ground and vanished in the dim light of the night. Lust was still running in a black alley without fully healing herself, and blood was still flowing out of her wound. She didn't have much energy in the Philosopher's Stone to use. Suddenly, Lust heard the rapid footsteps and saw a stupidly plump guy. Lust, what happened? The young fatty is Gluttony. Gluttony, escape, quickly. Lust kneeled on the ground, and her hair was dripping with blood. What? Although Gluttony was confused, he wanted to protect Lust. Between the 7 sins, Gluttony and Lust always worked together and got along pretty well. Gluttony always asks before he eats, "Can I eat him, Lust?" If Lust agreed, he would immediately eat. If she didn't reply, he would stay put and maintain restraint. Lust, I will help you. Gluttony took half a step forward. Don't come. This is a trap. There is a monster here. Escape quickly. Lust shouted in despair. Su Xiao appeared from the shadow behind Lust with dragon flash in hand coated in blue energy. He waved his sword and cut off Lust's head, and instantly, Lust's Philosopher's Stone shattered. Su Xiao already used Azure Steel Shadow for 10 minutes, so he acquired Monocombustion. Hint: if the hunter uses Azure Steel Shadow at its maximum for 10 minutes, the hunter will acquire Monocombustion. Next attack will cause 60% of the target's consumed MP as a true damage. Example: if target consumed 100 MP, he would receive 60 true damage. Hint: Monocombustion cooldown is 48 hours. The last attack caused 408 true damage. And it seems that true damage is effective on Philosopher's Stones. You killed Lust. Lust is a crucial character in the plot. You gained 5.3% World's Source, World's Origin, your total World Origin, 6.5%. You obtained Treasure Chest, purple. Su Xiao picked up the treasure chest and looked at Gluttony. Little fatty, you're next. Su Xiao slowly approached Gluttony, who knew that Su Xiao was dangerous. Lust didn't have any defense. She had pure attack power. It would cause a headache if any contractor encountered her, but for Su Xiao, it was lucky for him to confront her. Even if she was skilled, she was like a child holding a gun in front of Su Xiao. But the fatty ahead of him was different. His attack power wasn't that much, his defense was not great, and he was that resilient, but if Su Xiao gets hit by his ability, he would either die or wait for the mission to fail. Gluttony was the dwarf in the flask's attempt to create a new gate of truth, but it failed. Even so, he had a space behind the gate in his belly that has no exit. Edward Elric was once swallowed into the sky's gate, but he escapes by using a human transmutation in that space, entered the real gate of truth, and then got transmitted back into the real world. But Su Xiao can't use that method. He wasn't an alchemist like the ones in this world. He can't use their concept of alchemy. As such, he won't have any way of escape if he enters Gluttony's gate of truth. Furthermore, if he was to be swallowed by Gluttony and survives, all of his attributes will be lowered by 10 points. His luck will literally fall to -9. Chapter 390. You actually killed Lust. Gluttony's face showed how furious he was. His stomach opened like a big mouth with sharp teeth, and inside it was an eye like the one behind the real gate of truth. I will eat you. Su Xiao looked at Gluttony's true form without flinching. Eat, I will eat you. Gluttony's stomach generated a vacuum that wanted to pull Su Xiao in. Susiao jumped away to evade the vacuum, and it hit the ground where he stood, pulling tiles from the ground directly into Gluttony's stomach. Susiao analyzed the vacuum. Area of effect is 2 meters, and distance is 10 meters. Susiao knew that he couldn't let Gluttony swallow any of his equipment since anything he swallows will be locked into the other space. Susiao took half a step back before charging forward. He circled around Gluttony, as it was dangerous rushing in front of him, and attack his back. Gluttony directly tried turning around, but he was too slow. Dragon Flash pierced Gluttony's back and came out from his chest, piercing the eye on his chest. The blue energy coursing through Dragon Flash made Gluttony scream. It hurts. What should I do? The fake eye of the Gate of Truth seemed to closer, which made Susiao wanted to expand the wound, but he found that Gluttony took a deep breath. Susiao's pupil shrank as he pulled Dragon Flash and retreated as fast as he can. Boom! Gluttony activated his ability to swallow anything, and if Dragon Flash was still piercing him, it would have been eaten. Susiao quickly checked the blame and breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon Flash wasn't damaged. Although it was dangerous, Susiao discovered something in the last exchange. When the eye is damaged, it will start to close. As the eye closes, the range of his ability decreases. A frontal attack is obviously not recommended at this point, but if he manages to attack his back, it will be another matter. Susiao put away Dragon Flash and grabbed another sword. It was a white quality sword with a rate of 3. He quickly activated Azure Steel Shadow on it, circled behind Gluttony again, and stabbed him. The resistance was way stronger than last time, but since he enhanced the sword with Azure Steel Shadow, it pierced him nonetheless. Ah! Gluttony screamed as the Azure Steel Shadow energy coursed through his body, increasing his pain. Boom! Gluttony quickly used his ability again, and a third of the sword disappeared. Susiao didn't care about the sword at all. He immediately took a spear out of the inventory, which was also a white quality item, and started his plan. Each time he thrust a weapon on Gluttony, he would take another one out and continue, and the eye continued to close each time of the process. After piercing the eye 6 times, it was almost closed. The range of Gluttony's ability dropped from 10 meters to 2, and the area of effect dropped from 2 meters to 1 meter. Gluttony's threat became smaller and smaller, and when that eye closes completely, he won't be a threat anymore. I can't close my eye. I need to avenge my big sister. Suddenly, he took out his tongue like a snake before shouting. Black hole. Thousands of eyes opened on Gluttony's body, and waves of vacuum spread all around him. Susiao's face changed as he didn't think Gluttony had something like this up his sleeves. Gluttony can't swallow so much at the same time, but his purpose wasn't eating everything. Susiao's clothes fluttered as the suction force started dragging him toward Gluttony, so he took out Dragon Flash and inserted it on the ground, but he was still moving slowly toward Gluttony. A tree suddenly flew toward Gluttony before it appeared in front of him and decomposed and disappeared. Susiao wire that was still tied to the building was getting affected as well. Susiao directly used Saru to get away, but he was still in the suction range. Suddenly a building collapsed, and Gluttony's main eye turned into a black hole and swallowed anything in front of him. Susiao was gradually being dragged toward Gluttony, and even though the situation was dire, he was calm. He pulled out Broken Elf and aimed at the eye. Bang! 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 The bullets didn't reach the eye as they decomposed before touching it. Susiao was steadily being pulled. 5 meters. 3 meters, but suddenly, from the side, he saw a blur passing by. He concentrated on it and saw Bob rush toward Gluttony from behind, bit his butt, and tried to drag him back. As Bob let him go, Gluttony stumbled forward and fell, directly creating a big hole on the ground, and the eyes, along with the main one, closed. The suction force vanished, and directly Susiao jumped into the hole to see Bob biting Gluttony's head, making him yell pitifully. Seeing Susiao, Bob let go and looked at Su Xiao as if saying, "Master, aren't I super brave?" "Good job, Bob." Gluttony, without his suction, was like a paper tiger. He didn't pose any threat. After 10 minutes, Gluttony's philosopher's stone shattered, killing him. You killed Gluttony. Gluttony is a crucial character in the plot. You obtained 5.6% world's origin, you currently possess 12.1% world's origin. Your Devourer skill activated. Your maximum mana increased by 15 points permanently, current max MP 944. You obtained treasure chest, purple. Hint, you killed 2/7 of the sins, achievement unlocked, quest, conviction. Chapter 391. Conviction. Difficulty level, LV.12. Quest details, eliminate the 7 sins, causing the dwarf in the flask to lose most of its emotion. Quest progress, 2/7. Time limit, 20 days. Quest reward, the reward is corresponding to the completion rate of the quest. If the hunter kills the 7 sins, you will get a premium reward. Quest failure penalty, there is no penalty. After seeing the quest's details, Su Xiao nodded. Although he didn't know the quest's reward, he knew that completing it will weaken the dwarf in the flask. Su Xiao had to clean the bloodstains as not to be found out. After cleaning up, Su Xiao rode on Bob for 3 hours and resemble. Although he was gone for 8 hours, the fire caused by his bomb still danced through the town. No one was left in the town, as the flames swallowed the whole place. Su Xiao wandered around the town edge for 2 hours before finally meeting whoever he had to meet. It was an army of 300 from a nearby town that was tasked to clean the place. Explosive Flame Master, you've worked hard. We will handle the rest. The captain of the army looked at Su Xiao with lingering fear. The mastermind behind the riot are Ishvalans. When the bombs went off, they tried to escape, but I cleaned them up. Do you want to search the bodies? Su Xiao looked at the leader and showed him the bodies. When the leader checked, he noticed that they were indeed Ishvalans. No, as long as we know the mastermind. Good work. After saying this, the leader led his army into the town. Su Xiao walked toward a nearby town as he planned to return to the central city by train. His mission was investigating the town, arranging bombs, and detonating them. His story will be, fighting the Ishvalans and getting slightly injured fighting them when they tried to escape, before returning to town. All of this took 9 hours and 12 minutes. As long as people typically think about this, Su Xiao won't be involved in the deaths of the homunculi. Riol City was quite far away, and if not for Bob's running speed, Su Xiao wouldn't have finished in 9 hours. Moreover, there is evidence that he wasn't there in the past 9 hours. Su Xiao sat inside the train as he started planning how to kill the other 5 sins. Lust and gluttony are dead. Now he needed to deal with the rest. The order should be greed, envy, sloth, pride, and wrath. Su Xiao arranged them by their importance to the dwarf in the flask. Greed should be the easiest to deal with since he was away for many years, and his death won't attract any attention. The train traveled steadily and stopped a few times in other stations in the middle. Guest, we are about to arrive in Doublet Town. Su Xiao, who was slightly drowsy, was fully awake as he heard this name. Doublet. Su Xiao found the name familiar, but he didn't remember it well. Doublet, Doublet, Doublet. Suddenly, the information seemed to flash in Su Xiao's brain. I'm unexpectedly here. It seems like divine intervention. Su Xiao pushed Bob into a nearby seat as its saliva was still coming out of its mouth. Get up, prepare to get out. Bob didn't wake up at all. Su Xiao pulled out a piece of bony meat and waved it in front of Bob's nose, and suddenly, he was wide awake and seemed to say, "Who am I? Where am I? I must eat meat." Su Xiao went down off the train with Bob. He paid attention to Full Metal Alchemist and knew this place. Doubleth was where the main character's master lived. If he knew the timeline well, then Greed will be here in 2 days. What the matter, it's already past departure time. Yes, I'm in a hurry. I need to return to the central city. The conductor was sweating. Guests, please listen to me. There are some problems with the train. Please take the next train. Some passengers started to shout, but Susiao ignored everyone. Under was a normal circumstance, he should have returned to Central City because even though they released him from prison, he wasn't exactly free. Susiao didn't want to incur the homunculi ire, so he directly went to a telephone booth and said the code word. The line directly connected to the military, and he directly dialed Envy's number. Hello, who is it? Envy's tone was always provocative and filled with jealousy. I'm Explosive Flame. Oh, it you, I heard what happened over there, you blew the whole town. How ruthless. Haha. I can't go back to the central city for the time being. Susiao was really starting to think of a way to deal with Envy sooner because the latter is his watcher. Can't come back. Are you going to escape? Envy's tone was slightly serious. The train is broken, and I'm injured. I'm going to recover in Doubleth before going back. Is that so? Good then. Come back as soon as possible. If you not back in 3 days. Envy left the thread hanging before he ended the call. Susiao's eyes flickered as his desire to take out Envy soon got stronger. I will deal with you after Greed. Susiao left the public telephone booth as he went to find someone. Yes, he went to see the master of the protagonist. Susiao knew he wasn't prepared to communicate with the protagonist's master. If that master belongs to the lawful good camp, Susiao belongs to the lawful evil or chaotic neutral camp. Both sides can't look eye to eye. The master of the protagonist is a powerful female alchemist with quite the fame. After some inquiries, Susiao learned her address. Her name is Izumi Curtis, running a butcher shop with her husband, Sig. Susiao looked at Bob beside him and said, Bob, it's time for you to show your charm. Chapter 392. It was late autumn and the air was cold, preventing pedestrians from going outside, which explains the lack of them on the streets. A big stray dog wandered the streets at this time. This stray dog looked sad, and his whole body was dirty, and his stomach grumbling. This was Bob, who was walking with aggrieved eyes, gaining the sympathy of anyone who saw it. Bob whimpered as he looked at his master, saying, even if I pretend to be a stray dog, I don't have to be hungry as well. Don't worry, as soon as we finish this, I will give you a fancy meal. Hearing the word fancy meal lifted Bob's spirit as he quickly ran toward the butcher shop. Izumi Curtis wasn't a weak alchemist, and even though her husband wasn't an alchemist, he was as strong as one. That man can face even a homunculus up close. At this time, Sig was standing in front of the butcher. He seemed somewhat fat, but he had the power of a bear. Bob moved close to the shop but stayed wry as if humans always abuse it when it approaches them. A stray dog. He seems big, and I can't tell which breed he is. All right, here, eat this. Izumi's husband shook his head and gave Bob some meat. Bob looked at the meat before looking back at Sig as if asking, can I really eat? Well, it seems like this dog is lost, as it seems really well trained, and its master should be really anxious about it. Although Sig doesn't like dogs, this one gave him a favorable impression. It's okay, eat it. Getting Sig's consent, Bob started eating greedily. Bob's was almost crying in his heart. It was the first time since he was born that he ate raw meat, and it wasn't delicious at all. After wolfing down the meat, Bob licked its lips with satisfaction. Why is there a dog here? Izumi walked out of the butcher shop and noticed Bob. I don't know, a stray dog, I guess, but it's really smart. Smart? Yes, it should be well trained. Maybe even a military dog. Izumi nodded and stopped looking at Bob. The butcher shop is doing well, and giving some meat to the dog wouldn't hurt. But after a while, Izumi noticed that Bob was squatting by the door as if guarding the place. Husband, this dog is really interesting. You feed it, and now it seems as if guarding the place. Isn't it better if we adopt it? If its owner A finds it, we can give it back to him. Let's do that. After an hour, Bob was properly bathed. He regained his shiny hair with a bright expression on his face. Izumi had a headache. This dog seemed to be unusual, but she didn't have the heart to throw it out. Let's shelter it for now. There shouldn't be any danger in that. That's reasonable. The couple decided to keep Bob temporarily, which means Bob succeeded in its mission. After the couple left, Bob's eyes' confusion disappeared, and, in its place, a wolf-like look appeared. Bob moved his nose, and when he sensed that the couple wasn't far away, he laid on the ground. Susiao got a room in a hotel nearby and waited for news from Bob. He thought he would wait for a day or two, but suddenly he heard Bob barking loudly. Woof! 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 His meaning was simple: the protagonist and his brother were here. Susiao knew that it wasn't time yet. Izumi was lying on the bed as her health has deteriorated. The reason for this was simple. She performed a transmutation. The couple was very affectionate, but for some reason, they couldn't bear children, until one day, she got pregnant. But because of an accident, she had a miscarriage, which made her do something unreasonable. She performed transmutation in an attempt to revive her child. After an unexpected failure, Izumi lost a part of her internal organs and lost the ability to be a parent forever. As a result, Izumi was hit hard by this and moved to a remote and small town. Edward Elric, along with Alphonse, stood outside the room looking nervous. Is Master okay? Edward looked at Sig and asked, and as soon as he did, the door opened. Edward's mouth twitched as he turned his head stiffly. A slipper hit him directly on the face and made him fly away, screaming. Unfilial apprentice, I heard you became a dog for the army. Izumi glanced at Edward and then turned to look at Alphonse, who was frightened. Master! Master! That's because. Hearing the familiar voice, Izumi's anger disappeared, but she didn't show it on her face. Al? You grew up like this. Izumi's expression was gentle, and Alphonse quickly stepped forward. Master, you look well. Alphonse didn't finish speaking as he was grabbed by the arm and thrown away. Your training is insufficient. Although the expression on Izumi's face was calm, she knew that the armor was empty from the sound of its landing. Teacher, you're in good health. Edward patted the dust away and stood up. What are you talking about, you brat? Just because you come back, don't. Izumi suddenly vomited blood, making both brothers rush forward to her in shock. Master, X2. One day later, Susiao sat on the roof of a building while Izumi and her husband were running quickly down the street with Bob in front of them. Soon, the couple ran near Susiao and immediately noticed him. Did you remember their smell? Susiao asked if Bob remembered Alphonse's smell. Woof. Bob barked and leaped up the top of the building. Who are you? Izumi shouted. Who am I doesn't matter. Thanks for taking care of my partner, said Susiao as he moved away. Susiao and Bob jumped to another roof, which made Izumi and Sig dumbfounded. The dog deceived them from the start. Chapter 393. Doublet Town, inside Devil's Nest Bar. Alphonse, the protagonist's father, was tied up and sat against a wall. Alphonse and Edward performed transmutation in an attempt to bring back their mother, but while Edward lost an arm, Alphonse lost his entire body. He was currently residing in an armor, which was actually hollow inside. Alphonse can perform the most common tasks, and he can even use alchemy, which is proof that alchemy only needed the soul to be conducted. At this time, a woman was inside Alphonse's armor, and this woman wasn't exactly human. She is called Martel and is actually a chimera beast. She is the fusion between a human and a snake. Although she looked human for the most part, she had a snake's heat sense and her body almost without a bone if she wished it to be. Greed was holding Alphonse's helmet. Cool, so it really is hollow inside. Greed returned the helmet and pointed at himself. I'm called Greed. I hope you can cooperate with me. Greed was a young man who always had a smile on his face and wearing sunglasses. Several chimera beasts stood behind Greed, and most of them maintained their appearances as a human. The three strongest chimera beasts were Roa, male, a fusion between an ox and a human, Dalsetto, male, a fusion between a dog and a human, and lastly, Martel, female, a fusion between a snake and a human. Those three were Greed's closest subordinates. After introducing himself, Greed introduced the chimera beasts. Impossible, I have seen chimera beasts before. Your subordinates look nothing like one. A surprise, I know, but it's a fact. Greed didn't explain anything else. Alphonse was now his captive, and it was not necessary to explain anything to him. Who performed the synthesizes? Alphonse remembered that father who performed a synthesis on his daughter and a dog turned her into some monster. The army. How is that possible? In this world, there is always darkness that isn't exposed to light. Moreover, I'm not a chimera, I'm a homunculus, and I have a goal by getting you here. Greed looked at Alphonse greedily. How can you extract the soul and place it into something like? Your current situation is almost the same as eternal life. Greed's goal was exactly what he said. He wanted to know how to extract his soul and perform soul transmutation. If you're not honest, I will wipe the blood rune. The meaning of her words is obvious. I don't know. I wasn't the one who performed the transmutation. Greed's eyes narrowed. If you don't want to say it, I will ask another way. I have to get eternal life. Eternal life? Will homunculus also die of old age? Of course, although my body is stronger than ordinary people, it can last up to 200 years, but it will take father to use transmutation again to get more, and I don't have much time, so don't irritate me. Alphonse stayed silent as he didn't want to betray his brother. The door was pushed open as a man walked into the room. You don't have to look for a method to eternal life anymore. Susiao walked into the room, followed by Bob. Is this your masterpiece? Greed pointed at Alphonse. Yes, it is. Susiao's hand suddenly flashed in light as a top-grade alchemy bomb appeared in his hand. This is the main material for soul transmutation. In return, I want the method of how to make homunculi. Susiao threw the alchemy bomb and blocked the entrance. Don't take me for a foul, explosive flame alchemist. You recognize me? Well, I will be straightforward. Kidnapping a family member of a national alchemist isn't something that I can overlook. It was only an excuse, but that reason enough for him to kill Greed. Mind your business. Greed said as he waved his hand. Kill him, be careful. That guy is a crazy bomber. Yes. Greed's chimera beasts closed up to Susiao slowly. Susiao directly threw an alchemy bomb and moved sideways to leave the room. Boom. The sound of the explosion was transmitted an entire block away, and civilians started screaming in fright. Susiao returned to the room after the bomb exploded and found several core on the ground, but Greed and his three subordinates weren't amongst them. He spread his senses and pinpointed Greed's position that was underground. Inside the sewer, Greed was carrying Alphonse. The latter's armor seemed to be heavily damaged. Is this the explosive flame alchemist? He is simply a crazy bomber. Roa's arm was missing along with Dalsetto's. Stop rumbling and run. That fellow is a lunatic, In Ishval extermination war, he killed countless people. The explosion didn't injure Greed since he could harden his body, and he was also the most resilient amongst the homunculi. Boom! A big hole opened on top of the heads of Greed and the others. Su Xiao jumped down and looked at them. Must we fight? You and the Full Metal Alchemist aren't related. Why mind others' business? Greed didn't want to find Su Xiao, as he started talking. But Su Xiao stayed silent. It seems that the only way is to fight you. Greed's skin turned black as he extracted C2 from his body and covering his body in a coal-like layer. As the C2 continues to concentrate, the layer of skin hardens beyond imagination. I didn't use this shape for a long time because this shape is ugly. Now explosive flame alchemist, your bombs can't harm me. Greed sneered as he got closer to Su Xiao. Really? You think so? Su Xiao grabbed dozens of top-grade alchemy bombs and scattered them around as they turned into small white snakes. Hey, are mistaken or something? What wrong with that amount? Chapter 394. Boom. Boom. The residents of Doublet felt the ground shake as the countless bombs exploded in the sewer. Roa exploded, and only his head remained. As for Dalsetto, he completely disappeared. Greed panted as his body was burned black and was full of cracks. You survived so many bombs. You're really tenacious. Su Xiao stood in the same place without moving even a step. You should be already out of. As Greed started speaking, he looked at Su Xiao's palm only to see dozens of alchemy bombs. Greed turned his head to look behind and saw hundreds of white small frogs. The place was filled with those frogs. Greed didn't have any escape route anymore. Big Brother Greed. Martel inside Alphonse's armor wanted to come out, but Alphonse stopped her. Don't come out, or you will die. Alphonse knew that if he were Su Xiao's target, he would be already dead. Stop, let me out. No, I can't let you out. I must help Big Brother Greed. You will die. Martel made an effort, but Alphonse didn't allow her to get out. Please, let me out. I have to help him. Martel seemed almost crying. You can't do anything, you will die if I let you go. Alphonse didn't let her out. Alphonse, run away. Greed opened his mouth suddenly. What? Alphonse was surprised. Run away quickly. This fellow isn't here to save you. It's just an excuse. Alphonse looked at Su Xiao and saw him smoking leisurely. Su Xiao right now seemed like a villain to him. White snakes crawled on the ground as Su Xiao controlled them mentally. Your resilience is something else. You already died 16 times. Su Xiao controlled the white snakes as they crawled toward Greed. Greed felt helpless. He didn't dare attack those snakes as they would explode directly if he did. He tried to endure the explosion to escape, but he died 5 times trying and still failed. There is no way out. Greed covered his head with his hands and rushed towards Su Xiao. He was trying to die with Su Xiao. Boom. Boom. The bombs exploded one after the other while Greed rushed towards Su Xiao. Die. Greed leaped up and punched Su Xiao in the head. Su Xiao easily avoided the punch by bending down and instantly elbowed Greed in the stomach. Greed vomited as his body bent forward. Su Xiao took a step back and swept Greed's legs, taking him down. Su Xiao then raised his leg and stamped it ruthlessly on Greed's chest. Greed's ribs broke. Why is he so strong? This is the only thought in Greed's mind as blood gushed out of his mouth. Without waiting for Greed to stand up, Su Xiao directly sent a knee toward Greed's head. Boom. Greed's head was planted on the ground. Su Xiao had 38 points of strength, while an average human only had 5 points, but it didn't mean he was 7 times stronger than an average person because it wasn't as easy as addition at this point. 10 points of strength isn't just the power of 2 average humans. Instead, it is at least 10 times stronger. Su Xiao wasn't sure how much 38 is, but it will cost him a lot to ask. But now, Su Xiao was sure that he could punch through a wall without much effort. Su Xiao put his hand on the hole in the ground and grabbed Greed's head. Greed was barely awake as he was getting weaker and weaker. "You're not a human." Greed's skull started cracking in Su Xiao's hand as the former almost lost consciousness. "Monster!" Su Xiao was slightly injured as Greed's body was too hard, and his elbow was scraped. "Ha ha ha, your blood is unexpectedly red as well." Su Xiao didn't say anything as he never talks nonsense in a fight unless he needed to make his enemy angry or provoke him. Besides, villain always dies because they talk too much. If he wanted to speak to an enemy, he would do it after killing him because nothing a corpse can do to him. An alchemy bomb suddenly appeared in Su Xiao's hand and turned into a white ball. This ball was stuffed into Greed's mouth as the latter trembled. Su Xiao threw Greed away. Greed instantly reached into his throat as he wanted to take out the bomb. "Wait, I can tell you a secret." "Not interested. There is a problem in this country. The mastermind of everything is." Boom. Greed's chest suddenly swelled and returned to normal. Blood and pieces of his internal organs flowed from his mouth and nose. "You killed Greed." Greed is a crucial character in the plot. You obtained 5.1% of the world's origin. You have a total of 17.2% of the world's origin. Achievement Quest Conviction 3/7. After killing Greed, Su Xiao looked at Alphonse, as he knew that a chimera was inside him. He won't let his enemies go, or else it will spell trouble for him in the future. Su Xiao moved toward Alphonse. "Big brother Greed." Martel knelt in Al's armor with tears in her eyes. Al looked at Su Xiao as he wanted to protect the woman inside the armor. "Thank you for saving me. Don't mention it." Su Xiao continued toward Al. I will look for Big Brother now." Alphonse wanted to leave, but Martel didn't let him move, and he could only say to her, "Don't struggle. We need to get away quickly, or he will kill you." "I don't want to go. I must avenge Big Brother Greed." "You can't go after him now, he is much stronger than you. We need to get away now." Su Xiao approached Al and asked, "Who are you talking to?" I was thinking aloud." "Really?" Suddenly, the metal wire retracted back into Su Xiao's gauntlet. Puff! Blood poured out of Al's armor as he sat on the ground dumbly. Su Xiao wiped the blood. "Explosive Flame Alchemist, can I ask you what are you doing here?" An old man with an eye path walked forward. This man had 6 swords hanging from his waist. "I was carrying out a mission and came across a kidnapping of a family member of a national alchemist, so I couldn't let it go." In front of Su Xiao stood King Bradley, the son of Asirath. Su Xiao suddenly had an urge to fight him with his sword, but he suppressed that impulse as it wasn't time yet. Chapter 395. King Bradley walked towards Su Xiao with his hands behind his back. "Do you know who you killed?" Although King Bradley was smiling, his tone was ice cold. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes as he prepared to bring Dragon Flash out to defend himself. "Who knows, he's probably some alchemy product." "Is he now? Should I praise you then?" King Bradley relaxed as Su Xiao's answer meant he didn't know about the homunculi. The information about the homunculi can't spread to the populace. The dwarf in the flask is trying to refine all the people in Ames tries into a philosopher's stone to use transmutation, giving himself a body and eternal life. He wanted to become a god, but something like cultivating and ascending is impossible in the full metal alchemist world. Su Xiao guessed that his main goal was the Gate of Truth. If he managed to get the Gate of Truth, he would definitively be called a god in this world. Although the dwarf in the flask has lived for hundreds of years, once the philosopher's stone in his body loses all of its energy, he will die. Although the current dwarf in the flask seemed strong, he wasn't strong enough to control the entire country. That's why the homunculi are working in secret and in the shadow. King Bradley knew that Susiao just killed Greed, but Greed wasn't one of them anymore. He hasn't been for the last 100 years. Susiao has destroyed 3 homunculi, and he is planning on finishing the rest, so sooner or later, he will be exposed. So, he wanted to use their lack of information to the best of his ability before he gets exposed. Susiao knew that he couldn't fight the dwarf in the flask alone, as the latter was the strongest in the world. In the show, 4 groups banded together to take him down. They were Colonel Mustang, Edward, and Alphonse with their master, the military, and Queen Olivia and the remnant of Ishval. Following King Bradley, Susiao was thinking of which group to befriend and gain as an ally. He should remove Edward and Scar since they won't agree to his ruthlessness. They didn't want to kill, but they don't know that the dwarf in the flask will use that hesitation against them. He removed Scar and the Ishval remnant because of who he is to them. As soon as they see him, they will just attack him since he participated in the Ishval extermination war. His best option would be Olivier Myra Armstrong and Colonel Mustang. Right now, Susiao and King Bradley were sitting on the train sipping black tea. Explosive Flame Alchemist, did you hear about the homicide in Riol? King Bradley asked Susiao as if asking a subordinate, but he was looking for any reaction from Susiao. Homicide? I didn't hear about that. I was suppressing a riot for the past few days, and I didn't have time to read the news. Right, you're indeed a competent alchemist. You overpraise me, sir. Susiao smiled, and King Bradley smiled back. They seemed friendly, but both knew that it was a fake smile. I didn't know you have a family, and there isn't anything in your file indicating that. I don't have one, but a friend of mine does have one. A friend? If he is not weak, then we can make him join us. Susiao drank his tea and nodded. Indeed, but his situation is special. What kind of situation? He is in prison. We were both neighbors there. Susiao looked at Bradley with a smile. When that guy inquired about a family member, it was just him seeking a weakness in Susiao. As long as Susiao's expression changed slightly, King Bradley would send people to investigate, and if there is even a distant relative to him, they will become a hostage. This person is. He is Solf. J. Kimbley. That's a surprise, so he is your friend. King Bradley was silent as he was pondering about something. Since King Bradley didn't ask anything anymore, Susiao started planning for the future. He knew that Edward and the others succeeded in the end and put down an end to the dwarf in the flask, but Susiao didn't have that much time to wait, so he needs to speed up the process. The train returned to the central city, and Susiao headed home. Susiao got to his residence and closed the whole building before entering his bedroom and pulling out 2 treasure chests, purple. He didn't have time to open the treasure chest before, but now there is plenty of time. Unexpectedly, Greed didn't drop any treasure chest, but Susiao could only think that because he used alchemy bombs, no treasure chest dropped. Chapter 396. Susiao thought. As long as he got allies, he can deal with King Bradley and the homunculus immediately and raise a disturbance which will speed up his quest. If he doesn't deal with them, he would only be able to use alchemy bombs to fight. Susiao put this behind for now and looked at the 2 treasure chest. Bob looked at Susiao as if saying, "Master, let me open one as well. Yours truly already has high charm and can get anything I want." Susiao shoved Bob away and thought, my luck today should be good since I got 2 treasure chests. Even though he said that Susiao took out Destiny Redemption to increase his luck. After lighting a cigarette, Susiao took a few puffs to activate the effect and directly opened the first treasure box. The treasure chest released a slight glow which surprised Susiao. Even though it didn't flash brightly, this was also a good sign. You got 10,000 paradise coins. You got a Philosopher's Stone, purple. Philosopher's Stone. Quality, purple. Type, consumable. Effect, can replace most ingredients for alchemy. Remaining energy, 160/160. Rate, 150. Description: this philosopher's stone can be brought to the reincarnation paradise. Su Xiao was overjoyed. Because of the materials, Su Xiao couldn't make alchemy bombs on derivative worlds. He relied on the reincarnation paradise to get materials, but with this philosopher's stone, he can make alchemy bombs anywhere. 2 energy from the philosopher's stone was enough for Su Xiao to make a top-grade alchemy bomb, which means he can make 80 top-grade alchemy bombs. Su Xiao looked at the second treasure chest, but his hopes weren't high anymore since the first one was successful. But to his surprise, the second chest flashed with light, stunning him. Bob was so shocked that he walked forward to smell his master to check if this was an imposter or the real thing. As the purple light faded, an item appeared in Su Xiao's hand. Mask of Gluttony, set 1/7. Origin, Full Metal Alchemist. Quality, purple. Category, mask. Durability, 50-50 seconds. Requirement, Strength 5, Agility 7, Intelligence 40. Equipment effect 1, Gluttony, active, ingesting a high calories food to charge the power of gluttony. Equipment effect 2, Power of Gluttony, active, requires 100% energy to be used, increase HP by 100, mana by 200. When using a spell, there is a 30% chance to reset an active spell's cooldown. The Power of Gluttony, active, lasts for 20 minutes. The Power of Gluttony, active, cooldown 5 hours. The Power of Gluttony, active, can reset the cooldown of equipment skills. Rate, 150. Description: one of the original sins. After collecting the 7 pieces of the set, a set effect will be activated. Set effect 1, Original Sin, passive, enhance spells damage by 60%. Set effect 2, Hidden. Price, 38,600 paradise coins. The Mask of Gluttony would make any sorcerer crazy. Increasing the magic damage by 60% as well as increasing mana was like a dream to all sorcerers. Although Su Xiao can't use this mask, he can get a high price selling it later. Purple quality items can be sold for 50,000 paradise coins except for weapons, but the Mask of Gluttony can reach a very high price. Su Xiao's mood was good after getting 2 good items from the chests. He was excited and thought that maybe he could get another item from the original sin set. After the previous transaction with God Sovereign, Su Xiao can be said a friend to that guild, so even if they encounter each other in the derivative worlds, they won't be hostile. Su Xiao didn't have a deep connection with them because he didn't want his hunter status to be exposed. The leader of the God Sovereign was a very capable person. He can support the God Sovereign and fight with the abnormal guild of crazies that is Phantom Brigade. If Su Xiao remembers well, the second in command in the God Sovereign guild is a beautiful female sorceress. However, this woman can hurt pretty much any man, not with strength, but with other means. Original Sin set. I hope I can get other pieces of this set. Su Xiao shook his head as obtaining them would be truly hard. Su Xiao looked to the side, only to be stunned. Bob was using a cell phone to play some games. Did his intelligence increase that much? Su Xiao patted Bob's head and took the cell phone. The cell phone had a strange antenna on top of it, and it was used to receive calls from other planes, but the signal was too poor, and almost no one used it. Chapter 397. Did you spend the money I gave you to buy that thing? Su Xiao pointed at the cell phone and asked Bob, who was immersed in his game. Woof. Bob replied without looking away from the phone. Su Xiao accidentally saw the score of Bob and the chat cursing him. King who loves eating fish, what's the matter, stop feeding. Weak sister, I'm very desperate. He just keeps on dying. Stars, report him together. Those people were talking about Bob, whose score was 0/12/1. Kills, deaths, assists. Su Xiao played this game twice before stopping. It wasn't something he enjoyed. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. As he opened it, Su Xiao saw a female officer standing in front of the door. The female officer directly entered the room. She didn't behave like a lady at all. "You need something?" Su Xiao looked at the female officer who just sat down and asked. "Aren't you clear about what you've done?" "Oh, you're talking about greed. I killed him." "What about it?" "What about it? You killed my brother, and now you ask me what about it?" The appearance of the female officer changed into a youngster. It was envy. "You said that he betrayed you." "Did I say that?" "Right, 2 years ago." Envy knit his brows and thought for a while before saying, "I don't remember." "Even if that's the case, that's father." "That's my brother." Envy was about to talk about father, but he suddenly changed his words. "That guy caught the Full Metal Alchemist's brother, and I had to do something. The homunculus was already killed, and it doesn't matter what he says to explain it." "How did you kill him?" Envy asked. "Bombs." Su Xiao's plain words made Envy's heart cold. Envy was as strong as greed. If Su Xiao can kill greed, he can also kill him. Envy was thinking about the current situation. Su Xiao was indeed a very effective chess piece. "There are too many people leaving here." "Forget it. If you don't believe my ability, you can find others to do your things." "Huh? What do you mean?" The more Envy looked at Su Xiao, the more he became unhappy. He started to be jealous of Su Xiao's power. Envy is literally full of jealousy. This is the center of his being, after all. "Exactly what I said." Envy hit the table and said, "Don't forget who released you. If it wasn't for me, you would still be in prison." Envy gritted his teeth and looked at Su Xiao. "I stay in jail just because I don't want to go out. Has the cooperation come to an end?" Su Xiao killed 3 homunculi already. It was a matter of time before facing the others. "Huh, we are different from humans. We are committed to our promises. I have something to entrust to you." "Okay." Su Xiao said without asking. "Very well, help me kill someone." "Who?" "Riza Hawkeye. She is a sniper and is very good in close-range gunfighting." Su Xiao sneered. It seems Envy wants him to antagonize people and become the homunculi's faction dog. Riza Hawkeye is Colonel Mustang's adjutant. They were close. Riza's father was an alchemist master and Mustang's master. Killing Riza would make him Mustang and his master's mortal enemy. Good. Su Xiao didn't ask for the reason. Since the homunculi wanted to play dirty with him, he will play them back. But Riza is in the military, killing her for no reason at all. This is the evidence that Liza is a spy. Envy showed several pictures of Riza contacting other countries' military. In the picture, Riza seemed to have an illicit relationship with the enemy. Those pictures can help martial court Riza Hawkeye. Su Xiao knew that Envy was the one in the pictures. "This isn't an issue then, I will kill her in 2 days." 2 days. Envy wasn't content with that. "You think that this woman is easy to kill? Why don't you change into my appearance and try it?" Envy was at a loss for words. Indeed, she was hard to kill with her father there. Envy soon left the room with a smile on his face. The biggest weakness of the homunculi was looking down on humans. Perhaps most humans can't discover the homunculi's scheme, but smart people can clearly see it, like Mustang, for example. "I wanted to deal with a few more homunculi before executing my plan, but it seems too late now. Bob, stop playing, and let's go." Bob hid the phone away and followed. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Riza Hawkeye finished her work and walked to her room with a cardboard box in her hand filled with vegetables and meat. Although Riza is beautiful, she could kill without mercy. Riza was born with 8 times the average eyesight of a human. Therefore, she is called the Eagle Eye. This beautiful woman has killed a few hundred people already, even some contractors. Woof. 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 A black puppy followed behind Riza. How are you, guy, little guy? Woof woof woof. The puppy looked at the door, and its hair was standing as if terrified. Riza's vigilance peaked as she immediately put down the box and pulled out a pistol. She took the key with one hand and held the gun in the other, and opened the door. Who is there? Come out. When Riza yelled, she suddenly smelled food from inside. Don't worry. I came to chat with you. We are not enemies, and perhaps we can become allies. Chapter 398. Riza raised her pistol in front of her and moved sideways. After entering, she discovered that the living room was dim. Once she lit up the lamp, she saw a man sitting before her family table with a bowl of hot noodles. Who are you? Because the man was lowering his head to eat noodles, Riza couldn't clearly see his face. We can't chat if you point your gun at me. Riza's brows wrinkled in anger. Stand up and put both your hands on top of your head, then lay on the ground. Riza's killing intent erupted in the room. I'm only eating here, and you want to arrest me. Riza saw Susiao, and her pupil contracted. The devil of the Ishval civil war, explosive flame alchemist. Riza withdrew several steps and pointed her gun without hesitation. Why did you come to my house? To rescue you. Ha. Riza looked surprised. Susiao lowered his head to eat his noodles. Come try them. The noodles are delicious. Riza said emotionlessly right after hearing this, I have eaten already. Susiao put down his chopsticks and threw several pictures toward Riza. You should thank me, if my relationship with the homunculi didn't stop, you would have died with justified reasons as well. Riza clearly saw what was on the pictures and walked forward. This is. Riza picked the picture and frowned. Having an illicit relationship with an enemy officer should be enough to cause your doom. Susiao picked his chopsticks again and continued eating. Those pictures. Riza tried looking for any loophole in the photos but couldn't. Impossible, I have never seen this officer before. You have not seen him, but the pictures are here. This is enough to send you to the military court. But let's speak about something else. How is your investigation? Investigate what? Riza became vigilant. The secret of the country. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Really, let me give you some hints. The fifth laboratory, the Philosopher's Stone, the homunculi, the countrywide alchemy circle. You. Riza looked at Susiao with amazement. Don't be surprised. I know everything about them. I was their accomplice an hour ago. Put down the chopstick and put on the handcuffs. Riza took out an old-fashioned handcuff, and her heart started beating really fast. The truth they were looking for is in front of her now. Suddenly, metal wire suddenly wrapped around Riza. If you want to fight, let Mustang come. Your melee ability is too weak. Susiao finished his dinner and lit up a cigarette. His vitality attribute already reached 33, so smoking didn't do any harm now. Riza slowly put the gun away. What's your purpose? It's a little complicated to explain. You will understand later. Susiao took out a big cloth bag and threw it in front of Riza. Go inside. What? Riza glanced at the bag and asked. I'm here to kill you tonight, don't talk nonsense. Seeing Susiao's eyes getting colder, Riza gritted her teeth and got into the bag. Susiao took out some red liquid and put it on the cloth. What is this? Red paint? No, this is human blood. Red paint can't fool those people. Susiao closed the zipper of the cloth bag and kicked it. Riza was suddenly hit on her neck and fainted. The reason Riza cooperated so much was because of the metal wire. If she dared move, she would be shredded. Susiao took out an intermediate alchemy bomb and threw it in the room. Suddenly a puppy bit Su Xiao's leg. Looking down, Su Xiao directly pinched the puppy's neck and rendered it unconscious before throwing it in the bag as well. Boom! The intermediate bomb exploded and the windows shattered, and fire spread in the room. Su Xiao carried the cloth bag and walked downstairs. The bloodstains leaked from the bag and on the ground. Soon, Envy appeared on a roof not far away. Looking at the blazing room and the handbag in Su Xiao's hand, Envy smiled. Is the plan feasible? And I appeared behind Envy and asked. Naturally, later, I will inform Colonel Mustang, and the latter will chase that guy. The explosive flame alchemist's only option will be to hide or counterattack, and in the end, he will be under our control. Boring plan. The eye in the shadow didn't favor Envy's plan. Envy felt uncomfortable. In the central city at 2 a.m., Riza Hawkeye was taking a bath to clear the blood stain from her body. Su Xiao sat by the riverside without caring about Riza. Hurry, it's almost time. It wasn't that Riza was so open about her body that she didn't care about bathing in front of people, but in the military mixed bathing was a normal thing. Su Xiao threw new clothes and appreciated Riza not bothering about normal woman's trifles. Riza changed her clothes and went to the forest before climbing a tall tree. In a while, the rapid sound of footsteps transmitted. We're close. There is blood stain here. Quickly. Be careful. We kill that person. Anyone could hear the hatred in the angry voice, which belonged to Colonel Mustang. Seeing Su Xiao in a nearby tree, Mustang's hand shivered. The face was familiar. It was the person who killed his allies once. Explosive flame. Alchemist. Mustang angrily roared as his eyes were bloodshot and prepared his alchemy to attack. Riza Hawkeye, you can come out. Hearing this, Mustang stared. Colonel, I'm all right. Riza shouted from a faraway tree, and when Mustang heard this, his body jolted in happiness. Chapter 399. The next morning, in a small town of Central City Edge, Su Xiao was hiding in an abandoned building. Suddenly he heard footstep sounds and looked at the source, only to find someone looking at him. Yesterday, did you fight with Mustang? In the forest, I started burying Riza's corpse, but Mustang suddenly appeared. Didn't you give him the pictures? Su Xiao smiled slightly without saying replied and asked, the philosopher's stone I earned. Here. Envy threw a grain-sized philosopher's stone as if pitying Su Xiao. Su Xiao didn't catch the philosopher's stone and let it fall. Only this. When you help us with work later, you will only receive philosopher's stone with that size and quality. Envy chuckled as he smiled in ridicule. What do you mean? You are being chased by Mustang, and you don't have any choice but to work with us if you want to live. Envy stood beside Su Xiao. He looked at his body full of bandages and sneered. Yesterday's fight rendered the forest into a burning mess, and the earth was left full of holes. Su Xiao suddenly took out a talkie-walkie and said, the nearby army can proceed. The signal was somewhat poor, and Su Xiao could only hear, cleaning up. In 1 hour, we'll solve, we won't encounter any issue. Good, I will leave Central City for a while to look for another ally. You handle things here. Don't worry. The information you've given. Thanks. Su Xiao closed the talkie-walkie. Who were you speaking to? Envy something wrong. A new friend. Dragon flash appeared in Su Xiao's hand, and a bright light accompanied it. Blood splashed as Envy's arm flew in the air. Envy couldn't perceive the pain till he looked at his arm and quickly regenerated it. That hurt. You bastard. Envy became vigilant of Su Xiao. Do you want to turn against us? You, a mere human. Suddenly, a metal wire sound, realm-cutting thread of Su Xiao's arm guard, surrounded Envy's body. Countless wounds appeared on Envy's body. 1. Su Xiao said after the first strike landed. He unexpectedly dared to turn against us. The long sword moved again, and this time, Envy's head was cut off. 2. Su Xiao kicked Envy's body away. Bang! Envy fell to the ground, creating a huge pit on the floor as Envy was very heavy. Su Xiao moved outside the building as the building collapsed, burying Envy inside. Suddenly, Envy crawled out of the ruins. You human think you're something, and you dare betray us. Envy stood up with blood on his hand. I will make you experience my real strength, don't wet yourself. Envy's whole body seemed to enlarge as red electricity coursed through him. Su Xiao knew that Envy's current body was only a camouflage. Envy's body inflated, and in a second, he turned into a huge monster. Envy's skin was deep green and was similar to a lizard. When the dwarf in the flask made Envy, he added the gene of a lizard to increase the latter's efficiency. What wrong? Are you afraid now? With his transformation, Envy's speech sounded like a bunch of people talking together. This wasn't a special ability, but the thousands of souls are wailing inside of him. Save me, it hurts. Let me go out. I don't want to become energy. Kill me, please. Su Xiao's senses were overloaded by the thousand souls as he felt slightly dizzy. Su Xiao just concentrated his senses around his body to stop the wails of the ghosts. If you use bombs, it's useless. The Philosopher's Stone I gave you won't last you for a fight. Envy lifted his claw, rushed towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao avoided the attack, which landed on the floor. Boom! The ground vibrated from the impact, but Su Xiao didn't let Envy get up and directly swung Dragon Flash. Envy's claws were cut off directly without any resistance. The current Dragon Flash +8 gives a high attack power, and its sharpness was magnificent. The Supreme Blade, Ultimate Blade, skill increases the sharpness by 7 points, and the +8 effect increases sharpness by 2 more points. The 9 points in sharpness, in addition to Azure Steel Shadow's true damage, would render almost all armors useless. But Dragon Flash still had another skill that increases its attribute. Shadow Brandish, passive each slash reduces 8% of the enemy's defense. The effect lasts for 20 seconds and can be stacked 3 times. After the effect is stacked 3 times, the enemy will have been affected by bleeding, which makes him receive 2 damage each second and reduce healing by 30%. Since Su Xiao struck Envy 3 times, the Shadow Brandish was stacked 3 times, which reduced Envy's defense by 24%. Shadow Brandish couldn't reduce Envy's healing since he uses the Philosopher's Stone to heal. Envy's body was getting cut with each strike from Su Xiao. Su Xiao was cutting him as if he was a watermelon, without any effort. Impossible, what is this sword? How can it be so sharp? Envy was a chatterbox even when they fought, so Su Xiao directly cut off his lower jaw to shut him up. From the 7 sins, only 3 were dangerous for Su Xiao to fight. They were wrath, pride, and gluttony. Gluttony was already dealt with, which left wrath, who Su Xiao didn't want to fight for now, and pride. Pride was the oldest homunculus, and his power is second to wrath, but he had a fatal weakness. Chapter 400. It wasn't a fight anymore between Su Xiao and Envy, as the former was crashing Envy completely. Since Envy's body became huge, Su Xiao only needed to slash at him. After 5 minutes, several limbs on the ground were turning to ashes. Impossible, how can an alchemist master be such a strong swordsman? Envy barely managed to say. Never expected you to be more tenacious than the others. You died 25 times already. Su Xiao stood before Envy and waited for the latter to finish regenerating. How about we make a deal? Envy knew that if this continued, he will die. Envy doesn't make deals with humans, he only uses them, and although Su Xiao could wait for the events to develop the same way as they did in the show, he didn't want to waste time. I didn't expect that I'd lose to a human. What a shame. Envy turned back to his human form, as his Philosopher's Stone couldn't support his monster's body. Dragon Flash suddenly pierced Envy's neck and reduced him to ashes. Su Xiao waited for the prompt about the skill, but when he noticed that nothing happened, he saw a green life form crawl from the ashes of Envy's body. This tiny life form was similar to Envy's monster form, but it was small. This is Envy's real appearance. Hey, Envy. Su Xiao squatted down and lowered his body to look at Envy crawling. You don't do anything. Su Xiao grasped Envy in his hand as the present Envy can't threaten him. Let me go, you bastard. Su Xiao tightened his grip on Envy, and the latter yelled. Ah, let me go, my insides are coming out, forgive me, please, I don't want to die. Envy was really haughty before, but now, he was begging for mercy with tears in his eyes. Don't look at me, you damn human. I'm Envy. Su Xiao didn't pay attention to him and just pulled out a glass bottle. Hey, don't do that. Envy didn't guess wrong. Su Xiao put him into a glass bottle. I won't let you off for this. Envy's words stopped suddenly as Su Xiao glanced at him coldly. Where is the Philosopher's Stone storage? You greedy human, I will not betray. Envy's body started shivering. Don't put that here, I don't. Stop, calm down. Envy yelled pitifully as Su Xiao poured sulfuric acid into the bottle. Thought things through. You think that? Yes. Envy's body shivered again. He was already covered in blood because of the acid corroding him. If you lie, I will make you enjoy some sulfuric acid. Envy trembled as he finally understood that the scariest entity in the world wasn't the homunculi but this human. The palace has an underground room, which contains a lot of Philosopher's Stone. Envy spoke, and Su Xiao prepared the sulfuric acid. I didn't lie. You bastard, put that thing away. The place Envy was talking about was where the dwarf in the flask resides. It was the homunculi's headquarters, and Envy telling him this meant he was setting Su Xiao up. You still want to lie now, Envy? Su Xiao pulled an alchemy bomb out and made it into a spider web shape before covering the glass bottle. I will tell you the Philosopher's Stone location. After that, you let me go. Let you go? You believe that I will let you go? Envy lowered his head. I guess you won't. You don't need to struggle. Tell me where they are, and I will give you happiness. The Third Research Institute. Envy spilled the bean, and now Su Xiao knew where to find the Philosopher's Stone. Goodbye, Envy. Su Xiao pierced the glass bottle with Dragon Flash, directly killing Envy. You killed Envy. Envy is a key character in the main plot. You obtained 5.4% World's Origin, you currently have 22.6% World's Origin. Your mana increased by 15 points permanently, your current mana, 959 points. You obtained Treasure Chest, Purple. Achievement Quest, Conviction, 4/7. Su Xiao's gain were good. But the truth about Envy's death won't be hidden for long, so he must act fast. In a hotel a few kilometers away, several contractors sat around a table. Peach, what did you sense? A muscular man asked. Envy died, and that contractor did it easily. Impossible. Several contractors in the room were shocked. If this is correct, that guy is just a first-order contractor. How can he be so strong? Did he find Envy's weakness? Several contractors were shocked. I don't know. The female contractor shook her head. He found me. Huh. The contractors were even more shocked now. With the equipment bonus, your intelligence attribute should be above 35 points. How could he find you? I don't know, but he indeed discovered me now. Peach continued to use her ability to look at Su Xiao. He is approaching us quickly. He is close. Several contractors stood up quickly. Prepare to fight head-on. The purpose of the opposite party is unknown. Don't worry. He should be having his promotion quest, don't forget this world's difficulty. What to do? Knock, knock. He is here. The door was shoved forcefully as Su Xiao entered the room. First order rookie, why are you here? The robust man stood up as soon as he saw Su Xiao. It seems that after getting to the second order, some places will become available. Does everyone want to trade? 3,000 paradise coins for the information about your main mission. The opposite party already guessed that Su Xiao was a first-order contractor, which means that they should have guessed that he was conducting his promotion quest now. Hearing Su Xiao's words, the contractor's eyes shone brightly as this was an opportunity to grab some cash. Su Xiao also wanted to sell the low-grade alchemy potion since he can't bring it outside this world.